そいつに近づかない方がいい。それ以上引き出すと仕掛けてある爆弾が起動する。
何？
そして俺がこいつを操作してもやっぱり爆発する。
なんだよ、そいつ味方になったんじゃなかったか？
河合の死体がある限り楠本さんは解放されない。だから俺が始末しとく。お前らはそこを離れてくれ。
桑名、ダメだよ。
ダメじゃない。もともとこいつが俺のプラン B だ。お前らが間に合わないようなら相馬と一緒にこいつを吹き飛ばしちまおうってな。でも相馬を殺しちまっちゃ奥の黒幕には届かない。楠本さんはしがらみから逃げらんねえままだ。
彼女には自首させてやれ。このまま全部隠し通したってあの人は何からも解放されないよ。罪を抱え込ませることになる。たった一人でな。その時あんたあの人のそばにいてやれんのか？できないよな。あんたももう闇ん中でしか生きられない人間なんだから。
自首したら彼女また充と会えなくなるんだぞ。13年かかってやっと目覚ました充と。それがお前の望む正義か？
誰もが全員幸せになれりゃいいと思う。でも今俺が目つぶったら沢先生の犠牲は何だったんだ？彼女はもう声を上げることもできねえんだぞ。そこから目そらして何が正義だ？
ならここにいる全員丸ごと吹き飛ばすしかねえ。今まで何人殺してきたと思ってんだ？
いや、あんたがそこまでのクズなら俺らはこんなとこまで来ちゃいない。あんたを助けに来たりしなかった。誰も手出さないでくれ。
俺にはよ、タボ。桑名の言いたいことも分かっちまう。お前ら二人どっちが正しいか答えなんてあんのか？
You be a nigga ass and he get upset and come after me. I've been being push-ups since Tekken 6, everybody.
You ain't been beating me since 6. You ain't been beating me since 6.
Big fucking mistake doing that. Check those shoes out. What's going on, Finn? How you doing, bro?
Yo, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You can hear me, right? Everything works out because I'm not like streaming different browsers, sources. It's kind of you know
Yeah, it's
because I was
fine. It's
okay.
fine. Are you streaming as well?
Yeah. I thought maybe I shouldn't because I mean you are enough, and then I don't get mixed up with sending stuff, showing stuff because I mean obviously I brought like receipts for shit.
No, that's
But
fine. It's
I
fine. I
will.
mean, you can see my screen though, right? You're streaming this screen.
Yeah. I'm right now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can still put everything up on the screen. That's fine.
All right.
We're going to be joined by CDDT and Shinblade at some point as well, because I guess they're going to be the opposition. I did invite G6, but I don't know if he's at work or not. And then obviously, this is like a change my mind sort of thing. So people that are opposed to what me and Finn might say, obviously people can come up. We'll be letting people come up to like say their piece. Ideally, if they're opposed to what we're saying, not just if they agree with us, because then it's kind of redundant. But
Bro,
yeah,
I want the Twitter drones. I want these guys. Bro, if I could offer my right pinky finger, I would get Jason Montoya in here. Do you still have his contact?
no, I don't. How did we reach out to him? Was it? Did he have a Discord?
On Discord, yeah. I mean, I got his Discord. I think he never blocked me. You know what? Let me actually check, bro. Let me actually
I
check.
don't think I've got it, to be honest with you. I think
Right.
you might have even invited him to my call.
Can you did you already show the comment to people? By the way, I did. Like, did you already show the comment to people on your stream? Actually,
No, I
yesterday or
didn't
something?
actually. Well, I didn't on this stream, so I'll show it to people here so they know what we're talking
So
about.
funny.
And then we've got CDT in the back as well, so I'll bring him in just a sec. So Jason Montoya went to, oh, wrong screen. 1
Where's
second.
Monty?
What screen am I looking for here? Yeah, Jason Montoya, he went to Twitter the other day. Sorry, not Twitter. He went to Main Man Swee's page and he left this comment. It says, dude, I left because of the Tekken community and I'm a nobody. I literally said the Tekken community risked losing these precious developers, or rather Nakatsu and Murray, because it was so toxic. I literally fought hard to get people to be reasonable, but no leadership from the leading YouTubers telling people to be reasonable, I being the only one. And fans don't protect one another from unreasonable people. So I found it better to leave as a nobody who tried to make the scene less toxic, and the prophecy was fulfilled. Devs don't want to be around toxic people like FinnT, Mike Harlow. Who the fuck is Mike Harlow, bro?
But get this, my name to a T, like correct to a T, because he is my slave. My name he doesn't dare to fuck up.
I was more offended that not that he called me toxic, that he called me Mike Harlow.
Yeah.
Who fans the flame. He even put next to mine. I don't know if he's talking about Finn and me there, but he said fans the flames of toxicity, and those are just two of so many. Glad the devs left, as the Tekken community doesn't deserve precious devs like Harada, Nakatsu, and Murray.
Sorry, Murray.
Murray, sorry.
Murray.
He got both Michael's names wrong. Me and Murray.
Yeah, so we know that. Because of that he definitely wrote this and not ChatGPT. He wrote this.
Yeah, I do want to point out that everybody that calls me toxic, whenever I ask them, what have I done wrong exactly? Tell me what I've done wrong in terms of this game in particular, I never get an answer. So hopefully today, and I want to make this clear to everybody, when we have people up here today, it's for the opposing argument. It's not to agree with me and Finn. I don't want it to turn into an echo chamber. If you're going to come up today, I want it to be opposing arguments, not people that agree with us.
I want these people. I want the Twitter drones. I want them.
Yeah, well, they said those show up, so we'll see. Mr. JB, thank you for the $5. Two things are going to happen. A, Tekken will eventually fall over time, or B, this will light a fire for someone new, fresh to step up for the future. Well, apparently someone has stepped up. It was going around Twitter today. His name, I can't remember what his name is, but apparently he did the balancing for Tekken 5. So apparently he's taken over.
Yasuki Nakabayashi.
Yeah, that's it. He's got no social media presence, and he's very well respected within professional Tekken circles. So maybe there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But I'll get CDT in here.
Hey, one thing I also got one.
It was good.
Sorry, didn't want to talk, but I also got one before we. Like Josh, thank you for the $10, my man. If you didn't stream, I wouldn't be able to do this. That would be a tragedy. True. By the way, Josh, I didn't forget about the coaching thing, right? We are still gonna do this. And honestly, right now is probably a good time actually. I contact you, right? Or you write me on Discord, bro, yeah?
CDDT. Or should I just call you Reborn?
I think it's easier for people to say reborn.
Okay, cool.
It's whatever, but
How are you doing today?
man, I'm chilling, man. I'm good.
Okay, so I guess might as well just jump straight into it. Obviously, Harada, Nakatsu, and Shimbori have all gone now. All the three main guys from Tekken are gone. Last man standing is Murray. Murray makes a bunch of tweets that obviously set the community on fire again. What's your take on what is going on right now?
I think people are taking it too much. You know what I mean? I look at it like what he said was Harada been fighting corporate for 20 years, which he has, right? And that's an expected fight, right? You going as a dev fighting the corporation, that's going to be there. The amount of crap they had to deal with in T8, which is partly on themselves for putting themselves in our crosshairs, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they expected the fan base to be the way the fan base has been. You know what I mean? And it's not everybody, but it seems to a lot of people like the majority, right? There are reasonable heads out there, you know what I mean, that have respectful ways of dealing with situations, that have constructive criticism. But man, the amount of times I've seen someone start off constructive to just turn into some backhanded slanderous comments was on the regular.
Sorry, I already have to disagree. Like, who do you mean by this? Because I know the community very well, and I can list you now unironically. I made a list from the top of my head before we started. I can list you 50 valid members from the community who have only given constructive criticism, never once crashed out on them. So who are you referring to?
Well, I wasn't coming in with like a whole bunch of receipts. Had I known, I probably would have done some research. But not everybody that was saying stuff was a named name. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of regular folks jumping in and bandwagoning and coming in on this as well.
Where?
Now I know what Mike's gonna say, or I have an idea what Mike's gonna say to this one. But on X, right? So X is the primary spot where people are having discussions, good or bad. X in itself is a toxic cesspool of people, right? So you can argue that, hey, there's going to be a lot of toxicity just because of the nature of the environment, but I don't see that that's justification for there being so much and being directed personally at Murray.
Yeah, I want to ask about this because obviously, there are people that tweet like this, but the thing is, first of all, my statement is they are not the Tekken community. That's number one.
How do you say they're not the Tekken community?
Okay.
Like, how are the people that are saying negative stuff?
So you press me on evidence, I will present it. Mike, first piece of my presentation is the folder Harada community, Harada 1. Would you care to put this on screen? Because that's very important.
Yeah, sure. Okay, here we go.
So this one, I'm sure you remember this. This is pretty recently. This guy said to him, if this isn't a joke, you better start living like it's your last week, little man. Now, obviously, we can agree this is actually the closest I have ever seen to an actual, for real threat towards a Tekken developer. Now, he obviously calls him a fucking little shit, rightfully so. But now, why do I say these guys are not the Tekken community? Mike, would you care to show harada2.png?
Yes.
I like this court environment. Exhibit A3. Like, okay.
Now, it's not my pure speculation because this man has actually sent a second tweet. The same guy, after Harada set him down, Harada, I'm joking, big dog. I don't really care for Tekken anyway. So, this is one of the best cases, very recently actually, people should actually remember this, where the guy literally says, bro, I'm not the community. I'm just a fucking drone cunt on Twitter. This is not the Tekken
I
community.
mean, but you got people that are adding to the commentary all the time that are like, I haven't played this game in 3 months. I uninstalled it at S1. Yet here
but
we
that
are
is
at
not
S3 and they're
no.
continually playing. And they
Sorry.
were the-
Sorry. We're talking
they-
about toxicity and bullying here. Like we're talking about bullying and shit.
Okay. All right. Well, all right, hold up. So in every conversation, and I think this gets lost in a lot of these discussions, is that we gotta define like what we're actually talking about. Now, with regard to Murray's post, let me finish on what I mean about that. Is I think that what Murray was saying is that in addition to the shit he's already dealing with and the amount of toxic shit that was coming their way, that we can't say that we see all of it, because I'm pretty sure they see a lot more of it coming directly at them than
Right.
we do or we recognize.
Can
Or
I
like,
just
like
can I
the
just
game.
offer some pushback on that before you go, Finn? Now, obviously, Murray has got a much bigger base than me, Finn, you, Shinblade, whoever, right? Like he sees more stuff from more people. But relative to our size, we all deal with shit, right? So
Yeah.
when I put up a post, I get a lot of shit from people. I get messages from people, like I'm sure Finn does. I'm sure you probably get. You've seen what
Someone
people are
wanted
like
to
on Twitter.
break my jaw at an event because I dared to show him say Reyna's Hell Sweep is reactable. He wants to break my jaw now.
Yeah, like there's people that say crazy things all the time. My problem with this discussion around Murray is that when I go through the post, and we're going to go through them today, there's people that are given constructive criticism over and over again, politely, even more politely than I would say that I gave my pushback on his post. And it is crickets from him. He doesn't respond to them, but he responds to the anime profile picture saying, "You're a bum." Now, you tell me why this man is hyper focused on people saying spiteful shit and not the actual core community that clearly gives a shit about Tekken's future.
Well, I mean, most people will respond to the negative quicker and faster than they do to the positive.
But most people are not leaders of a massive franchise.
But all right, so and then that's the other one. I was like, where does Murray realistically sit in the franchise? Like, how much control does he actually have?
He's a producer.
I mean, but he's one producer in a corporation.
But
You know what I mean?
he's a front facing one, right? So
He
we
is
saw
front-facing.
him. We saw
Yes.
him more than Shimbori, and Shimbori's
Murray
listed higher on the
Which
credits.
is fine. But does he make those decisions?
Murray
Because we be
himself
acting like he does.
Murray himself is not only a producer, he's also a game designer. He worked on game design also since like Tekken 6. So
No,
he's
I
not
understand that
only a
completely.
producer. And I mean, he has multiple times in like, but you know him, right? Have you read the transcripts from his stream where he says about like where he
Yeah,
talks
he
about
has
his
he has influence, right? I don't doubt that at all. You know what I mean? Harada had a lot of influence. I think Harada ended up getting less influence as Tekken got bigger. You know what I mean? And things were changing, and there's more people involved. You know what I mean? But I don't think it was just Murray, Harada, and Nakatsu just making all the decisions across
That's fine,
the.
but I want to see the toxicity. Just let me get back to the toxicity, the bullying, because that's the topic, right? I'm sure you have seen the Nakatsu tweet where he said his goodbyes, right? His announcement, his leave.
No, I haven't.
I assume
saw
that
it in my-
I assume that you have read through all the replies.
No, I haven't read through all the replies. All right,
Why? But why? Because there should be threats in like bullying in their toxicity, right? Because
I
have
am
read-
not here to represent. So when toxicity to me
Sorry,
doesn't
change my
mean
mind, is
death
the topic.
threats, right? It does for me. If I say toxicity, that doesn't
Yeah.
mean death threats to me
Vitriol.
is something completely different. Because
It's
if you
fine.
death
Yeah,
threats,
we could.
you wanna,
Sorry, yes.
Guys,
on a whole level.
let's not talk over each other because no one's going to hear anything.
I mean,
Let's
I just
not
want to
get
say,
each other.
so you didn't read those replies because I read through all 500 of them, and I checked them on like vitriol level. How do you think the ratio was? How many people just said, "Thank you, Nakatsu, you did awesome work"? For example, pro players, shit ton of pro players are in there. The actual Tekken community. How many of them?
to his respectful like decline to stay with the like, who's like that's not gonna really cause a lot of people to just jump in and just say dumb shit. And Nakatsu doesn't. We don't really know him the way we kind of feel that we know Harada and Murray. So he's not a really good example to use. In
How
my
is he
opinion.
not- Okay, Harada made. Did you read through his replies? Because he made also a announcement where he's leaving. Did you read through them?
I've read through some of them, but no, I did not read through every single one and document it on a notepad because this is less of my like every day than it is for you
But
guys.
have
You
you
guys make
seen?
money and
But
stuff, all this stuff.
yeah, but I
I
mean,
don't.
you are here now, and
I'm
the
here. Yeah,
topic
yeah.
is pretty clear. Like, did you see the vitriol, the bullying, toxicity, like to unreasonable degrees in there?
In that
And
particular post,
yeah,
I can't say that I can't say here or there because I did not look at it to the level that
oh,
you did, and that's not what I'm talking about today. That's why I was saying we need to figure out like what it is. If you're asking like about bullying and stuff, then I'm not the guy. I'll go ahead and step down because that wasn't what I was thinking we're doing. If you know what I mean.
No, we're not just talking
And I
about
don't want
bullying.
to
We're
I don't
gonna,
want to misrepresent any like my thoughts or you know what I mean. I didn't come to do that.
we're
My
not just going to be talking about bullying. There's obviously we're going to be here for a while talking about loads of different things. Finn
right,
just
right.
wanted to talk about this because I think the main problem with this discussion is that a lot of people think that the entire Tekken community is completely toxic. But from what I've observed, and actually even you responded to my response, basically saying that I even went maybe a bit too far, which I thought personally was ridiculous when I read it, and I'll go through the post.
Right, right.
But I think that Harada and Murray have done a really good job highlighting really stupid people. And because their accounts are so big, it makes it look like we're all psychos that want to hurt the developers or push them out. But most people are saying to them, can you nerf this? Can you nerf that? Can you change this? Can you change that? That is perfectly fine for a customer to air their concerns with something that they've purchased. Whether like people like go play something else or not, that's another discussion entirely. But if you sell something to somebody and they're like, hey, can you change this? That's not harassment, that's not bullying, and that's not being toxic. But what Harada and Murray have done is they have constantly quote retweeted really, really unhinged people. And they've done it so often that you've got other people in other communities going, all of these guys are mad. And then when me and Finn make videos, even when Finn is breaking down a video, taking the Katsu's side and highlighting how good his work is, or I make a video criticizing someone's tweet but saying don't harass them, don't bully them, I've still got people saying those two are the two to blame for it. Because not only do we live in a community full of people that have reading comprehension problems, but we also are in a community where the leaders are constantly hyper focusing on people that have nothing to say but make troll comments. Do you not think that that might be the case as well?
I think that I don't think that they're hyper focused on it. I think that they do make responses to it. Yes, I'm not gonna say they don't because that'd be stupid. But as for that being like when I see someone that's hyper focused is like if I go through their X log or I don't even know what you call it anymore, their Twitter log or whatever. I should be seeing that shit all the time. If someone is hyper focused on it, that should be the predominant stuff that I'm seeing in all of their replies and all their stuff. Like, and I don't see that when I earlier today I was trying to go through because I was like, okay, let me find how often this guy is doing this shit, and I'm not seeing it. But what I do see is something happened, and then there's a billion quote retweets, and then there's a billion threads off of that, and so from that one incident, it pops up everywhere. You know what I mean? For a week at least, usually. Like where it's like, okay, now someone else has have a comment on this, and people are free to quote retweet it and make their own comments and do all that stuff. But it's just everywhere, and then that expands further down the line. You know what I mean? And he'll post it one time, but it rages on in the community, and maybe he'll make maybe 4 or 5 more responses during the time that it first comes up and whatever. And then I don't see him constantly engaging for that week. Now there's a story being developed and all kinds of different things, but he's not there. So I don't see that as hyper focus of the devs doing it. They do say stuff, but I think we hyper focus on when the devs respond to that type of stuff. Because we're not sitting here highlighting all the good things that he is saying or the other things that they are focused on. Like
What
if I
good
go
things is he saying?
huh?
What
I
good
mean,
things is he
like
saying?
yeah, shout outs to people and shit all over his
what
Twitter.
Can you give me some?
He's talking about. I mean, I'm just scrolling through it and I'm not seeing anything really bad. A lot of it's in Japanese, so I don't know what he's saying. And I'm gone through the translate for all the stuff. But I mean, he's just talking business stuff, saying, "Oh, look, this art." He's highlighting that stuff. Talking about
No,
people.
we're talking about like when he's interacting with the community, when something's going on. can you see responses in there where he's giving like meaningful responses to people criticizing, or can you just see when he does respond that it's just to trolls?
I mean, even under the one he did recently, right? Doesn't he wasn't just responding to trolls. I mean, some of the people agreed with him and he responded to that as well, which I mean, who wouldn't, right? But are those not those don't count because they agree with what he's saying?
What are they agreeing with?
All right, let me go find it so I can have receipts because I gotta get my receipt game up.
Because last I checked, he made an inflammatory comment that was obviously going to set people off. And then when there might have been people agreeing with the fact that he made the inflammatory comment, but my point is that whenever he posts, it's nothing meaningful, nothing to get the community excited about something. And again, he's the leader. He's not some random bot account. He's in a leadership position. He's not me, you, Finn, or Shinblade. He is at the top of the food chain. You don't behave the same as the random Terry profile pictures on Twitter.
I mean, you could say that or you could not. You know what I mean? Like we could put him to that esteem and say, hey, you as this person or a leader, you can't do this or you shouldn't do this. But there's nothing. I mean, obviously, when Harada came out, and I think he had said something that he wanted to get done for Tekken. And please, I can't quote it, but I think he had said something that he wanted to get done, and then shortly later it got deleted, right? Which sounded like which looked like a corporate action, like, "Hey, yo, Harada, don't say that shit. Like, stop it." So it's like there's other people that are involved. Ain't nobody saying shit to Murray on that side when he says his crazy shit. Like, I think I think after the last blast where like he didn't say shit for like the long time. I think at that point they were like, you know what, just please stop talking, or let's all just stop talking, and they all did. Everyone just stopped talking.
So wait, are you even of the opinion that the community had like a meaningful influence in like the company or like the narrative of the company like booting them, or they quit because of the community? Do you even believe that?
So I don't believe he's saying that they quit because of the community. He says it helped, right? It's kind of like a straw that is on like the camel's back. Like, look, I would stay, but why do I need to stay if I'm dealing with a community that's crazy? Like if I'm staying for the community, but the community is getting crazy, like it's like, okay, you kind of influence, you're not going to keep me there type of situation. Not that the community itself booted everyone out. Rod has his own reasons. He spoke about a lot of different things on why he wants to move and do different things throughout the years. So no, I don't think Harada left simply because the TA community is toxic. But like Michael Murray said, I don't think it helped.
Do you think Michael Murray has like behaved in a way that maybe invites the community to treat specifically him like that? Do you think he has?
I think people see Murray as the weakest link, and I think they always have.
No. If he has done himself things that would maybe invite people to treat him like this.
I think he's awkward, but I don't think in reading most of his stuff, even the stuff that I think is the biggest sense of controversy, like the hell sweep thing, which I've posted on many people my perspective on the stupid hell sweep comment. Like I think people take it and they blow it up even more than it's supposed to be, and then they use that as fuel or evidence to hate on him.
How about I show you something, and you give me your take on it, yeah?
Okay. Sure.
Mike, would you show Murray speed kicks 1?
Yeah.
I love that you got this shit set up like this, yo. That's.
I mean, I take the community very seriously, and especially when someone like Michael Murray wants to trash my community, even though he behaves, for example, like this. So I missed the original here, but basically Michael Murray here, it's a couple of years ago, almost spit a text speed kicks, almost spit out my coffee, lol. The new approach to speed kicks: when you don't agree with his tweet, you just say, "Aren't you supposed to be smart or something?" Lol. So kind of like implied that he like wants to call speed kicks dumb. Then Velvet Johnson, his gimmick is to be salty about everything. Michael Murray, yeah, I've noticed, smile. And then, well, here you could assume that Speedkicks is like kind of fine with that. As honored as I'm to be recognized by one of the minds behind my favorite childhood series, I would have appreciated an untag on this one, Lemao. But Speedkicks 2, please, Michael. Michael.
But what's the context? Like, I don't know what happened right before that. Like, why did he say that?
Speedkicks tweeted something, made some post, and Murray thought, yeah, I'm gonna diss Speedkicks a little bit.
Well, that comment looks like it came from something. Like, it doesn't look like he just made it up as it was in quotes.
I usually I usually offer jokes to express my frustration on Twitter, but in this instance, I will say this seriously. It's absurd to randomly have this sitting on my mentions when there are people adding you to fix the game and getting nothing. So Michael Murray, yeah, so like genuinely, like I genuinely can't comprehend passive aggressively addressing the dude across the ocean who's mad the world needed you to simplify his favorite video game before addressing the people who actually love the shit and are begging for communication. And this is, I think, quite a while ago, actually. This is like Tekken 7. So behavior like this, right? As someone who is our only front-facing entity that we have, it's the only one we have that is, you know, able to engage in the English-speaking realm. When you behave like this, do you think this might antagonize the community in a way where it's like you should know better? As like I assume that they have some PR training at Bandai Namco, right? So if you behave in a way like this, on a basis that really forms a pattern here over years, do you
I don't
think
think
this?
this is
Do you
properly
think the
displayed,
responsibility
though.
lies? Let me ask you this straight up. Do you think the responsibility for some of the vitriol specifically aimed at Murray, not Harada Nakatsu, is like a bit on him? Would you agree with my sentiment here?
If we're using this as evidence, that tweet right there, I feel like there's a context that is missing, right? Because when I look at that tweet, and 'cause that's the era, 2019, that's the era where SpeedKicks was kind of like on the top of his shit. Like he was killing motherfuckers. He was breaking down the game to people in a way that people hadn't understood before. And I got mad respect for SpeedKicks on that because he was doing a lot of things and opening a lot of doors. But also it got to the point where man's head was getting big as shit. And if you commented against him or questioned what he said, people would fight for SpeedKicks the way that people started to fight for Arslan Ash. They'd be like, "How dare you talk to SpeedKicks like this? Whatever.
That's
What are
not
you
what I'm
stupid?"
arguing. I'm
But
arguing like
the
if
comment
it's
that he made was in line with that era and time frame of what's going on. So it's like,
I
oh,
mean, the context was yeah pretty clear here. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, Michael Murray out of the blue. Look, I tried. I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember the post that initiated this, but I can tell you that, per my recollection, it had nothing to do with Michael Murray actually, like directly, and he inserted himself into that. Correct me
it's
if
not
I'm
a it's
wrong on
not a
that,
bad
but the thing
comment
is,
though.
I am coming with like something that I notice here is that I'm coming at least with shit, right? I'm coming with evidence. Like I'm coming with certain things that would show a pattern here of Michael Murray's online behavior that is almost an invite to
The
be
context
disliked.
isn't complete though. You can't you give me partial context and then be like, I got receipts. No, you
Okay,
don't.
but you don't give me anything until now. Like
But
just I have
but
vibes.
but are you going to deny to me that like what I just said about that scenario? Because we all been around for a while, right? So 2019, SpeedKicks was at the top of his game. People was protecting SpeedKicks like a motherfucker, which is fine. That's all good. You know what I mean? Well deserved, well earned.
Okay.
One of the because SpeedKicks is considered one of the like a genius. I think he's like a prodigy or whatnot or something like that. Finished school like super early. He's mad smart. When people commented against what SpeedKicks said, and I know because I've done it, because I've been like, yo, Speed, what about this and what about that? I've had other people be like, you're stupid for even saying anything like that. Like, so at that time, if you said anything against Speed or in contradiction to what he was saying, then it's like,
Okay.
oh, you know what I mean? You're stupid. And
So do you think the producer
saying
of
that,
the series should engage in behavior like this?
I don't, at the time, especially in 2019, when they were just coming into real like social media stuff, and they were kind of like us to this most degree. That's how they kind of felt. That was the kind of vibe that was happening when they came on to social media, and that's why we kind of liked them. But they was
Okay.
he wasn't sitting at this corporate level like maybe he is now.
Okay,
Type of
but
situation.
but if you want to shit talk, then shit talk, but then take it as well, and not block people like a motherfucker, and then
I don't
cry
think he blocked
and
anybody
basically
back
cry
in.
bully.
Did he block
Excuse me?
Speed after that? Like back in T7? Because we're not going to conflate the two eras. So if he says something back in T7 era, did he start blocking people back in the T7 era? Because I don't recall hearing about
Yeah,
that.
he did block people. Sorry, wait. Were you not around during patch 3.30 of Tekken 7, March 2020?
Well, that's 2019. That was in season 2. Things were still kind of good.
Yeah, but you said the Tekken 7 era.
Era, right?
Yeah,
But
he blocked
so-
motherfuckers heavy after
Well-
calling half the community roaches in his roach tweet, where Fergus is under, giving him constructive feedback. Calls these people roaches. Is that appropriate behavior as a producer? And then, like, look, I'm saying if you want to shit talk, that's
Yeah.
fine. Like, if you want to go, look, bro, look, if you want to be the guy who is on Twitter shit talking with the community and have this kind of relationship, hey, that's fine. I would even respect it. But then every time every time you look bad doing it, you're gonna cry bully your way out of it. That's pathetic.
I mean, if he blocks people, right? Which all it does is mean that they can't respond to his stuff directly. So he blocks
Yeah.
people. That's cry bullying or something these days. Like, is that
No,
like,
if
I
he
don't
then
understand like
says,
the
"Oh,
impact of
actions have consequences," and wants to suggest that the community has like a meaningful part in like driving Harada out, which is like obviously bullshit considering the overall context here.
I think it does have. I don't think it's the primary factor. No. Do I think it is part of the situation? Yeah.
By the way, I need to ask you direct questions. Do you think it's appropriate as a producer of the game to just act in this way? For example, also asking for feedback publicly on Twitter, then blocking people that gave harmless constructive feedback. Like all of this, is this appropriate behavior? I mean, again, I'm saying it's cool if you want to be the shit talk, if you want to be like the new age tech, a new age video game dev, and you want to engage on that level with your community. Some developers do that, right? Okay, I would appreciate it, but that's not what he's doing. Like, I just want to like your take on this, your concrete take. Like, is this cool?
Well, one, I have asked around about other developers that have gotten into the trenches as deep as the Tekken team has done, and most people say that doesn't exist. Do you know who has done it? Like,
Yeah, I know the Helldivers guys got involved for a bit. I don't know how involved they are now, but the big difference between them is that when their community said, "Hey, we don't like what you've done to the game," they fixed the game.
Helldivers was a new game, though, right?
It's not that new anymore. It came out what 2023 or 2024, something like that.
Well, new in comparison to like the Tekken and the FGC type of stuff.
Yeah, so well, no, Helldivers has been around for ages. If
Really?
you want to count the original one, but it's a very different experience. But the point is that I think they were communicating for a while. Their community said, "We don't like what you've done to our game," and they responded. The problem with the Tekken developers, and this is something that I'm not sure how people don't get this, is that if you see how I open my podcast up for everyone to join and talk.
Right.
I can't open my podcast up for everyone to join and talk and then start like blocking people and again crashing out on people or cussing people out or calling people roaches or making snide remarks. What's the point in me opening up my podcast? I might as well just close it like everybody else's. They opened up the doors, and then when some negativity came their way, he showed his true colors. It's all well and good to be hunky-dory with everyone when your game is banging and everybody likes it. But when criticism comes your way and you mask the criticism by calling it all toxicity, by highlighting crazy people on Twitter when there are blatantly people trying to speak to you like politely and offer you feedback, people are going to look at you sideways and be like, you're performative. You were never about connecting with the community. You were about getting your ego stroked.
I don't know, man. Like, 'cause like I said, I didn't come with a whole list of receipts on shit or all the people that have said it, but I know that I was getting sick and tired of jumping on Twitter, and every day it was like, yo, Murray's this, Harada's this, Nakatsu's this, and I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, what the fuck are we doing? All the comments are like, I think you should change this, blah blah blah, because you're a dumbass. Like, what? That is not the way you talk. That is not constructive. You can sit there and say the most constructive shit that's possible, but if you end it with because you're a fucking idiot, like that, like what are you doing?
I want to agree with you. I will tell you, these tweets exist, right? They do exist.
Maybe I need to
completely
jump
agree with
off,
you. I will just
pull up a bunch of shit, and then come back. Is that what y'all want?
no. Look, I am telling you. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, these tweets do exist. They do exist. I have some of them. My point is though, the ratio in reality is like, bro, 100-1, if anything, which you can verify yourself if you just read through the replies. Like, for example, Harada's buy tweet has like 500-600 replies. Nakatsu's has like
Those are
I
not
don't know,
good
also five,
examples in my
600.
opinion.
If you those are good examples because they
No, they
pose
are
this.
not. They are like,
Bro, you don't
that's
have
like,
any
that's
examples.
like,
Now you make me
all
actually
right,
angry.
look,
What
I'm
is
gonna
this,
jump
bro?
off. I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna go do some fucking research since that's all you guys will listen to, and then I'll come back. But
Yeah, and you better not cherry pick any shit. I want to see
I'm
all
not
the
gonna cherry
replies
pick.
under a certain
I'll
post
get you.
Wait,
because
hold
look,
on, hold
I
on a second.
really invested some time into this, and I just want to, bro. I'm not this. Look, I'm telling you, these tweets do happen. People are disgusting assholes on Twitter, yes, but the ratio is like 100 to 1.
Bro.
You are not of the, you do you disagree with me on that? You think
Bro,
the ratio
100 to
is like
1.
way higher?
Yeah, I definitely do. I
Okay, then
absolutely do.
I task you with a mission. Find me the insane vitriol under
I
Harada's
didn't say
fight post.
insane
Or
vitriol.
okay,
And I
then
didn't say,
but then
why
we are
does it have to
talking
be
about
under that particular post? Is that the only post that's up for question? Is
no.
that the
You know
only
what?
post you're allowed to look at?
Take any
Or are you
post,
allowed to
bro.
look at
Take
their
any post.
profile?
Take any post.
Okay, cool. But I'll go ahead and do that. But I don't want to get caught up in slow down the stream if you got other things to talk about.
No, it's fine. Like we can move conversations around. Like it's not a
and I will
problem. Like,
definitely get back to you, Finn, on that because
Yeah, but
like I'm all about receipts and I'm all about making sure
yeah,
you got your stuff. I just
one
wasn't
thing.
told that I was supposed to prepare like that for this.
Yeah, just one thing. If you really want to do that, one thing. Twitter is one thing, right? Twitter
And it's
is like
impersonal.
literally
I don't got
a
anything against you.
sewage, right? So I'm
Oh
just
no,
gonna say,
no.
like, please find me also the guys on YouTube that are actual members of the community because I want to see them that behave like this. I want to see them as well because I can literally list you 50 names of people who pump out videos with nothing but constructive feedback. So I also want to see the ratio there, for example, because Twitter, this can be any fucking bot, you know.
We're not.
But
No,
again,
we're not gonna
I'm
expand the thing. We'll do Twitter. I never said anything about
okay.
YouTube and all that other shit or Reddit or the other forums that's going
The
on.
Tekken community. It's the Tekken community
The tech community on I'll go with on Twitter, right? Because that's where I
on
spend most of
Twitter.
my time. So my commentary is based on that environment, which is the fastest way to get shit. You know what I mean? I'm
Make
only
sure
seeing
these
comments.
guys. Okay, no problem, bro. But make sure these guys are part of the community. Yeah.
no, wait, hold on. Reborn, you don't have to go anywhere. I'll actually throw Reborn a bone here in this situation. I actually think Blackheart's behavior on Twitter is unacceptable. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think in terms of like communicating with the developers, I'm gonna invite Blackheart on here now. He knows it's all love, but Blackheart's behavior on Twitter, I would say, is probably what Reborn is referring to. I'm gonna play the other side now on this. To be fair to Reborn, Deal the Way G. Someone mentioned him in chat. I like Deal the Way G as well, but he's another example of a content creator that has been way too vicious towards Michael Murray. I watched his video today. He said Michael Murray is a racist scumbag. I was like, whoa. So
I mean,
I agree with you. There are some, but I think to Finn's point, it's way less than people that are actually trying to convey a message to him and say, hey, we need to sort this game out. Can you do this, that, and the other? I think
yes,
you're correct in saying that there's loads of anime profile pics that talk like idiots, but they do that to all of us. That you can't escape that on Twitter. It happens to everybody. So we can't use those guys as the baseline because everybody's getting it. Look at the God of War discourse right now. You say one thing about God of War on either side of the conversation, they're cussing you, they're cussing your mom, they want to spin your jaw, they're calling you woke, they're calling you right wing. It doesn't matter what you say, someone attacks you. So the anime profile pics attacking Harada and Murray, it's not a good enough argument because they're doing it to everybody in every scene. But if you were to name content creators like the ones that I did, Blackheart and Deal the Way G, if you had more, we could have more of a conversation about that. But I just don't think that there's that many in comparison to people that are actually asking for proper feedback.
I'm gonna say that outside of like the content creator level, because I don't listen to a lot of you guys for the most part, just because some just don't know what they're talking about, and some are just, you know what I mean, they just start and they're doing stuff. But like you, for the most part, have your way of criticizing the game or whatnot, and for the most part, it's respectful. I may not agree with your takes, but they're pretty respectful. Finn, it's hard to tell because you have a different way of talking. I can't tell if you're talking right or respectful or not. It's not doesn't really fit my fancy all the time. So I got to focus more on the content of what you say to determine that. I don't have any real beef with you on any of that issues.
No, not
Blackheart
with you
already
in
came
that.
out and said he's wild as fuck, and he just says kinds of
Yes,
crazy shit.
yes, I will
And
say
he does.
Blackheart said stuff like these idiots, right? The idiot devs, right? He did. But once again, I want to really highlight this. While Blackheart did this, D all the way G did this, I want to highlight. I can now list you 50 content creators that are active right now per name and their description. I know what character they play and what state they are from, if they are like from NA or
Like-
something. Like, and these people, it's for me, it's about ratio, because we can always point to the 10 or to the 5 or to the 1%. Mate, I have seen someone post artwork on Twitter, just some wholesome artist, just posting a random art piece, and there was a guy in there saying your art is so dog shit that I wish your hands would fall off.
Yeah.
So like, you know, and
Yeah, there's
sometimes,
some trash out there for sure. Like, I am not denying that the large majority of people on Twitter, because it's so anonymous, because even if they put a face that's not a PFP or whatever, or anime thing, who knows if it's an actual real person, right? People
Yeah.
say all kinds of shit out their ass on Twitter.
And-
So I'm
and you
not
know what
denying it's not a place for that. But there was stuff that was like just specifically pointed at the devs. Less on Harada, because Harada's that dude. Like, you could talk shit on Harada and the rest of the community would jump on your back. Like it wasn't really happening to the Harada. But nobody was saying, hey, stop jumping on Murray. Murray was fair game to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
I think
No, I mean, to be
there are-
fair, I did say in my post, don't threaten him, don't harass him, don't send death threats or whatever. Criticize him. You should be able to criticize them, right?
Right. And I think I responded to you like saying that basically you could tell them to do that, but they ain't not a lot of people ain't listening.
just
And they're not going to.
Just a quick thing.
Right.
I mean, in Michael Murray's case specifically, because we all know that people really dislike him, in my opinion, for very good reasons. Very good reasons. Like, I mean, you know about the Mrs. Play stuff thing, right?
Yeah, I remember that happening. And at that time I was like at that point, the temperature was so fucking hot. Like, I don't know why he did it, and I'm pretty sure that pride is why he didn't undo it at that point.
Yeah, but this
But
is
I don't know.
look, I
But
can't.
nobody's entitled to it. And I think
On a-
even she kind of said that to the point.
Wait,
Like,
wait. You are aware that he did this after he publicly on Twitter asked for feedback from the player base.
And not a day apart.
yeah, he asked for feedback, and then he was like, man, fuck all this shit.
Okay, but
fucking
all I want to ask you is, do you would agree with me that if you behave in like this, right? Like, first step, I ask for feedback. Second step, Mrs. Playstuff posts very, very wholesome feedback, actually. So very, very wholesome, actually, and even puts a reminder in there not to harass the devs. And
That
then
hers
she
was
gets
good,
blocked. Do you realize, like, if you then don't come out and say, guys, sorry, was an oopsie, was a mistake, I apologize, I shouldn't block so many people, bro. You can even play it lightly, right? You can have a really easy way out of this if you even, play with it a little bit, with the stereotype, what people say about you, that you block people. Like, you can have a really smooth out there. And he doesn't do it. Like, I just want to understand if you can see how people would react to that.
I could see people trying to take it some kind of way. I mean, everyone's free to their own reaction. Like, I can't say you're not allowed to think like that, because whatever, like, that's not even a real thing to say. But as for if he can do it, then he can do it. Like, if he's like, hey, give me feedback, and then people say a bunch of shit, and he's like, you know what, fuck that shit. He can turn it the fuck off.
Okay, wait.
If you want to judge him for it, judge him for it. But you have no right to talk to him.
But you can't be serious right now, right? Because
What do you mean, why?
This can't be. Okay, look. If you and me are private individuals, just me and you on Twitter, right? Just private dudes.
Right.
We can obviously do whatever the fuck we want, and there's like no accountability. But
That's his personal
his context is a little bit different. He is there in his function as the producer, as his like public Namco basically endorsed entity. Like,
No. How you gonna say that?
No.
You can't say that.
Then we are in clown world. Then okay.
What do you mean? No. Listen, you can't say that. It's his personal fucking Twitter. Now, does he do shit? Does he say shit about Tekken and stuff in there? Absolutely, yes. But I don't know what is officially under the. Is he saying it under the Tekken like Twitter.
Okay,
One,
let's say
like,
you're my
see, that-
hold on.
boss. Let's say you're my boss. Let's say you're my boss. Let's say you're my boss. We're working
Yeah.
in the company. I'm sort of doing PR work. I go to we have a community. I go to them. I yada yada. I talk with them. I present shit yada yada. And you catch me on Twitter, literally calling people like retards and shit, like from our community, from our customers, right? From our customers. You would fire me.
I would fire you. I mean, I
Yeah.
might. Depends on what.
If
was
I
said
behave
out
very
there.
unreasonable to our customers,
If
people
you behaved in a
after
way that
I-
would affect my bottom line, then yeah, I would probably fire you.
yeah, after I ask for feedback, even I'm just saying you don't need to fire him. That's not. But I'm saying you would probably think about shit like this. So I'm just saying. But if I were a random guy, you wouldn't even think about this. So there is a difference here. Like this is not. You can't make, in my opinion, my personal opinion. I think the argument of it's his private Twitter account, therefore he can do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't think this has grip here, in my opinion.
I know, and I think that's where we differ in opinions because I'm like, people have to have a right to their own. Does he have to go out and make a new Twitter just so that he can talk shit? Is that what he's supposed to do?
No. I'm
He
I'm
wants to
saying
talk shit. If he wants to talk shit,
Wait.
like he's not
I'm
allowed to talk
you,
shit.
you get my conclusion wrong. I'm not saying. Sorry, I need to rephrase. I'm not saying. Apology. I'm not saying he cannot do this or he shouldn't be allowed to do it or there should be a restriction on this. No. But if he wants to do it, he has to be aware what he's doing there. And then complaining about the community is so mean to me. That's some bullshit, bro.
Did he say that the community is mean to him? I think more people have said, "Hey, man, the community is mean to you," than he said the community is mean to me.
So, wait, Reborn, you don't think people that are in leadership positions that say that they work on a particular product in their bio on that particular account should conduct themselves in a different way to a regular civilian or just a regular Twitter user?
Well, you got to look at it. Like Harada said some fucked up shit as well. You know what I'm saying? And while he's dealt with people because they get on his fucking nerves. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But he's also
Well, I think
received a lot of
Murray's shit
pushback as well.
But not like Murray has. That's for sure.
Yeah, but
You can't say that's even close to equal.
Yeah, but Harada has built up a lot of goodwill with the community for a long time. So even though he gets blowback, because people like him a lot, sometimes they let things go. But like me and you ain't the same. Maybe you might be really liked in your circles. If I come into your circle and start talking crazy, I might get more pushback than you. Now Murray knows that he doesn't have the favor of the community, and he's on there fanning the flames. We all read his tweet. He didn't need to tweet that. The tweet, what he said was almost unrelated. He didn't need to say that. He came out publicly and said that he knows everybody's looking at his account. Every time he tweets, there's some sort of controversy attached to it. Somehow he pisses off the entire community every time he does it. And it's gotten to the point now where I feel like he's doing it on purpose just to troll and rage bait. And the thing is, it might be one thing to say, oh, well, you guys took the bait. But at the end of the day, this is the guy that is now being perceived to be the head of Tekken, right?
Okay, that was the issue that I had, I think, with your commentary, was that we are perceiving him to be this shit, but we're not verifying it. Why are we not checking to make sure that's the case? Because if he isn't,
if he is,
why?
that's the thing. It
Because
doesn't matter if he's the
you're
leader.
aligning his perception of a leader to actions he's supposed to have, and if he doesn't sit in that role, then why has he got to take on those obligations?
It doesn't matter if he is the leader or one of the leaders or just a guy that works at Tekken. The fact of the matter is that Murray has been the face of Tekken next to Harada for many years now. When we get announcements, we see Harada and Murray. So if you've got somebody that's front facing, it's no different from somebody being at the front desk at a day job, could be at a car sales or whatever, and you're there with a face that looks like a smacked bum and you're being rude to people constantly, the company's going to take a hit. So when we see Murray's face, we associate with Tekken because that's how they've conditioned us. So whether he's the boss, second in line or fifth in line, it doesn't actually matter because we see Tekken when we see him and he knows that. And anybody with a brain that works in a company knows that when you're front facing and you're dealing with a whole community of people with different opinions and they're not happy with you, what you don't do is start fanning the flames. And that's what he's done every single time.
All right. So if you look at his post on his face, would you not say that people are choosing to be highly offended by it?
Well, do you know what? Let's bring up his post so that everyone can see it, just in case anyone's watching that doesn't know what we're on about. And then just to let you know, Blackheart wanted to talk to you. I wanted to make sure you were okay with it, because I don't want you to feel like you're getting jumped on here.
Oh no, and whether y'all believe it or not, none of this is like personal. You know what I'm saying?
No,
We all
no,
got
no, it's
opinions,
fine.
we all got debates.
But
I don't
Reborn,
give a shit what you say. It won't be a personal thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Reborn,
Okay.
can I ask you a very quick question? Just very quick, because I have the Australian Tekken community actually a representative here who did the combo document for Tekken 6, Merlin. Harada calling out dickheads begging for Julia on Twitter is different from Murray blocking honest criticism after asking for it. You would agree with this take, right?
I don't put those two together. Like I don't understand that.
You don't
one.
understand? Okay.
Like that to me. That's a stretch of comparison. That's not apples to apples type of situation. It's two fruits, just not apples.
Okay, let's just focus on this tweet real quick. She said, I think Tekken will be fine, or he. I do, however, think Murray may leave soon as well, for the trio will be working under Harada's new team. This is good. Hopefully we get a new bang of a fighting game, right? Now, there's no need to make a snide remark at the Tekken community. Zero. There's no need. He could have tweeted and said, he could have tweeted anything, actually, other than this. And he could have just ignored it, as a matter of fact. But he tweets saying the online Tekken community makes it pretty easy. Harada and Akatsu put up with corporate for 20 years, just saying. So what that reads to me is that corporate is pretty bad, but that pales in comparison to what they deal with on Twitter, which there was no need. There was no need. He knew when he posted this that people are going to look at that and go, there you go again. There you go again, chatting shit, paying attention to people that wind you up and then trying to paint all of us like we are all psychotic.
I mean, y'all think Murray is getting roses in his DMs and his replies?
None of us are. That's what I'm saying to you. People that operate in the fighting game community or just gaming spaces in general, all of us deal with anime profile pictures saying mad shit to us. All of us. He probably deals with
comments
more.
to him ratio-wise are like 50-50 type of situation?
No, but as you go up in leadership positions or as you become more popular, what comes with that territory is more people calling you a dickhead. I've experienced that. I'm sure you have. Finn has. If you're in a leadership position, you should know this. I mean, even in my professional life, when I've been in leadership positions and I've had to oversee big teams and it's been high stress environments, I know that if something goes sideways in an operation, I'm going to get the shit for it. I already know that. And it has gone sideways before, and I've had to deal with the shit. And sometimes you take your licks and you make sure that as a leader, you have all your P's and Q's and whatever. Like, you make sure you're on your P's and Q's and you don't start lashing out at people and saying dumb shit like this, because all this is going to do is make your team go, hold on a minute, who are you talking to? Like, you're going to lose the respect of those people. This comment there was no need. There was no need to make a comment like this, even if you felt it. If you know the temperature in the community is hot right now, and this is the account that is associated to Tekken. You go on Murray's account, it says producer at Tekken. People are going to go, oh, the producer at Tekken is chatting shit again at us. And on a app like this, where everybody is always radioactive, do any of us think it was the smartest thing to do?
The smartest thing to do? No. I'm not going to say that it was a smart thing to do, right? And we know that Murray does not have, like you said, he's not media trained, right? You said that before on your other things, which he probably isn't. I couldn't say.
He probably
that,
is.
that
That's
he
the
was.
worst part. He probably fucking is.
You know what? To be honest, look, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know what is involved in media training because I've never been media trained, so I don't know what that entails. I've heard about it, talked about, but
I'm sure that PR at least once, because I can't imagine that PR in Bandai Namco sees this over years and not a single one has come up to him. I mean, hey, maybe they're all Japanese and they don't actually like speak English and know what's going on there, like in detail, with the English community. But I can't imagine that not a single person sat him down once and said, Michael, like just don't do it. Like, if you antagonize our people, like if you antagonize the people that give us the money, that do the content, if you antagonize them for whatever reason, that's bad. Like, I mean, if you ever worked in service, right? The famous saying, the customer is always king. That's a famous saying, right? Like, at least don't antagonize them. Don't antagonize them, right? I'm not saying the customer is always right. I'm saying never antagonize them, like direct, because then you get a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look at this response. Dark Shaman said, I'm sorry you had to put up with so much, Michael. I wish things had been different and you didn't feel so alienated. You deserve better from the community. And Michael Murray says, "No worries, I'm good. Just interesting to see people finally realize that actions have consequences." And that reads to me as you guys are the reason that Harada and them guys left. Again, this because we can't even verify this, and I'm pretty sure that if he was probed and we found out the details of it, the contributing factor was not going to be Harada leaving because of the community. It was going to be multiple other things. We know that he had some health problems. We know that Itagaki's passing really shook him up, and we know that SNK and Versus Studios have given him a big bag of money and complete creative freedom, which he wasn't getting at Bandai Namco. We also know that corporate was breathing down his neck constantly, right? He said multiple times that his vision for the game or their vision clashed with corporate. So Murray trying to make out like this is us that did this when he knows, and I know that some of them watch content creators. He knows the majority of the content creators and majority of the players just want to do what's best for the game. He's just fanning the flames. This was from someone that is a face of Tekken, a face of a game that's a massive franchise. This is stupid.
But I mean, so like, one of the things that when because I pulled up the thing on my screen just to take a look at it. Like if you go through the comments, there's a lot of people that see the same thing that I'm saying, where it's like, yo, Murray's is at the butt of all these fucking shits, and it probably shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? And why would they say that? Why would other people? I don't know these people. These are just normies. You know what I mean? Just like me. You know what I mean? They're saying the same thing that I'm saying. Like, yo, like these motherfuckers have been through some shit. Like he been dogpiled like a motherfucker. Out of all the people in Tekken, he's the one at the bottom of that pit over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Like that is the first one. If it was him and Harada standing doing the exact same thing, Harada's good, Murray's getting fucking shit on. Doesn't fucking matter. You know what I mean? So he's going to have a perspective of the community that's going to be different than other people's. You might be right on the English language thing. Maybe Japan, or because they all speak Japanese for the most part, they're like, yo, you speak English, you handle your America shit. You know what I mean? As long as it doesn't fuck with our bottom line, do you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what you're saying. I can't believe that he's the only person over there that speaks English. So I'm pretty sure somebody could tell somebody if they cared enough. But I could be wrong. I've never been to Japan, so I don't know if it's really like that at the corporation. But it's not just me saying, yo, look, Murray's at the bottom of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? People are going overboard on him. You know what I mean? I don't think people are denying the fact that the community, whether I don't know what the exact proportion and numbers are, so I can't be quoted on that. You know what I mean? Have been attacking the devs like on a regular basis, like for years.
Do you
like,
think that the developers the fans started attacking the devs out of the blue, or do you think Murray's been making snide remarks at the community for over 6 years now?
I think he's made snide comments throughout the thing. You know what I'm saying? I understand people not liking Murray directly as himself, but people will take everything that happened in Tekken and put it on Murray for some situation. They'd be like, oh, this guy, you did this and you did that and blah, 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 and whatever. It was kind of like the thanks Obama shit that was going on back in the day. Like, fuck it. Anything happened, you'd be like, thanks Obama. You're like, what? It ain't Obama's fault. You know what I'm saying? But they're still going to put it on him and go at it. Like in that Black Card post, you would think that Murray ran the entire ship because he's like, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did this. He didn't say Tekken did it. He didn't say the devs did it. He didn't say whatever. He's like, you know what I'm saying? They made it personal when it came to Murray shit for sure.
No, I think you're misreading that. I think when Blackheart's saying that, he's saying Tekken, but he's talking to Michael Murray. Again, if you come into like a showroom, you're gonna say you to me, but obviously I don't own the car that I'm showing off. You're gonna point at me because I'm the one front facing. So because he's on the Tekken Talks, he's part of the development team, he's front facing, he's one of the people we associate with the brand. We can't go and talk to the suits in Bandai Namco. They're faceless people like all people that sit on the board. These are the guys that represent Tekken. And typically, these guys are hired to do the creative process. I don't think it's the CEO and the people in the black suits that are saying, oh, make this +8, make this +9. That's their decision. They give them the money. They might say to them, oh, we want these products in the game and whatever. That's another discussion. But in terms of the balancing and in terms of like features that people want, this comes down to these guys. Otherwise, if we're gonna exonerate these guys of all wrongdoing in the game and just say, oh, it's all the black suits, what are these guys hired to do exactly?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying that there's the suits guys that are out there for their own shit, right? They're the ones who are probably more in front of like the DLC issues. They're the ones who probably said, "Hey, make sure it's a character pass and not just a season pass because that's how we're going to do this shit." They made all of those decisions, in my opinion. As for Heat being plus, using all these different things, no, that's on the dev team as a whole. I don't know the internal structure. I don't know if it's Harada saying do this, and just people are doing what he says. I'm imagining there's a team of people and they're all talking about it and they're just either given the green light or they've given someone a blank check, which I think that's what happened with like Team Malaysia, where they're like, hey guys, go make this amazing. And we're on a tight budget and a tight time crunch. So get it. And we kind of trust that you're going to do good shit for the new gen. And everyone got pissed. So like, I get it. So, but I don't, the way it keeps coming out, like if I was touristing through Tekken, is that this guy Murray is making these decisions based on the way everyone's talking to it, not just Tekken in and of itself.
Yeah, I don't get that from the way people are talking to him. What I get is that they're pointing at him the same way that we point at people in supermarkets or whatever. We know that they're not actually in charge of the supermarket, but they're the person we speak to. And because they're the one interacting with us and he's the one making the remarks on Twitter, not some faceless person in a boardroom, he's the one that catches the heat for it.
That's a good point. It's like the Karen that goes off on the fucking supermarket cashier, right? And has the line going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because this motherfucker is not changing a price because they believe it should be this or that or this or that. And everyone in line is like, what the, why are you going off on the cashier? They're not the manager.
There's a difference there. Murray is involved in the creative process.
He is to a degree. I don't know what that degree is. And I don't know what his final say is. I don't know if he can veto what the team wants to do in and of himself, or if he's just providing influence. Unless you know. If you know, I would love to be enlightened personally to see how this stuff actually works. But the Tekken team is tight-lipped on a lot of shit, and we make a lot of assumptions on how things are running. But I don't think we know.
Yeah, we make a lot of assumptions on how things are run, but what we don't have to assume is their conduct online. And this is where this is all sparked from. The reason that people are mad, they're not questioning his game development skills or whatever. They're questioning his behavior online.
Well, I'm not in this instance. I'll say this is the closest thing to that situation as possible. And a lot of other things, I feel like that's not necessarily the case. When
hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Mike. What's up?
What's going on?
Hey, bro, you all right?
Heart
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you ask me if I'm all right?
Why wouldn't I ask if you're all right?
Okay. No.
Yes, me.
How are you guys? How are you? Hopefully you're all fine.
We're good. We're good. We're just talking.
What the fuck happened, bro? Why'd you do that to me, man? I thought we was cool.
Yeah, sure. Where do we start? I would like to start from my tweets, shall we? From my tweet towards Michael Murray, right?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we start from there? What do you think?
Let's go.
So, you said that I was apparently ignorant enough because I was addressing Michael Murray personally. So I want to ask you this. Okay, are you English, right? Are you American English or are you American?
Uh-huh.
Are you American, right?
Yes.
So let's see the grammar. Let's see the grammar of the word. You can refer to both the second singular person or the plural. See, of the same word. So what do you think? Do you think in that moment I was referring to Michael Murray personally? Like I would be that dumb to say that Michael Murray is the cause of everything, or maybe to the whole fucking Tekken team? What do you think?
Okay. All right, here's the deal.
What do you think?
You say, let's get this straight. You lied about the Tekken shop. Okay.
Yeah,
hold on. Listen, no. Don't interrupt me. I can't make a point if you want to interrupt me, bro. I'll tell you why I thought what I did, right? So let's get this straight. You lied about the Tekken shop. That could be the Tekken, right? Cool. You messed up on the Get My Temple situation. That could be about the Tekken team. You people exposing cheaters. That could be about the Tekken team. You block people that respectfully criticize the game and want to live in your bubble. That is about him. So if I see all of these yous, and then I see something that's personal, in
Yeah,
the
but
English language, you don't just
you're
switch
but,
in the same
can
place.
I say that you're clearly in bad faith? You're clearly in bad faith.
No, it's not bad faith.
Because no,
It's
it
underneath
is. It is
his
because
tweet. Look at it.
what?
I don't know. Is it different in Italian? I don't know. You got.
What do you mean? How should I explain that? You Tekken team. I didn't. Twitter has a limited amount of words. I don't know if you do. I don't know if you know. Twitter is a limited amount of words. I cannot say to everything. You Tekken team. You Tekken team. Of course, Murray is part of the Tekken team, so he's part of the problem. He was one of the main faces that was around there saying that season 2 will be more defensive and whatever. He's part of the problem. Absolutely. Is he part of the Tekken team or not? Is he part of? Is he one of the faces of Tekken or not?
I already said that for those ones, it made sense that you were talking about the team, right? I said that. So that's not a point. When I just responded to you, I said when you said you that you were probably talking about the Tekken team for those things. Like as I'm reading it down, you're like, you lied about the Tekken shop. That's not you. But when you got to the you block people that respectfully criticize, I'm like, wait, hold up. That doesn't sound like you're talking to the Tekken team anymore.
Yeah, but is that a problem? Is that a problem? I don't know. Is that an issue?
What?
Oh, it's one of the things they did wrong.
In regard to when I was talking with Mike earlier about this post, and I was saying, yo, he's talking to Murray. That language right there,
I'm talking to
you
both.
throw that
I'm
in there,
talking to
helps
both.
to clarify. For me, it says, oh, this is not just a complaint at Tekken. This is a complaint at Murray.
Of course it is. Of course
That's what I'm
it
saying.
is.
That's what the you is. That's what I'm saying. So when you say you, it's
Yeah,
like,
but-
yo, I'm putting
Yeah,
all
but
of this on
but
you.
you gotta make a distinction though, because of course, for example, like it's not like season 2 is only because of Murray. Okay, we gotta be intellectually honest here. Or for example, also I don't know the Tekken shop or the Genbaji Temple situation. It's not only Murray, of course. You gotta be intellectually honest. But what did Murray personally that really irritated me a lot of times? He blocked multiple people, and again, I also really dislike the fact that you say that they block all only people that that complain or like maybe the people that send the threats and so on. It's not like this, bro. It's a fake narrative that also the main man for some reason is pushing, that they only block or there are multiple death threats and so on. That's not the point. That's absolutely not the point, because Murray has blocked multiple people that are completely fine and without any insult.
My
Criticism.
comment to you was simply because you just bitched about blocking people, and then when I went to go respond and say about not the blocking section, but in general, like, yo, what the fuck, and just say my 2 cents, I was blocked, and I'm like, the fuck, how you gonna sit there and yell at this man about blocking people?
And I answered you on that already.
I had no. Well, I haven't looked at the updates since
Wait,
then.
Blackheart, you blocked him.
A long time ago, but I have an explanation why.
When was it? When the?
I don't remember when I blocked you. I don't remember.
Why did you block him?
I've got 4 responses to you, and none of them are fucking bad. So I don't know why you blocked me. So you blocked me the same reason that fucking Mrs. Playstuff got blocked. Then.
No, to be fair, I think I showed you on your own beautiful post on Twitter why I blocked you. By the way, but because basically you said that we were encouraging cheaters with our work against cheaters. We were encouraging cheaters to cheat even more. It's one of the things you said, and also, and of course, I think that is very insulting towards our work. Because we put a lot of.
You admitted it. You admitted it because when the second cheating Discord came through, you said on that video, I am not showing people where this stuff is because it'll bring more people to it. So you understand what I was saying.
Yeah, but like you in your tweet you were implying exaggerating, and basically I don't know, there were 1,000 more cheaters after our video. It was not like that. It was not like that.
You guys said that stuff.
It's completely true. And also another thing you said that was completely stupid in my opinion. It was about me, and you said that I am always right. According to me, I'm always right. And stuff like this, let me bring that tweet real quickly.
Yeah, because I've only got.
And I'm also, by the way, explain the difference between me and Michael Murray as well. I already explained you on Twitter. Maybe you didn't read, but I'm gonna explain also that very soon. Give me a second.
Could I maybe say something?
Yeah,
just to
sure.
Mike, could you bring up Blackheart's tweet again? The main thing is. Do you still have that?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Blackheart, I will say though, Complaining at Michael Murray for blocking people and blocking people is diabolical work.
No, it's different. It's way different. I'm gonna explain why. So first of all, again, let me see. Let me see the tweet. Yeah. Basically, he said, except Blackheart has no tact and believes everything he says is the truth. When? Why? Why do you think something like this? First of all, it was our old tweet. Maybe I blocked you on that interaction because I think again the people that have dumb takes like this should not have my consideration. First of all. Second of all, there's a huge difference between me and Michael Murray. A huge difference because I don't, and I told you already this on Twitter, because I don't represent anyone. I represent only myself. Yes. So I am completely free of doing whatever I want with the people that I don't want to interact with or not. On Michael Murray's situation, it's way different, because he is the face of Tekken, and in that moment when he tweets something or when he interacts with his own community, he has a role of responsibility towards his own community. So when he blocks someone from that community, it is seen as much worse.
Right. I'm going to tell you,
it's like saying "fuck you" to your criticism and to the community whatsoever, and I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. Because again, he blocked people.
That's not. I can't.
No, that's what I believe. That's what I believe.
Okay, I'll tell. As your friend, I gotta tell you straight up. That's a nonsense response. I'll tell you.
No. That's not a nonsense.
You're not a randomer in the Tekken community. If the issue in this community is communication, and one of our leaders is doing that as well, you've also got a sizable community on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, and your voice is very loud. I mean, look how many views this thing got. Look how many replies it's got.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You can't be blocking detractors. Like, we can't be doing that anymore. This is a problem.
Why? I don't care. I don't care about people saying dumb shit about me. I don't care about.
Why does Murray have to care?
Because Murray has a role of responsibility towards the community.
Look,
he has a responsibility towards the community.
So if people say that you do,
okay,
wait, same situation.
Blackheart has, but I mean, there is still a bit of a difference in taste, because let's not forget Michael Murray does shit like asking for feedback, then blocking Mrs. Play stuff. I haven't seen that from Blackheart. I haven't seen Blackheart make a tweet, say, yo guys, please give me your takes, and then block people for their takes. That I have not seen. There's a bit of difference.
Yeah, instead, exactly. Another good point.
I take on
Murray blocked people that didn't get personal towards Murray. Murray blocked people because of their opinion on a game. I blocked that person because he said stuff about me that I don't like. You understand the difference? Murray blocked Mr. Play stuff that didn't have anything against Murray. He said the opposite. She said the opposite
about cheating, the cheaters, right? I believe it was you and Mike that posted that video, right? Mm-hmm. In my comment, I think I probably commented on the video, and I think I made comments on Twitter or something or whatever. But Mike ain't blocked me.
But who cares about what Mike does? Who cares? Mike is a different person. Who cares about Mike? Like, I do, because I think
posted it. I posted what I posted because it was a hypocritical.
I blocked you because I think your takes are fucking dumb. But what does this mean? Because you tweets about me that I didn't like, and I'm completely free of blocking if I want to.
You are.
But Murray blocked people because of criticism on a game, not because of criticism on him personally.
Okay,
they didn't get personal.
Do you think you deserve to be blocked?
What?
Do you think you deserve to be blocked by Murray?
Who?
You.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like if he blocks me, I'm fine with it. If he blocks me, it's okay.
No, I'm not saying if you're fine with it. I'm not saying if you're fine with it. I'm saying, do you think, based on your conduct on Twitter, do you think you deserve to be blocked?
On Twitter, I never called him an idiot. For example, if you see this tweet, I never insulted him. For example,
I'm a liar.
But wait, hold on. Maybe I'm being a bit pedantic here, but you wrote in cap locks because you're shouting at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I advise him not to.
So if he gets pissed because you're shouting at him, do you think you deserve to get blocked? Because you're not really talking.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right, cool. No problem. No problem.
Absolutely. 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 Like let's say, guys, that if he blocks me, I wouldn't complain on Twitter. But oh my God, he blocked me. Absolutely not. No, because it's different from Mrs. Play stuff. It's absolutely different. Mrs. Play stuff was completely polite. She was an angel towards Michael Murray. Like this is the also, it's so weird because he blocked her that she was so polite, so an angel basically. But he didn't block me. That I basically fucking ratioed him on Twitter. Like if you see the like ratio with the views, I fucking demolished him. But he didn't block me for some reason. So yeah.
I think if we want Murray to behave a certain way, we should also behave that way. I don't think like Reborn's very reasonable, even though we disagree on everything. He's always been reasonable. I don't know why. Like I don't. This whole blocking each other in this community is outrageous. It's the only people you should be blocking is on Tekken, the one and doneers. That's fine. But blocking people in conversation is, I think, it's a bit mad just because we don't agree with each other. You don't think it's a bit
I mean,
weird?
if there are people that say things about me that I don't like, I do that. I don't care, bro. I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, I know. Maybe you don't like this. Maybe you don't like this. It's okay. But
what did you say, Reborn?
I said I use the mute button sometimes if their shit is just popping up too crazy, or if they posting wild shit. Right? I'm like, I don't need to straight up block them. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why? I feel like that's a little bit extra. But
may I add something? Which I wanted to. So this tweet from Blackheart, right? There are like a few things, right? So the Tekken shop, you lied, you. I mean, it's not really clear, but like what
then you gotta look at the very end too, right?
Yes,
and you have the courage to blame, right?
I just want to quote, because I take Michael Murray seriously, and I will always be fair. I will also be fair to him. So quote Michael Murray. From one of his Tekken streams, I don't design the game, I mean anymore. I design the direction, like, in general terms. The balance team decides like what they want to do. I mean, updates, still, I give them like, hey, how many characters are we gonna do? Or I want a balance update, I decide the ratio of free to paid content when stuff should drop, stuff like that. And paid for it, so I have to get up in front of executives for a shit ton of money to add stuff to a 3-year-old game. So that's always fun. So I want to say, I have the utmost sympathy for Michael Murray that he has to deal with people that probably, as hard as it is to believe, have even less knowledge about the game than he does, right? The executives, people who wear suits, people who don't even know who Kazuya is, maybe, yeah? I have sympathy for him, that he also has to deal with people like this. I really do. But the difference here is...
No, we don't know the full... we don't know what happens in that fucking...
Yeah, but I at least make a look. I am just saying, I really tried to get research on this and see what Michael Murray himself says, right? What does he say about him, the game, his relationship with the game? Okay, I'm just saying. So, but still... That is completely disconnected from the way he behaves as a person. We all know that developers don't. We are all here in agreement that developers, people who care about making a good game, the last thing they want to do is put a shop in their game 3 weeks after the game releases. That's the last thing a developer who wants to just make a good game or something that's fun for people to enjoy. That's the last thing they want to do, right? We can all agree on that. And yeah, that's one thing. So, but again, how you behave on Twitter is important when it concerns the dynamic between you and your community. And to me, it just still doesn't fly in my head that we OS this with, well, it's your private Twitter account. I mean, is it? When literally in his Twitter bio is like, I don't know, the Tekken logo, I am the producer of Tekken, yada, 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 here's all this business shit. And then I'm also casually just, I don't know, beefing with people and like I mean I don't know. Do I make sense, guys? Do I make sense?
You make perfect sense.
That's all I wanted to say to that, because
I think it's pretty obvious that why Michael Murray is getting blowback. I don't know why people are pretending like they're oblivious. If he didn't tweet and he just said, oh yeah, thanks for the love, like someone said in chat, or thanks for appreciating Tekken or whatever, or like I'm looking into new things, he wouldn't have got blowback. But he made a remark about the community. There's already a perception that he cherry picks tweets to make those remarks about the community. And he got blowback for it. Like, again, this is Twitter. When you post stuff on Twitter, you get blowback. This is nothing new. And he made a snide remark. So I don't know why anyone's surprised.
The only thing was your statement was that the hyper focus. Because when I go to his replies, I am not seeing that being the majority of his shit. Right? I'm just not seeing it.
Okay.
When I go to his channel and then I go to replies and I go down, there's a couple of things recently, and you got to keep going. It's not like it's just there. I can just be like, oh, look, all this. It's not. He's doing corporate shit, bullshit, talking about a game, upping that stuff, talking about how he's met people, saying different random shit about random situations like a regular person. You know what I mean? Like, it's not.
Yeah, and then he says the dumbest take ever on Tekken.
So what?
You know, he needs free time. He says the dumbest shit on Tekken possible. He needs free time sometimes, you know? Like when he said, why would you sidestep when you can duck and launch? Beautiful. That's how much he understands about Tekken.
You already know you should already know my stance on that shit. If the comment is I need to sidestep it because I can see it, or I know it's coming, because I think that's what he said. If you know it's coming, why not just block? Because if you know a health is coming,
oh my god, here we go.
I'm just saying, but listen. If you know it's coming, is the best option not to block it?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Okay. If I know, for example, I don't know, let's say we are near a wall. Okay, near a wall. Sometimes it's better to sidestep. I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Hell sweep. No. So maybe I don't know. You can make
no. Condition is you know it's coming. His condition is not you think it's coming.
And by the way, this was done in a specific mode. These are Murray.
Answer it. Like this is like real talk. If you know it is coming, right?
Why would you want to sidewalk? Let's put some context here. Let's put some context here. This was done in one of the Tekken 7 patches in which fucking hell sweeps became fucking homing. Kazuya's hell sweep, all of the Mishima hell. So this is the context. This is the context. Okay, hell sweep were becoming completely fucking homing. You couldn't step this anymore.
Yes,
Murray not only didn't apologize for this amazing change, okay, that they did on the game, okay, but he also said this kind of shit. Okay, so why would you want to sidewalk a hell sweep when you can just block it?
No.
When you can just block it. So fuck movement, fuck Tekken, fuck.
Stop not reading the rest of it. If you know it's coming.
What is there to read if you know it's coming? So,
for example, look, I play the Bears, right? I play the Bears, and I do that stupid jump move that hits you in your feet, right? It's
oh dear Lord, man.
Slow as fuck. But listen. It's slow as fuck, right? If you can see it, which most people, if they lab for a little bit, will be able to see it and block it every time. If you know it's coming, why would you try to low parry it, or try to sidestep it, or try to float it when you get a guaranteed launch?
Are you comparing a slow ass move?
No.
That is the Bears one.
Can we stop this shit, bro? I'm about to crash out. Seriously, guys. I'm seriously about to crash out. So you acknowledge in what context this tweet was made, right? This tweet was not me casually talking with Michael Murray about goddamn Kazuya, the most chat character ever designed. This was in response to the hell sweep made homing, right? And
exactly.
Michael Murray here clearly displays that he couldn't understand why people were crashing out. That is the context of this tweet. This wasn't a discussion with me and Michael how to deal with Kazuya. This was in response to people saying, how can you do this? Because the fact, if you know it's coming, my guy, even though we say this sometimes in fighting games, you never know if that is truly what's coming. And
that should have been the response. We're not talking about we know it's coming, because that changes the entire context, right? If I think it's coming, if I want to plan against it, I have no recourse.
The context comes in before this tweet. This tweet is not here because Michael and me discussed Kazuya. The tweet is here because Michael Murray couldn't understand, even though at that point he was on the game for 20 years and played Devil Jin 2. I even know the rank. Do you know the rank he played Devil Jin 2?
Yeah, let's see.
It's irrelevant.
Suzaku. So at least he played Devil Jin 2 red ranks. Crazy nice.
But in Tekken
we are
7,
talking about someone who should know in Tekken 7. We are talking about someone, and that is the context of the tweet. The tweet is that Murray didn't understand why people were losing their mind. That is the context, not the context if you know it's coming. That's not the context. That is not the context.
And the response is not you're an idiot. It's like, yo, that's the wrong context. Like, that's not what we're talking about. But that's not what everyone did. They said, just like what Blackheart is doing and saying, Why? You know what I mean? Like, but you won't answer the tweet. If he
No,
says,
he made
why
it
would
worse.
What do I have to answer? The tweet is wrong, no
doesn't-
matter what. The tweet is wrong, no matter what.
It's
First
not
of all,
wrong.
you don't know when ISUB is coming 100%, and that's why
would
movement
you-
is so important.
At this point, you're rage baiting. I can't engage
I'm
with
not.
you anymore in good faith.
Let me try to explain. Let me try to explain. Let me
It
try to
literally
explain.
says, if you know it is coming.
Ma
That is,
you have to
quella
know-
puttana troia. Okay, let me try to explain. First of all, you never know 100% when a movie is coming. You never know. It's almost all the time a
Bro.
read, let's say.
now
Okay.
you making shit. That's not even in
Let me finish. Let me finish. That's
Why?
why movement is so important in this game. For example, in the case of Kazuya, when you sidestep left, you can try to counter most things. But if you make a help with fucking homing
I think the
from the
problem is
left,
you guys
it's gonna be
refuse to
much
answer
more
the question
complicated to
at
try.
hand and then go to the second level. Because if you,
Well, there
you
is
should
no
have
second
answered-
level.
Wait,
There is no
stop,
second level.
Second level.
Stop, Reborn. Explain to me why you generally walk Kazuya, why you go to the left. Explain that
No,
to me.
listen to what I'm saying first.
No.
Because-
I have a clear. Really, I was
No, because
really
that's not what
silent
I'm
for a
talking
long
about.
time. No,
And that's what I'm
wait,
telling
do me this one favor. Then
Okay.
do me this one favor. Explain to me in your own words why you would advise people to step right. I just want to check this.
To evade.
Separate who?
No, don't say any. Carl, why would you go towards your left against Kazuya?
Why would I
In
go
your own
to my
words.
left? I don't know why. I play Bears. I don't go left or right.
You are kidding, bro. You don't know the explanation.
The Bears- by the way-
No.
Bro.
It's not that. Look, I understand what sidestepping is. I understand people are weak to certain characters.
No,
and I understand for a long time.
Why specifically against this character? Why, in your own words, right now, bro? Why do you specifically against Kazuya, in your own words, want to go to that side? Shoot now.
What do you mean shoot now? Why would I sidestep anything? Period.
Okay, bro. Okay,
Would be
I
to-
can't believe
No,
it.
no,
I
no,
can't
listen to me.
believe
No.
it. You don't know, so that's why. Okay.
No, because I'm not gonna play the fucking GM shit. I don't fucking sidestep Kazuya. My argument is not about concepts of play. I understand.
Just say you don't know. It's fine. Just say you don't know. I'm not going to judge you for just say you don't know.
I already said you evade. You sidestep to evade. Why would you not? If someone is
Specifically
weak
what?
side,
Specifically what? And
I don't
why
know
on
all
this
the
character?
fucking moves.
Okay, fine.
I
Then
got a
just say
job and a
you
family.
don't know. Just say you don't know. It's not that hard, bro.
I don't know the specific moves. I don't know the
fine.
specific fucking
Good.
moves.
Now, did you?
But that
But I
proves
can
nothing.
put this to you in a different context, right? I can put
Okay.
the whole thing here. Why people crashed out is like.
Yeah,
Did you
I
ever
know
like
why they crashed out.
anyone played Street Fighter 6, right? This is like saying, bro, throw loops don't change the game meta in any way because, bro, guess what? If you know a throw it's coming, just tech it, bro. that is the level of brain deadness we are operating here, right? And that is why everyone was crashing out. That is why, not because if you know it's coming. That's not the issue here. He was
It makes it
fundamentally
so easy.
misunderstanding.
That's what I'm trying to get you. Answer the
You
first
make it
side
so
of it
easy.
and then apply your shit. That's how it works. Like, but you skip that. Because if the question is if you know it's coming and your response relies on you
My
don't know
guy.
it's coming,
Oh
then you're
my
not
God.
answering the question.
Okay, this sorry.
Right?
I am losing it. I'm starting to
I
really
know,
lose it
because
because either wait. Either you are
not that
actually
fucking hard.
I hope for your sake that you are playing dumb here because if you know it's coming, that's not the context why we talk about the street. Were you until this day under the impression that if you know it's coming is the problem here? That is not the issue here.
Listen to me. I'm gonna say the whole thing of my opinion on this, right? And y'all should respect that for just a moment. I'll try to make it as quick as fucking possible. All right. I'm saying that if you know it is coming, the correct option is to block and sidestep it. Now,
No,
if
it's not
you-
true, by the way.
Shut
It's
up.
not true, by
Shut
the
the
way.
fuck up, man. For a
It's not
second.
true, by the way.
If
It's
you
not true.
don't
by the way.
listen, if you know something is coming that is block punishable, launch punishable, in I would say 99%, unless there's a situational like distance area, you should block it and punish it, right? You should not, right?
That's not true. Actually,
no,
even if
I
I
mean,
go,
it's
even
not
if I
true,
go
but
with
okay,
what,
it's not true,
even
but
if I take what you think right now, I know what you think. Trust me, I know what you think and why you think that. But even then, do you know that you can, especially even in Tekken 7, get his back and you can get a back turn punish on this guy, which is often way more and super optimal. So
Sometimes, yeah.
okay, but again, I really want you to understand this. You do know you do realize that the if you know it's coming part is not the issue here, right? That's not the actual issue. You please tell me you realize this, because otherwise I
do.
Cool.
I understand it, but I said, well, you guys don't let me finish.
But
I haven't barely been able to get it finished.
Sorry,
you keep interrupting me.
No,
so if you keep interrupting me while I'm saying it, you can't tell me I'm wrong because I haven't finished the fucking statement, right?
Sorry. I asked you the question. I tried to get the answer from you because I asked you specifically with Kazuya, and you said you don't know. Now you said you do know. What is it, my guy?
Yo, if you would let me answer a fucking question fully without interruption, you might be able to hear people.
What? Now you are really trying to guess. Like 2 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, I said shoot, explain Kazuya to me, and you didn't say okay.
That's not the part of the goddamn question.
All right.
So I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna try to be quick. I know you guys can fucking hold off for just a minute or two. All right. What I was saying is that per his statement, if you know it is coming, we all know that's not how it works in the real world, right? But if you do know it is coming, why not just block it? Now you did provide a good explanation. Maybe get around someone's back. I'm not done. Hold up. I'm getting down. Now the true fact of the matter, the true issue is what you said. I'm not denying that. When they made that fucking hell sweep fucking homing, that fucked everybody. No, I did know that shit. What the fuck? I'm not a goddamn idiot. I've been playing for fucking damn near 20 years.
So what is the problem here? Because that's exactly like he's justifying the patch, basically. He's justifying the change, basically. To people asking for concern, what happened here with the output, he's answering basically justifying the change. You understand? That is the context, and that's why we got angry. You understand this or not, bro?
Yes, I do fucking understand it.
End of discussion. End of discussion.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Black Heart, I'm gonna get you out of here because this is not fair on Reborn.
No, let him in.
No, because this is meant to be.
Why are you kicking me? Finn is fucking demolishing it.
No,
why
because you're talking over the guy. Even if he's wrong and he's not getting the point here, he's getting dogpiled right now. And if you keep talking over, I'm gonna have to kick you. Let him finish. Even if he's wrong, let him be wrong and then correct him one at a time. Don't pile on him.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So no, I do understand that the fucking hell sweep was the issue. The reason I didn't answer you, Finn, is mainly because I know you know way more about every fucking notation and all that shit than I do. Okay, I've been playing too long to lab. All right, that's you know what I mean. I'm OG on that shit.
Wait, what did you say? You playing too? Okay, that's a sick statement though. I give you that.
All right, it's just I'm you know what I mean. Whatever. I got a lot of legacy. It doesn't all fall through. That's why I'm only like low gods. Right, I'm not in the top shit because I don't have the time for it no more. But either way, I do understand the heat at it. My issue was when people kept saying that this comment itself was stupid. I was like, that's where I thought people were like, yo, that's dumb. The comment itself makes sense. His position doesn't, right? You said, like, and I agree with you on that shit. And that's what I was just trying to say. I don't agree that the comment itself is wrong, but I understand his position and why he pissed people off. Because, yo, it shouldn't fucking be homing. The house with being homing is fucking wild, right? It's fucking wild.
Yeah, but do you know what followed? Do you know what followed from this tweet? Mike, because now I want to really hear your reaction to that shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We have what was it called, Mike? Roach. The folder is called Murray.
I didn't. You were talking about Roach. I didn't see this. So this will be my first time seeing the Roach.
So get this. Get the arrogance here. Like let that sink in. Yeah. We still at the end of the day all agree that that Murray is a clown for this. So this was the tweet that kicked this off, right? Then Murray said under this Hellsweep tweet. Man, surprised at how few people understand context. I like 3D fighters for a reason, but that doesn't mean a character should have most of his tools sidestepped. So he was trying a cop-out. He was trying to... He was bullshitting. He was bullshitting because he knew he really fucked up as soon as he realized that what he just said, like as he realized the gravity. But there's a next... Mike, there should be another...
We are so cooked.
Where's my fucking folder? I'm so unorganized. Holy fucking shit.
So, guys, you understand that this is the only guy left. This is the only guy left out of the three.
No, there's a new guy now.
Who influenced the recent patches? Because so far the season 3 patches are fucking clean.
Look at this. So then, under this tweet, Roach Motel.
Oh.
And then, so we are all roaches. And then look at who's here. Fergus, 2020. You have to understand the frustration. Look at how... And we are getting the blame. I am about to explode.
Fergus
you have to understand the frustration stems from a lack of...
It's like saying PDX. Like PDX is respectful as fuck.
But
You know
that
what
is
I mean?
the
Like,
community, my guy. Fergus is the community. Again, I told you, not because
Those
I'm that
are-
deranged.
are
That is the
some of the
community.
community.
Fergus is also makes content, educational content. He also said, bro, I'm gonna fucking drop the game if you don't fix Asuka. Yeah, he was also pretty angry about it. But again, sorry, let me quote him. You have to understand, for the people who are only listening, you will now hear my accent. You have to understand the frustration stems from a lack of communication and reasoning behind the changes. For instance, yourself and the team asked us to compile changes. Yes, so this happened once again, right? This happened once before. For our characters, what we as competitive players want to happen. Many people had solid list for their characters. So no, there is no shade, there is no clowning even from Fergus. Yeah, and exactly, Gris, now I actually agree with you. Fergus' opinion is worth 100,000 player opinions. Yes.
So some things never change, guys. By the way,
I just want to say there's no
Ain't
shade in.
In second, ain't no one person's opinion is that.
There is no shade in here, right? And there are so many people, and this is why I think it's so. Again, were there people who clowned on Murray, who were taking things too far? Yes, I saw the comments. I saw a comment say under a video, I would be so happy if Murray dies.
No,
And
that's too much.
Yes,
That's too
we
much.
can
That's-
all
Yeah, that
agree
is horrible,
that is
right,
mentally ill. But excuse me, like Mike already said in the beginning, this happens under every single tweet, no matter the topic. People will tell you to order a news from Amazon. This is nothing new. The first time I ever joined a Counter-Strike server, people immediately told me to off myself. Not in Minecraft, okay? And all I'm saying is, the reality to me is clear.
Do you think that,
if your ego,
the community is toxic or no?
Okay, I will
Are
answer
we
that.
toxic on at least on
that? I will answer that immediately. Just one thing. You can't focus on a few people and make it out to be the community is like this. Yes,
I'll take your advice. I'm gonna do the research later.
The community is extremely toxic.
Okay.
But do you know to whom the community is actually the most toxic? Our own. Fellow players. Do you know what kind of shit I have on my Steam profile page? Do you want to see that right now? We probably can't even show that. My point is, we are Tekken players. We are dog shit, elitists who probably don't even lab, and we are the most disgusting to our fellow players. If you play Xiaoyu, people will immediately call you whatever the fuck. And
were Tekken players toxic in tag days?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you know? Yes. Do you know King
not
T
to this-
Ryujin
no,
from
not to this-
Germany?
Not to this degree.
Okay, look, it has
But
maybe
it
it
was
has
a
gotten
different
worse.
context,
Doesn't matter.
guys.
Let me ask you now
It's
something.
always been a smart
Mike,
and
could we?
element.
It was a different context.
Sorry, I just want to get to one more layer, because for a certain degree of toxicity and a really regrettable climate that we had to suffer through and still to this day have problems with, would you could you play the Lord Eris segment? Because this is also on, and I'm not making Michael Murray responsible for this directly.
Lord Eris?
Yes, I'm not
Is he
making
that
Michael
his new
Murray
name?
responsible. I call him Lord Eris always, out of respect,
Oh,
because he
okay.
calls Tom Brady Lord Brady.
Okay, I was like,
pra-
wait,
praise-
I didn't know
praise
he
be the name Lord
upgraded his
Brady.
name. I was like, wait,
I'm
I've
just saying,
known it for a long time.
this
I
is-
didn't know.
It's another layer of this. So
Okay.
the Tekken community is toxic, and it is. We were very toxic to each other. We are still to this day, for example, because of this.
What can
You
I
know, let me say something. I want to say something. This situation that you brought up, this whole thing about you being concerned that you can't openly speak about the game, or else there will be like negativity from the company that makes the game. And the way this modern feeling of like the guys who actually do commentate the game speak about it in this really peculiar way where you can't help but feel like they are shilling this shit. They don't say anything negative ever. Everyone's so fearful, of saying anything. That is the type of culture that is just terrible. And for the fact that Namco has created this type of culture and turn the Tekken community into a place where the people who care about it the most can't openly express themselves out of fear, that is more embarrassing than anything in the game itself. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves that the people who care the most about your game are afraid to say how they really feel about it because you're going to then not let them do whatever. You should be ashamed of yourself that is the case. The only reason you even have a say in who commentates your tournaments is because of events like Electric Wing God Fridays back in the day when we did it for free. You didn't even know what commentary was. You didn't even know who to hire or anything. It was organic. And the fact that you are now creating a culture where people feel suppressed and all you can have left is like some guacamole shit, that you should be ashamed of yourself. That's worse than anything in Tekken 8, the product. The fact that you've created this environment for your creators, shame on you. That's how I feel about that.
Goated, completely goated.
This is, for example, I'm not saying this is Michael Murray's doing. I'm saying when you ask me about that the Tekken community is toxic, yes, they are. I have seen it. I've seen so many comments about people. The death threat towards FinnT, for example, that's one. Right. Where he should watch his back, and that's our people. That's our players who do this.
Yeah. There's some really bad toxic, and then there's like everyday toxic. There's continue. You know what I mean? Like that's an extreme. Like if people have to get to that point for you to consider it toxic, then I don't think we're speaking the same language.
Why? What do you consider toxic, bro? Sorry.
I mean, toxic is where you just.
Can I ask you something? Like, do you think my tweet was toxic? My tweet towards Mario. You think it was toxic? Honest answer.
I think it. Well, to a degree, yeah. Because no. I don't think it was toxic for like the community. I think that shit was just rude as fuck. That's what I think.
Okay.
And misrepresented that particular tweet.
But rude, why? Because I was in caps lock. I don't know why you have a problem with caps locks. I don't know why.
Dude, yelling online is funny to me because when I read it, the people like put on caps. Like in my head, I'm not speaking any louder. You know what I'm saying? In my head, I'm not paying any more attention, and I'm like, why they got this in caps lock? Like, you know what I mean? It's like slamming the phone on nowadays. How you gonna slam the phone? I'm gonna hit this button hard as fuck.
But it's not really yelling, is it? Like it's just it's words. Now caps lock, not caps lock. I don't know.
Nah. Because you wrote all the shit you wanted to say in caps lock, and at the very bottom you was in regular print. So why'd you do that? Because your caps lock got stuck? My bad. I didn't know you had a sticky keyboard.
Let's say it was not caps lock. Let's say it was not caps lock. Was it still toxic then?
No, like I said, I think it was rude in his manner. I don't think the caps lock made it rude. I just think and that's why I put the caps lock thing in a different comment. Like, bro, like, come on, we grown. Like, we don't gotta talk like little kids. Now, if you want to keep doing that, that's on you. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I ain't your daddy.
Yeah, but what was rude about my tweet? If it's not the caps lock, what was rude about my tweet?
I gotta go back. I got fucking ADHD, so I can't fucking remember.
There was nothing wrong with your tweet. It was just the caps lock because you were shouting at him.
Oh come on!
Well, I mean, you put caps locks on for a reason, right?
To express more clearly what I want to say.
No. You know what? Someone sent in a really good super chat just now. I want to get yours and potentially Finn's comments on this. Lemon T said, "Are content creators not figureheads for the community? Why do content creators not have to be held to a standard with their tweets?"
You are free to. We can do that. Yeah. For example, where's my list?
Because I think if you're a content creator and you have a respectable size in the community and you get a lot of attention, I think that you do have a responsibility to operate a certain way in the community.
We can. And you know it was about the toxic stuff because if, like, again, show me the content creators that are toxic. I want to see them because I have here, like, again, it's not because I'm autistic, it's because I like this game and I respect my community and I know these names. I know the people who have taught me things and I appreciate them. And this is the community, not some bot on Twitter that Michael Murray is upset about. Or, as we have seen in the beginning, the random guy who actually threatened Harada, and then said he doesn't even care about Tekken. That is not the community. And that is, I want to make this really clear. That's my most important statement today.
Well, I mean, I can name names, but obviously we're going to have to start putting content creators in deep water. But if we want to go down the road, we can do it. As long as everyone's okay with me being open and honest.
Yeah?
So everyone okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. I don't want anyone to catch feelings now. Anyone's watching, any content creators that are watching right now, please don't catch feelings. You can come up here. Yeah, you can come up here, and if you think that I am toxic, I'm more than happy to host you. So this isn't a personal thing. If I name you, it doesn't mean I don't like you. I said it earlier. I do think, as much as I get on with the guy, Deal the Way G's content is extremely inflammatory. I think if Michael Murray saw the video that went up today of him from D's video, I could understand why he might get upset.
Right.
That one is the main one. In terms of content creators on Twitter, like I said, Blackheart, I do think you could probably conduct yourself a little bit better on Twitter.
But I know I'm toxic, but I admittedly toxic. I like being toxic.
I don't think we can point the finger at Michael Murray if we're not gonna hold ourselves to a certain standard. I know he's the leader and we expect better from him, but we can't really chat shit to him about conducting himself poorly on social media if we're gonna conduct ourselves poorly as well.
Absolutely, I can agree on this. It's just that, it like this, let's say, toxicity doesn't come completely random. It comes after, I don't know, 3 years of lies and, talking shit to the community and so on. It doesn't come out completely random. Like if you, for example, if you watch me also, how I was in season 1, for example, I was very chill, much more than now. I was such an angel. I swear, when I criticized the game, I was an angel. Then season 2. Then season 2, then season 3, evil starts.
Season 2 is a special
erupting, evil starts erupting. So
it was the same for me. I did coaching videos up until then.
Yeah, so like I gotta be very honest. Of course, if Michael Murray watches my video, he's gonna think, "Oh my god, this guy's unhinged." But let's say, apart from the way I say the things, I don't think, for example, I said things that were not true. For example, I didn't call him a racist. For example, I don't think he's racist. Of course, that's stupid. I think that's dumb. For example.
Let me
Do I think he's an idiot right now? I'm sorry, but that tweet was dumb. What can I say? That tweet was fucking idiotic. In that specific situation, he demonstrated to be an idiot. I'm sorry. That's what I think. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between calling someone an idiot and explaining to someone why he is an idiot. There's a difference.
Yeah, I explained it. At least I explained it to you.
Okay, we have D all the way G. I don't know, the Murray racist comment. I don't know what he was getting at. Was he actually referring to the Fix Kasia?
The Fix Kasia. The Fix Kasia.
Is that really what he meant? Because, okay,
I will ignore that. But I think it was that, and also remember when he called Bruce some random NPC and everyone got upset?
No, wait, no. He liked that tweet about Bruce.
Oh yeah, he liked to tweet about.
He liked that tweet about
just like some random. Oh, it was a random like GTA NPC or something like that.
Yeah, or like thug or something like a thug. They called him
I think that's what people got upset about.
From that to calling it racist, I don't think so. Honestly,
just one thing, because I owe this to my community. I will really forget people here. I just did this like before we started. I just need to do this because this is a community matter. I will now list some names, guys, very quickly. It doesn't take long, trust me. If there's a single toxic person under here in these names that is not a fucking G, you will immediately scream in my ear. Okay?
Okay. I'm ready.
Duelist, Tai,
wow.
Sesujin, Joker, Speed Kicks.
Wait, what is this a list of?
This is the list of content creators, so actual figureheads of the community that are known. And I want to know from you if they have ever been toxic towards the developers in like any crazy way, right?
Towards developers, okay.
Yeah. That's why you with Duelist. Okay, it doesn't matter. Duelist, Tai, Sesujin, Joker, Speedkicks, Kane, FinnT, Psycom, Misplay Stuff, Lux Silver, Bloodhound, Adieu, Magician, The Fury, K-Wiz, Super Kuma, Gisandi, the Level Up Your Game crew, Rip, Rickster, MYK, Corrales, High Tone, Alcreds, Sensei Salam does patch notes reviews right now. Dastiel, I mean, rest in peace, but like his video is the
Yeah,
best.
rest in peace, goddamn.
Bogart, the Mandem Lobby, like Shaiko, King J, Richie, Dante, Immortal, the Gian, and almost every single pro player, Ni, Arslan Ash, Raef, on the podcast with Joker, Luffy, Akel, Tetsu, Kokoma, Kane and Trench, Fergus, Joy Fury. So these are almost 50 names of like actual community members, right? People who are community members, like for real, they have history. I know them, you know, they teach me stuff. Like, was any of them ever, in any of your opinion, unreasonable or like toxic towards the developers?
Probably no.
Who made a claim that they were?
People make a claim that the Tekken community is toxic towards the people.
Oh,
Like,
those.
Nathan
That's
Curry, for
so.
example.
Is that the community?
This
Not
is
hundreds of thousands of players or all the people on X. Those guys are the community.
You know, that's funny about
No,
you
absolutely
because
no.
I
That is
told
so-
you, I told you, first of all, no, these are random bots. Like, look, my guy, okay, Reborn, you make me, like, either you are rage baiting, we can do the Kazuya shit again if you want.
Do you
Look,
think the Twitter community is the
come
Tekken
here.
community?
I will tell you this now in all seriousness. I
So they're not
gave
a
you an
content creator, they're not
example,
part of the community?
bro.
Yeah, you gave me an
I
example of
you
someone who was not part
an
of the community. You
example
did.
of a
You did.
guy who even said, I don't care about Tekken like this. And that was the actual only credible threat that we have found. I went through every single reply because I actually care about if my community is actually toxic. I went through every single reply under
That's why I
Nakatsu's
asked.
goodbye
In order
message.
for it to be toxic, does it have to be at the level of a death threat? Is that what you're
It
looking
can
for?
also be extreme vitriol. And I didn't see that in a single reply. Again, I told you this shit happens. I told you this happens. But if you focus on like 1 or 5%, you are dishonest as fuck.
How did people respond?
Which is why I just listed to you the names of actual community members, and not a single one of them is toxic. I can put 200 names more on that if you want. Do you want to do it together with me?
Of content creators? Is that
They
what
are
you're talking
very,
about?
yeah, because
so
they are.
that's the community to you. It's just content creators.
They are part of the community. I visit.
They are part of it.
Dumb?
You're right. You absolutely are. They are 100%. I did not discount that at all.
And do they not amplify the voice? Do they not shape a certain climate in the community? Our creators.
In different avenues, yeah. I mean, I don't
Okay.
think Joey Fury does much to deal with narratives. He's not a narrative guy. So
He's a
I wouldn't see him
he's
on
a
there.
part-
He's a content creator. He's just
If-
what I mean.
Where
Like,
are your names then, my guy?
I didn't say any names. You're the one. Who
Okay.
brought it up.
Guess what?
I'm talking about everybody else in the fucking like the normal people.
Okay,
Bro,
how about
but
the
this
normal
is not
people?
like
Okay,
you-
how about
I already
this?
told you. I already told you.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you the receipts. I'll get it to you.
Yeah. And
But the-
count
the-
them. I want to see exactly how the ratio is, because the ratio is the important part. I don't
I don't
care
know how I
about a
can
single
ratio
instance.
all of Twitter and all of the fucking things.
Bro,
on
you're
there.
so full
Reborn,
of shit,
Reborn.
bro.
Wait, hold on. The problem here is what I explained in the beginning. The developers are hyper focusing on accounts that are almost bot accounts. When I said they're hyper focusing, I wasn't saying they were spending their entire day responding to bot accounts, but when they do respond to the Tekken community, specifically about the game and things that are going on in the community, they respond to accounts that have been made yesterday with no followers. Meanwhile, you've got people giving them criticism and getting blocked for it. There are actual figureheads in the community. So if you were running a game and you can see you've got these dedicated content creators and players who have large communities and have large influence, would you respond to the person on Twitter? And this was literally a comment that I saw when Fakuran came out. They bitched and complained at Harada because they thought Fakuran was ugly and they don't want him on the start screen. And Harada, just below that, there was what's that player called? He's a European player. He's a dad. They were saying that he's a really sick player because he's got a full-time job and he's a dad. He was a Katarina player in Tekken 7.
Ghirlanda.
Yeah. Galando was like giving some criticism about the game. Just underneath that, who did Harada respond to? The guy fucking bitching about Fakuram's face on the start screen.
Yeah, exactly. They
Do
cherry
you
pick
remember,
comments.
bro? I saw that and I was like, I can't fucking believe it. I even tweeted him and said, are you being for fucking real right now? So if you're gonna get a bunch of receipts from people that have no standing in the Tekken community, no responses in their reply section about Tekken, and they're just flaming the developers, and that's who they're focusing on, I ain't trying to hear that. If you've got content creators in a small community and players that have big communities, and you're not talking to them, but you've even got Speed Kicks pleading with Michael Murray saying, please respond to us. We care about the game. Michael Murray is making snide remarks and responding to a random Dimitri profile picture. Yeah, obviously everyone's gonna be like, fuck this, man. We're tired of this bullshit. If you're gonna interact with the community, interact with the community properly, interact with your core base. Otherwise, just be quiet. The new guy that's taken over now has no social media presence, and you know what? Good, because all these guys seem to do is interact with idiots on Twitter. That's all they're doing.
So, yeah, one thing I want to say is, Reborn. Like now it starts to get a bit. I don't know.
This is my problem.
I don't want to respond to Reborn anymore because I have the suspicion that he is either rage baiting or he's like if
I don't even.
you
I'm
can't
too
be
old.
serious
I'm
about
like
this shit, right?
40.
You didn't even know
rage bait
why
it
to
is.
sidestep, why specifically against Kazuya. You couldn't even describe to me why. Then you try to fucking backpedal, and now you don't even try to understand my points. And what, you want to play a gotcha on me that you find one guy calling Murray an asshole and see they are the toxic people. Like, you don't even try to understand the argument. You don't even know anything. You didn't research anything. You didn't look at anything.
You know what you just did? You went and made an assumption of what I was going to do, and then used that assumption as what you want to say about me. Like, I'm going to get receipts, and I'm going to find one motherfucker, and I'm going to be like, yeah, this is my receipt. That's
okay. Do that.
No. That's stupid. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You trying to call me a fucking idiot by that shit. No, maybe not directly, but to say someone's going to go and cherry pick one little fucking thing. When I said I would go and look for receipts, I'll go look for some receipts that are tangible, that are relevant to the situation, right?
Yeah, surely. Because it's about ratio, my guy. I don't care about 1% of idiots.
And I have to figure out what is allowed to be within your ratio of people, right? Because when I started talking, I ain't say shit about content creators. That wasn't what I was talking about. But now that to you, and that's why I asked you, is the community to you content creators? So if you're not
supposed to change, you are supposed to change my fucking mind, which means you should come with some examples.
No, I was not. Wait, Mike told me we come and discuss the different shit and how it affects the fucking community. He did not tell me I was here to change FinnT's mind.
Change my mind.
It wasn't a change my mind.
Called. No, it is.
When did that change?
It wasn't
said that before.
All I said was you want to join the podcast, but I put up the advertisement saying it's a change my mind.
Oh, I didn't see it because I looked at the DM. I was like, oh shit, I got a DM. Let me see what's up. And then I went off what you said in the thing. So
yeah, I mean, look, we can talk about a multitude of things. There's loads of things. There's even things that Finn wants to go over outside of this. I'm sure Shinblade's got something that he wants to say.
Yeah.
But just in regards to this idea that, and you know what, this has spilled into other areas of the community, because on my post, you saw the post that I made where I said to him, with all due respect, you have no social media training whatsoever. And I was going over my criticisms of how he's conducted himself. There was a guy, actually, you responded on the tweet, actually. Let me see. Actually, no, I've got it here. Let me show you how the developers' behavior has spilled onto content creators and spilled onto other members of the community. In my tweet, I said not to attack this guy. I said you absolutely do not deserve death threats or even the playground insults. Tell me why this man's reading comprehension is so bad that he says to me, if you think this is how to fix a game by shouting and cursing on developers, you need to recheck yourself. The problem here is that the developers have focused on people that say dumb things. Then you get other content creators saying these content creators are the toxic ones. They're always saying crazy things. Then you have people like this on Twitter they'll read what I said in plain English and then still say that I'm cursing the developers. It's a trickle down thing. I actually think that the developers have played into the toxicity in this community. They've made a lot of people who don't bother reading and don't bother listening think that there are enemies that everybody needs to focus on. When really and truly, everybody's kind of saying the same thing. It's just everyone's turning on each other. So I also put blame on other content creators. If we're going to say names, I'll name names. Main Man is another one. Main Man says things unverified and then has people in his community go and attack others and then doesn't show up for the conversation. He's done this multiple times.
Absolutely.
There's
It happened
content
to me
creators,
some days ago.
Yeah, there's content creators that continuously do this. If I can remember any off the top of my head, I'll name them. But I know for a fact that he does this. Who?
GM.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen GM's content in a while. If you want to speak on that, you can. I haven't.
I'm
seen what
curious.
he
Yeah,
said.
he had mad personal insults to Blackheart. Blackheart even wanted to talk to him. He said, "Fuck off." Mad fucking.
Yeah, but also, for example, to Novasaki multiple times. He calls people that disagree with him bums, noobs, or whatever. Multiple times already.
Yeah, and you know what? This whole thing where this is also what I wanted to talk about, because we've been saying this whole thing was like a change my mind, and I wanted to put it forward to people. Since there's over 1,000 people watching right now between Twitter and YouTube, I'm sure some of you probably disagree with me. So now is the chance to come up here and make me look stupid like you promised. So this entire time that Tekken 8 has come out, I've been making these videos about problems in Tekken 8. And people have been saying you're negative, but they don't call me a liar. So now, if you're watching, please grow a spine, send a message in, I'll put you up here and we'll have the conversation. Because for some reason, me pointing out an issue in the game makes me toxic. And I'm not even sure we even know what that word means anymore. So yeah, I do want the smoke today. I do want the smoke. I want everybody to come up here and start talking shit now.
Let's go.
I want people to start coming and start talking shit. There's over 1,000 people watching. I know some of those people in here don't like what I'm saying. Come up here and tell me where I've been lying. Tell me where I've been lying. I'll wait. We're gonna be here for a while.
Guys, I gotta go now. I'm sorry, but I need to do some coaching now. I know it's late, but
now you want to go. Now you want to go and it's smoke time.
Well, I mean, what do I? I'll come back later if I can. Okay, I gotta go. I wanted to respond to CDT. I'll come back later. Okay.
No, go. No worries.
Okay. Thanks everybody for thanks Mind for making me join. Yo, Shimble, what's up, bro? I just wanted to greet you too. What's up, Shimble?
I don't even know what Shimble's doing. He's just chilling.
Oh, he's just chilling. Okay, no, he's got a nice shirt on.
I think I only had two main issues with your post, and that was the never. And I know it's pedantic and semantics on that never shit, but I'll tell other people as well, like, man, because then people come back with those gotchas. Look, I found that one thing, right? Like, oh, then you can't say never if you did it one time, right? I was like, please don't say that shit. I hate hearing people argue that point. But then when you say in your post, like, he only does this thing or he never does something else, I'm like he never responds to anybody besides that one random PFE. I'm like, that's not a true statement. You know what I'm saying? Like, mostly, or he puts the hyper focus is probably more accurate, but even then I don't agree with that. Like, I can't find evidence that he hyper focuses on any of that shit.
There's no evidence to the contrary though. He either tweets about things unrelated to what's going on in the community, so business stuff, or when he talks to the community, he's chatting shit. When the last time that we saw Michael Murray in the headlines, what was going on? He was talking shit again. He was blocking people.
We put him in the headlines because we get pissed off and then we be like, quote retweet across the board. And now that engagement is the biggest shit ever.
No, but do you know what the problem is? Yeah, I think the Tekken community and the fighting game community have turned into wet blankets because someone says something dumb online, and then we criticize it, and then people are like, "Why are you complaining? Can you not read? Not you specifically, Reborn, but just in general, can people not read?" I had people saying, "Oh, why are you complaining about Michael Murray?" I'm like, "Are you blind? Can you not see what he just said? That's why we're complaining. You don't have to like it." But why are you asking me why am I retweeting it?
Yo, but that is one of the fucking problems. People don't read, right? Or they only read a certain amount. The amount of people that are like, I can't read beyond the 3 lines on a Twitter post and be like, too long, didn't read, you know what I'm saying, is ridiculous. So, yeah, if you say anything, there's been posts where I've seen where the first top of it is just full of just bullshit, right? And then later on, because they got like blue or some shit, or they put it in the comments, and then they clarify what they're saying. But by that point, ain't nobody's reading that.
But that's okay. Well, then we need to finish school. Then people need to finish school. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to have conversations online with people about this game, and because they have a reading average or a reading age of like a 5-year-old, that's my problem. Well, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? Do I have to dumb down the rhetoric so much that people can engage with it?
But it's not your responsibility, like single-handedly. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't ever saying it was, right? Like, you can sit there and tell everyone, don't do death threats, don't do this, don't do whatever. I mean, who's going to listen to you besides the people that already listen to you?
But then what's the alternative? Like, if we're saying that content creators have a responsibility to the community and there are people threatening Michael Murray and I see it, shouldn't I say don't threaten him?
No, you should. You should. I'm just saying like the impact. Like just because
Jesus,
you
Shinbei,
said it
you
doesn't mean a lot of people are gonna follow
Shinbei,
it.
what the fuck are you doing,
I
bro?
don't fucking know.
It's in his camera, bro.
I'm cleaning my camera, bro.
You could give me a seizure.
We didn't put an epilepsy warning on the fucking stream, man. You gonna get him
My
in trouble.
bad, y'all. How y'all doing, man?
That was good, man.
What,
Chilling.
Shinbei, when are you getting home? What?
Man, so to leave the range.
Oh, are you on duty?
Yeah, we watching these folks shoot until they get
Oh.
done.
So if Murray goes and hangs out with Harada on the next studio, what do you think that's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be like there because like I saw Moonsaults there talking about Bandai Namco executives. But do you know what? Let me get Moonsault Slayer's post up because I don't actually know what he said. I know he mentioned them, but a lot of people are saying, oh, it's the executives' fault. But last I checked, the executives don't make creative decisions. A lot of the creative decisions have been made by the team. I know that they've probably breathed down their necks and they've been annoying them or whatever. But again, we can't really even verify that either.
We can't verify 85 to 90% of what the fuck goes on in Tekken. We never have been able to. We've been guessing for years.
Del, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I can. I didn't even think you'd throw me on so
Oh,
quickly.
man, right there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. What's up? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know how long I can be on, but yeah.
Good to see you.
I did want to just jump in quickly and say that I think that this conversation is funny because we're talking about someone that's not here, for one. But I think you get to do that when someone is quote unquote a public person, like, and also when they're public facing for their company. But there's actually something that I want to mention before. So I know that Reborn, you mentioned that like effectively it's his Twitter and he should. Isn't that what you said? It's his Twitter, and he can kind of just talk how he wants because it belongs to him. He signs up as his, right?
Yeah.
I've at every game studio I've worked at before. Not every, actually, that's not true. Not every, but almost all of them, especially the larger one. When I worked for Sega, when I worked for Warner Brothers, when I worked for Naughty Dog at PlayStation, when I worked for PlayStation London, when you start at the studio, there is a social media clause. Usually, and it states that if you're going to have a form of social media, in fact, all of them are not too bad. EA was the worst, but it basically gives you the rundown that you are now a representative of the company, and you have a certain conduct that is attached to that, and you don't really have a personal account anymore if your name can be linked back to who you are in the real world. So if you said, I'm starting a social media and my name is, and I work at Bandai Namco and my name is Moonsault Slayer, as long as no two people can make that connection, they're just like, oh, I don't know who Moonsault Slayer is in real life, so I don't know. They basically say, cool, you can act as a individual entity. For everyone else, if you upload your name and your face as part of the company, there's a clause in almost every single game studio I've been at, and I expect it's worse for Japan, which is actually why you don't really see that many Japanese game developers have a social media presence unless they're really, really executive, like they're like Harada level, where they're like, I'm untouchable. So I'm not trying to say opinion. I'm just saying objectively, Michael Murray is not Michael Murray's Twitter is a Bandai Namco extension. That's just how it works when you work for a game studio. So anything he says doesn't come from the point of view of like someone else saying like, this is just my Twitter, I can just say what I want. It's like, no. You're saying something, especially if you're posting patch updates from that Twitter and you're posting YouTube videos like, hey guys, the team's working on this, then you've crossed over.
Okay. Well, then would it be fair to say that with Murray being there, as long as he is, and having, you know what I mean, his social media is active since at least Tekken 7, you know what I'm saying the shit that he's saying, that he's well within the bounds of his clause and that we don't really have a shit to say about it? Like, our opinion on what he should or shouldn't do obviously isn't the same as what Bamco thinks, because he's been like this for the last 10 years.
It doesn't really work that way. What you're saying is is really based. What you're saying is like logical. I'm not saying what you're saying is BS. I'm saying that he doesn't get to opt out of being a representative of Bandai Namco. When he blocks people, when he talks, like says people are cockroaches, that's just not how it works at a game studio. It doesn't work that way. So
But it's
I'm
how it's
also
working.
I'm also not saying Michael Murray deserves to be like insulted or whatever. I just don't agree with that in general. I'm just saying he has made a decision to represent himself as the company, and then he has to understand that if he's not going to conduct himself online in a professional way,
Right.
like that's something that was discussed the day he turned up at the job. I'm sure.
Right, but the enforcement isn't us. You know what I mean?
Of course not.
But the observation would come from us as well. I want to
I mean,
ask
the
Del,
observation, we can think what we want, but to say, hey, you have to perform better, he's like, obviously I don't.
but Boom, we're the customer base, we're the core base. Like if we're seeing someone that we associate as the face of Tekken doing that shit, it's the same as any other place that you work. We're gonna look at it and go, what are you doing? But there's one thing on his profile I wanted to ask Del, because I thought that this was a little bit sneaky from Murray, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. Del will know more. On his profile, it says producer at Tekken, and then it says my opinions are my own. But if his account is a public-facing Tekken account because of who he works for, isn't the opinions my own part a bit of an OS?
Yeah, so that started happening around I want to say 2022. Basically, lots of individuals were getting in trouble around that time for their personal thoughts and then having their name associated with a company. And to try and like stop getting in trouble, like sometimes people decided, like also a lot of game developers had that about 4 years ago. That was really common, where a lot of game developers put that up there to basically stop getting in trouble for effectively their personal opinions. Because people, what would happen is someone would post something, and there was a period of time when Kotaku and IGN was just catching all of us game developers and taking our personal opinions and making articles of it. And so they'd basically say like you can Google my name, there's a bunch of these. It'll be like ex Naughty Dog developer Del Walker believes that this character in this game looks terrible, and they would basically make me the face of the company for articles. And that was like a way to try and separate. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't mean anything, because the reality is, like I said, this isn't some thing you can finesse your way out of with words.
But he's not in anything.
Pardon?
But the only thing he's in is in the community's bad favor. Like according to Bamco, it's business as usual, it seems.
Sure, but you have to think of the sentiment of the company. The sentiment of the company comes through the public-facing people. If I have a bad experience with someone
I get all of that. Like I understand how it's supposed to work, right?
What's the point you're making then? I don't want to misinterpret you.
So, like to say that like these clauses exist, like I understand that. But if the clause isn't going to be enforced by the company that established the clause, then what say do we have on how he is or is not supposed to act? That's only how we personally or we as a group think he should act.
That's
because
not what I'm
the company
saying.
Obviously is like, I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's kind of not where I'm not. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm saying that he's made the decision to be a public-facing person, and he needs to accept that him talking reckless looks bad on the company. That's it. That's all I'm saying. He doesn't get to separate himself by saying, "Oh, here's my update for the new patch," and then in the next post say, "Oh, these guys are cockroaches." So he just has to accept the consequence of that. We have to too. We have to just be like, I got a bad relationship with Bandai Namco, and that's partially because of him. But for us to be like, oh, well, it's just his opinion, it doesn't really work that way, like at all.
Yep, that was my feeling on the situation. I just don't understand why it's difficult for people to understand how Michael Murray is making this situation worse.
Yeah, that's it. He's making things worse, and he has to take responsibility for that. And I actually think he gets too much heat, to be honest, because people like to take it personally. People like to go real personal with him and take pictures of him and do this and blah blah blah. Like, let's just talk about how you don't like the game. Why not just focus on the game rather than talk about him as a human being? But that's a different conversation altogether. That's a different conversation.
I mean, I said in my tweet as well, I think people making insults about him, like his appearance and him as a man, is not cool. Even the guy that called him a bum, I was like, there's no need to do that. Let's just focus on the silly tweet and what's going on with Tekken.
Yeah, just talk, anyway, that's all my opinion. That's it. I don't really have that much to add other than that.
All right. Well, I oh wait, Dole, what's your opinion on the new guy that's apparently taken over?
Well, I actually, no one pays attention to me, but I said I expect he's going to be the next person to step up. I don't really know his involvement individually. I just know that this is like an old professional guy, and it's fine. My issue is never who's going to take over. Like, he's going to do a good job. My issue is never, ever, ever who's going to take over. My issue is every company I've ever seen that where directors start leaving and the directors are liked, people leave with them.
Yeah. Do you think Murray's going to go to Verse Studio then?
Maybe. I don't know if Bandai Namco even loves him very much, and he might be more respected at a new studio.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Interesting turn of events. Before you go, Del, just a quick side note. Is there anything going on special tomorrow at Summer Games Fest that you know about?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say that on this. I'm not gonna say. I'll be there, but I'm not gonna say anything.
Oh, you're gonna be there?
Yeah, I'll be. I usually go every year to just like meet up with other developers and stuff.
Oh, okay, man.
Yeah.
All right, well, so you won't say because you got something coming out?
I don't know. No. I know some people have spoken to me, and I know Capcom said that they might have some sort of presence of showing something special there, but I don't know if it's confirmed. That's all.
Do you still got that message on your Twitter, or can we go back to saying Dell told us that something's coming out at the games tomorrow?
You can say whatever you like. I just heard Capcom will show something, but I don't know how true that is.
What about Sega?
Yeah, no comment. All right, I'm out.
All right, bro. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, peace.
But we're gonna see Virtua Fighter tomorrow. I bet you any money.
Is it gonna be the same leak that they already let out?
Probably. But all right, let's get back. Actually, do you know what? Let me read out the super chats and then I'll because I know Finn has got more things he wants to present to people. Finn, are you still there? Or has he gone to the toilet? I think he said be right back. All right, cool. Well, while we're waiting for Finn to get back, Mr. Mars, thank you for the $2. I hope these Twitter Goombas come along. I hope so too, because they were saying a lot of shit to me. I would love to have a conversation with them. I'd love to know where I've been lying. As a matter of fact, since you're here, Reborn, maybe you can still man it. Can you tell me where I've been lying about my comments on Tekken and where I've been fanning the flames or being overly negative?
I mean, the only so basically, not so much anymore. I think Udriel got you in a good mood, so you changed your tune. But I mean, before, like in season 2, just the constant banter. You know what I mean? About like, oh, this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
let's be specific.
And you weren't even playing it, but I can't be specific on that one because I don't.
I can.
Okay, right, Shinbei, let's be specific.
Remember when he like you said, every time they made any update, Mike was on their ass, boy.
Was the update bad or was it good?
No, we're talking about that.
No, we are. We have to be specific because the people are calling me a liar and they're saying that I'm spreading negativity. So when I was talking about the update, did I lie about the update or was the update shit?
Oh, I was going to get your ass for no reason, though, Mike. I actually don't know exactly.
See what I mean? You didn't even know.
No, but Reborn talking about when we had all those Tekken talks, you were talking shit about the game.
Yeah, but was I talking shit about the game from a perspective of somebody that's lying, or was I being genuine?
I think you were genuine.
You believed it. I think that's the thing. You believed it.
Yeah, you believed it, but it wasn't true.
What wasn't true? Let's be really specific here.
Garbage shit. So it's like
no. Okay, well, we're not doing this beating around the bush. You're gonna tell me what I said and how it was a lie.
You said that was good.
But when did I say it? Did I say it when season 3 came out and they told us it was going back to basics?
You said season 2 was gone. At the end of season 2. The end of season 2 wasn't garbage.
I said the beginning of season 2 was garbage and the end of season 2 wasn't much better.
Wasn't much better?
No, it wasn't much better.
But season 3 was godlike.
No,
Was
season
that
3 came out and we were all pissed, and then they released 2 patches recently, and I said they were good. The videos are on my channel.
hold on, give me.
Oh,
The
yeah,
two
you
recent
do your thing.
But I heard we staying out here to.
Go on, Reborn. Let's be really specific here. I'm really curious.
I'm like, you know what, guys? Like, I like having receipts and shit, and I like having all my shit in my documented. Like, I write contracts for a living. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't know I was stepping into a boardroom.
No, it's not a boardroom.
I'm gonna have to treat it like that for all future engagements, so I could be like, all right, my exhibit A is thrown up on the screen.
It's Reborn. It's not even like that. You know, you ain't got to put anything on the screen. It's just I keep on hearing this. I hear it over and over again. But last time I checked, most of the community was pissed when season 3 came out because they told us back to basics and it was anything but. Yes or no?
Well, for the back to basics, my biggest issue is that, and I think we talked about on the one, is that they didn't tell us exactly what the back to basics was initially. They said back to basics, and then we came up with what we thought it was going to be, what it possibly could be, blah blah blah, and then we kind of like hyped that shit up, which was, in my opinion, I was like, yo, can we not do that shit? That was my biggest thing, because we don't fucking know. And then when they went and clarified it, I'm like, well, we ain't even the right fucking ballpark right now.
Okay,
so
what was the clarification?
They said their back to basics was more of the way they handle shit. Like, it wasn't even like back to basics of moving shit. They were like pretty much like, look, we did a lot of shit really fast, and that was stupid. So they were like talking out loud. Like, they didn't even need to tell us that. Basically, they're like, yo, we went fast as fuck, and then we made a whole bunch of fucking mistakes across the way. So we're gonna slow the fuck down. We're gonna really look at this, pay attention, try to be real calculated with our steps, and then give you that shit. And that's what they've been doing, right? Since that point.
Okay.
So but we're all like, oh, we're gonna go back to Tekken 7, we're gonna go back to all this other shit, we're gonna get side steps back, and Heat's gonna disappear. And I'm like, yo, bro, that is not
Reborn. I don't know if they're paying you, but I know.
I'm just saying, bro.
No. When you drop a trailer into a community that is already mega pissed at the last update you did, and it says back to basics, that is a bunch of buzzwords to make the community that has been saying tone things down go, oh, they're finally listening, only for them to turn around and say it doesn't even mean that. How could people not be angry?
But if you think about it, it is kind of like they are toning shit down, but they're just not giving it to you all the way. Like, because if you look at Heat, if you look at the most recent patch, like they're taking a look at it within their confines of how they want the game to be. They're trying to take it to a different spot. But they also said, we're not going to give it to you all at once. We're not going to do all this shit. So we get impatient. We're like, we need it now. We need this shit to fuck now. This needs to be good, or it's going to be trash, or it's going to be bogus. Like, nah. That's
about Reborn. When season 3 came out, they didn't do that even a little bit. When season 3
clarified
came out,
like within a day or two. I don't know how long it was since.
No. What happened was when season 3 came out, there was so much blowback and faith was lost in a lot of people that they apologized and then they put out more patches. Now we're seeing them move backwards, right? And now that they're moving backwards, have you seen me talking shit? Have you seen me uploading videos saying they fucked up? The last patch they did was very good. We posted on Twitter and said it's a good patch. The patch before that, I made a video saying this is a good patch. People are saying that I'm lying and I'm being negative for views. But the fact of the matter is that I'm reacting to what they're doing. And what they were doing was a whole bag of bullshit before. Now
but you also got to consider the amount of like content that you guys have out there. Like, not just you alone, but everyone. That where it was pretty, maybe not volatile or toxic, if you want to call that, but it was aggressive. That's fucking for sure. You know
I was aggressive.
I'm saying not you in general. I'm just saying the attitude towards Tekken during the whole year of season 2 was pretty aggressive.
No, but I'm not talking about other people because I don't want to talk about.
No, but what I'm saying about but with your content being mixed in with all that shit, because your name pops up and your thumbnails don't necessarily always tell exactly what the content of your message is. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of them be a little bit baby. What do you mean? Hold up.
I'll bring up my thumbnails right now, actually, because I actually get go on, Finn. I get accused of clickbait as well.
Aggressiveness, right? So, I mean, usually this has a goal, right? People formulate what they want, right? Even like I would even say, the more aggressive people are, the more direct they are in their demands. Now, for example, this happened in the past with games, right? Like, for example, it's pretty open, or do you know the name of the game No Man's Sky?
Yeah.
That shit was basically a scam when it came out, if I remember correctly. That shit was basically a scam. People were mega fucking aggressive. Do you know what the devs did? The devs just they put boot to pavement, worked on that shit, and made their customers happy. That's what they did. And at the end, they said, "Good shit, bro. We needed to wait. Yeah, launch in a shit state. Shit was good." Cyberpunk, another example. Do you think those developers got threats? I think they fucking did.
Oh, bro, the
People were
Cyberpunk
probably
rhetoric was terrible.
Yeah.
People were mad. I remember playing it, and the first thing that happened to me is I fell through a floor, and I was like, "You can't be fucking serious right now." I didn't threaten their lives, but I went on Twitter and I was like, "Yeah, people are pissed."
Yeah, so Cyberpunk we have another example. Good, yeah, Final Fantasy 14. I think the devs even openly came out and bowed before their community. They bowed before them because they fucked up. All right, so that people are aggressive, fine, bro. Aggressive, like, yeah, Murray is passive aggressive on Twitter. I mean, yeah, people are aggressive. Like, my guy, are we at the point where, like, okay, we have to get this clear, right? You know Adam Keats, right? The Adam Hart, called Keats. He's the like one Iron Galaxy, Killer Instinct, yada yada. Now he talks a lot about this shit, right? Now I get the impression from the way Adam talks that it is the responsibility and the job of a developer, a producer, anyone involved with this shit that takes a look at the community and asks for feedback like Michael Murray did. It is their job and a skill to sieve and like to look beyond the sewage of just, okay, dumb comment, troll, whatever, idiot. Oh, there's speed kicks. What does he say? It is their job to filter through the dog shit and make out what is actually going on. What is the demand here? What can we do? What do people say? Can we formulate a cohesive vision here? I mean, it's not that complicated. Like, what are we doing? I mean, at the end of the day, I paid for this shit.
I do.
All I demand is just not, like, just not.
Huh? You bought it. You bought the game.
Yeah.
That's it.
We mean
you
that's
bought
it.
The game. You get to play it. If you like it, you like it.
Can I expect when we are in a seasonal model and they change the product I paid for? Right? It's not like I buy Tekken 6. That's Tekken 6, motherfucker. Like it or not, we are in a state where the game is changing. Right? I have nothing to say.
Wait,
I
you didn't know. You didn't know. You had no idea that.
Let me finish, or do you want to interrupt me?
I'm just trying to be like, oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, look. All I want is that we are a bit that maybe people don't like lie to me with advertising defensive patch and shit, and then shit in my face.
They didn't.
They didn't.
They did not lie to you.
Okay, quote me. Give me the quote. Okay, whoa.
Go back to it. All right. You know what? FinnTX helped me out, and he was like, "Hey, man, they did say defensive patch," and he showed me a video, and I was like, "Bet." I looked at that fucking video, and it's actually. I put the link on the response to.
I know the quote. I can quote Nakatsu. What did he say? Can you quote him?
No, it wasn't.
I know exactly what he said.
From the minutes of 0.206 to 220, they talk about what they're doing with defense.
I know exactly what Nakatsu said in the Evo interview. Do you know what he said?
I mean, I don't got the transcript. Hold up. I can pull up the transcript if you need transcripts.
Just while you're doing that, I want to make this point very clear because we're on the whole like Tekken creators are being very toxic and they're lying. Reborn, you said that it's hard to tell what my videos are about because of my thumbnails and my titles. So I just want to go through a few here with you because this is something that I've heard, and I've heard that me and Finn, people like us, are very toxic, very misleading. What here is hard to understand exactly. I'm actually curious. What title and what thumbnail here gives you the impression that you're not going to know what's going on?
Well, most of the streams when I come across the stream, because I don't have anyone like set up as a like a notifications and shit. I don't really do all that. Like if I see oftentimes I'll see the title, and when I get into the conversation, I'm like, this ain't even got nothing to do with what the fuck.
No. You're changing what you said now. We were talking about my videos. On a live stream, obviously conversations are going to go sideways. I'm not going to deny that. Sometimes we're talking about food, and the next minute we're talking about anime and then whatever. But you said my videos and my thumbnails are misleading. So
all right,
you tell me.
I got to take it back because I didn't. videos and your lives and shit. I see your lives more than anything. Like I don't follow your videos, so
Okay, fine.
I had a word
Maybe
slip. Man, semantics are fucking me up today, man. I apologize. I need
No,
to
it's all good. It's just I want to make sure this is cleared up because I get this a lot, and I look at my thumbnails, I look at my titles, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm not clickbaiting here. I'm almost. I mean, all content creators on some level will put up an interesting title to make people want to click. So I guess in essence, you could say there's a level of clickbait, but there's no illusion on what I'm talking about. This video is called the Shinblade and Shadow 20Z situation. That's exactly what I spoke about. This is about Mighty Keith. That's what I spoke about. Mortal Kombat, Cuddle Core. This guy I confronted on Twitter. Mortal Kombat 2 review. A fight that I got into with people about Shuri. Like, there's no way to look at the titles of my videos and my thumbnails and go, I don't know what he's on about. He's clickbaiting me, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just said some of them things that are misleading off the live, but you don't see me posting in your shit all the time talking about the clickbait shit. You're gonna have to grab someone from the chat.
Have you seen any of my videos?
No, I think I tried it. Do you have anything? Let me look real quick.
For example, I made a whole possible tweaks to the heat system while still being understandable to the developers that they have an aggressive vision, which I don't per se have a problem with. I made, bro, I did so much shit. I did coaching videos, hours of fucking coaching. Doesn't fucking matter. I do everything. But, you know, I am right now, I'm still even optimistic because, you know, I actually made videos with like because I don't like bitching without substance or without any, like bitching without having an alternative to present. You know what I mean? Like just nerf Brian bitch. That's, you are a fucking retard, right? So
yeah,
I formulated some exact nerfs. And do you know what? Color me fucking shocked because some people talked about it, but it was in my video. Like even please, can we finally make down 4 not have sometimes pushback on block or pushback on block on a certain distance that you can't punish it. They actually did that now. Like, was it the patch before the recent one? They did that. Bro, sick. Mega sick. They even made forward 1+2 in heat. I specifically in my video said -9, bitch. No discussion. People in the chat said, are you going a bit too far? They made it exactly -9. Bro, I glazed them for that. I said, bro, you need to be fair about this shit. You need to be fair to developers, but you also need to call them out when shit is not good. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, what else are we supposed to do? Like, are we supposed to do, not that bad? We're gonna, like, yeah, just leave that game like that. I mean, yeah, it's hard to develop games. Yeah, it's hard to develop games. I get it. Like,
I've never been against criticism. That's one thing for sure. I've never been against criticism and saying what the fuck you mean. I was just, the method that we were going about it was like, dude, what the fuck are we doing?
But
because,
where, who?
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 You mean who?
Who?
Just the amount of fucking, all right, man, I'll get you them goddamn receipts. But like, there's people I would interact with and shit and be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, stop talking like that. Like, who do you think is gonna listen to you when you're talking crazy?
Yeah, but
like,
okay.
But I don't have the same. Like,
it's fine. I had these people as well. I know what you mean. Again, I will make my statement very clear. I think this is at maximum 10%. At maximum, at the absolute brain, at maximum it's 10%. But okay. But you know that developers then said, okay, you know what? Let's do a dev portal, right? Are you in the dev portal?
I was in there for a little bit. I didn't stick. I haven't.
Did you see any vitriol there, or because there the pro players go there, right? Like Corrales and shit, many others. Kane Trench is there in the Yoshimitsu channel. Everyone gives.
I haven't even heard.
I just want to say, please let me the community, the actual community, like people like Kane and Trench, they give their utmost best to be constructive, to give feedback, to be patient. They don't insult anyone. They are in the dev portal and do their best. They take that offer. I don't know how many people are in the dev portal right now, guys. Someone tell me. I think it's over like 2,000 people. They're in there. They behave. They don't insult the devs. Yeah, some words are banned, but like, you know what I mean? Like that, there is the community. This is us.
At some of us, yeah. I mean, not all. The community isn't just the good players or the people that go to events and shit. You got to think. Look, when you look at the stats, like 50 people ain't barely a touch in the fucking drop in the bucket of the community, and definitely not the active community on X, right? The crazy
do you mean the
unhinged
50
guy you
people
found,
Wait, do you mean the 50
the
people
50
I
content
quoted? Yeah,
creators.
but do
Yeah.
you know how many? Yeah, but do you realize what happens if you accumulate their views?
Oh, so they're all the people that listen to. Like, are we saying that everyone's sheep? Because I
What?
don't think they are. Well, we got a lot of sheep, but I don't think they are.
No, I'm saying that it pales in. I don't know how it's so hard to get this point. Okay, are
It's
you?
like saying the
Let me,
God.
okay, wait.
God
Let me
ranks the
formulate a
community, and the rest
really
of the
clear
people.
question. Are you of the opinion that it's like 50-50, that we have 50% of people who are like, fuck you, Harada, I hope you are like, your game is shit, you can't do anything right. We have those 50% and the other 50%, like, or what is your impression of the community? Like, what's your take?
Well, one, I think that the people that don't like the game are the minority. I don't believe they're the majority at all, based on the numbers and everything else. Of that minority, I think the people that don't like the game. I would say the people who conduct themselves in a manner that is unbecoming is higher than those who don't.
You think the people who are
Against the game, the people who are not happy right now with
Yeah.
Tekken, or were not happy in season 2,
Yeah.
of those people, the ones who are able to provide what most people what the average person would consider credible and reasonable critiques or feedback, those people are the minority of that group.
Okay.
Because even if you said 50, that don't even come close to a majority.
Do you know what the problem is
but
with this
that
argument?
means wait a minute. Did you?
Go on.
But then you just said. Wait, sorry. I must.
wasn't that much, man.
I my brain is breaking. So what you mean is that actually most people actually like the game?
I said at least 50. I think I said like at least 50%, but I'm pretty sure more. More people like the game than hate it.
So, but then, bro,
And the
I don't
majority of
know
people that like the game don't talk about the game.
Yeah, I
I don't know. How does the game do what it does, and so many people hate it?
Look, I'm not saying.
Everyone
I'm
does.
saying.
What
I'm
does
saying
that
just
mean?
when it comes to a certain perspective. I'm not even saying like that you have to be necessarily completely wrong, like in a complete sense. Because yeah, sure, people are more open and vocal if they don't like something, right? For example, I visit a restaurant, food is shit. I'm gonna write a review. I visit a restaurant, food is good. I don't say anything. Granted,
Unless it's
that's human
amazing,
nature. That's human nature. But still, when it comes to the other stuff, like I don't know, either you are in the matrix or I am. And honestly, I don't know. I could like.
I'm gonna have to get you
maybe
data,
I'm
bro.
fucking
Like, I
insane.
get it. You're not gonna be able to get it. You need to see it. Here, I put the video I'm talking about in the chat. Starting at 2 minutes and 2 seconds, that's when the Katsu starts talking about their outlook for defense for season 2, right? And this is FiDX's video. He made it, and I think he was helping out because it was a translation, and so he's kind of like it's subtitled or whatever.
We can just look at the original Evo interview that has subtitles.
Yeah. Well, look at this. Look at you seen it? Is it the same one?
I don't know if we talk about the same. Yeah,
Yeah, same one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can look at the original one or not. I just have this one here because it was all speed up.
Yeah, should be fine.
There are a lot of things to address going into season 2. He notes that there are things that he'd like to improve. We don't really intend on changing the aggressive nature of the game where it's fun to be the aggressor. And that's an important thing to note. But on the other hand, in season 1, because it was constraining for defensive players and the heat system made it easy to make matches pretty one-sided, in terms of strategy, I feel we weren't able to balance the defensive aspects that well. That's why for season 2, we'd like to focus on defense in terms of the lateral aspects of a 3D fighting game.
Boom.
And the ease of defending when being attacked. I think that's a big deal.
Right. Yeah.
The heat system is the
so-
starting point and factor in which your attacks can get really
for a quick
explosive.
So that's their goal. Now they're telling you what that means. Right? Now they go into they say, hey,
Bro,
we want to keep our aggressive nature. right?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
wanna
they
keep
said
it
that.
aggressive.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I
Then they say
watched this
we need
2
more
times,
defense.
bro.
Okay, so
I
tell me
watched
where
this-
this is a defensive patch.
Well, if you say we want to, okay, I make this very easy. If you say, yo guys, overall goal of the patch, we want to focus on the defensive aspect of a fighting game, of a 3D fighting game that is lateral movement and the general ease of defending. My guy, you don't fucking put plus on block homing mids in the game. That is literally the opposite of what you are telling me. Am I crazy? Chat, both chats.
No, listen
Am
to
I
what they talk
tweaking?
about.
Am I tweaking?
Look at what their goal, their idea of defense isn't block stuff. It is being able to survive and get up on the game, being able to pick and choose how you use your heat and how to interact. That's what they.
So you are
they
telling me
say
now. So
in
you are
this-
now
in a-
trying to retard whisper this, and you are telling me their interpretation of
Wait,
defense
hold up.
is not
Don't
defense.
call me. We're gonna nix that, right? Because we're not doing that.
No, he
We're not
didn't call
doing
you a
that today.
retard. He said you're retard whispering. It just means that
I don't know what that is. If you want to call me crazy, other country.
It's semantics, but I mean, I thought you know this.
Yeah, I don't speak your language on that level. I don't know what a retard whisper is. I never heard of it in my life. We're gonna stop with that though.
What do you
Cool.
mean?
It's fine. He wasn't calling you a retard, Reborn, but it's fine. We,
All right.
we can move away from that.
All right, cool.
Go on.
All right, go on.
Continue. What's going on? Why is everyone
Play
quiet?
the video. Play the video. He wants to now they're gonna explain their brain rot or some shit.
That's their
Theory
brain
based
rot. That's their vision.
How
What do
a
you mean?
player or character should win to a certain degree. Harada says battle strategy theories. Now, Captain says, yes, it's correct that people theorize these things. In order to expand upon this in season 2, we're doing a particular thing. Expand upon the battle strategies. When you're in heat state and taking a lot of damage on the ground, what's he going to say? We're adding the ability to recover about 30% health from the actual damage inflicted. Wow. Okay. In doing so, you now have the strategy of fighting while preserving your heat gauge. I'll have to see this in game. I'm not sure what this means. Up until now, the correct action when you activated heat was either to heat smash or rush down your opponent utilizing the unique individual power-up properties of heat. But by preserving heat, strategies are expanded upon. Okay. So saving your meter, allowing you to fight in more advantageous ways in neutral compared to when not using heat. Also, this time, there are a number of characters that are now able to use Heat Burst and Heat Smash from their special
You do
stances.
realize that this is a completely different topic now, right? You do realize they
Alright, so
said,
it's
yo guys, what we're gonna do is, for season 2, we are gonna focus on the defensive aspect of a 3D fighting game, lateral movement, and the general ease of defending. That's a word-for-word quote.
Yeah.
Now here's some heat stuff. Because right now we're not seeing any lateral shit.
Then
right?
look at
And then-
how the patch notes express their view of defense. Because when they
Bro,
talk
the
about it,
patch
they're like,
notes
these are the
say
changes that we
last.
made.
The patch notes say last couldn't get in. Like, bro, the patch notes are sometimes the biggest. Like, in the patch notes they tell you that for them they think that their players can't handle a QCB input. They think that's a challenging input. The patch notes are all over the place. Like, but look. What you should have, I will now argue your case better than you did.
Oh, okay.
You should focus on.
Appreciate it.
Oh, they allowed you to sidestep out of crouch
That comes
into
later.
both
but we
directions,
shouldn't stop.
which is a fucking joke in comparison to putting that type of moves in. Look, what does
Look,
it help
this
me?
what I'm
does
saying.
it help
No, no.
me if I
How
can
you
sidestep
decide?
out
Right.
of crouch?
What I'm saying is their vision of defense was what they said. They said
They
change your
didn't
battle
say
strategy, do this. They
Lateral
didn't.
movement and the general ease of defending. That's what they said. Okay,
And
bro,
you
I'm done.
think,
Like, you are
honestly,
literally.
no. Honestly,
Mike,
you think
you
if
can
their comment
take
stopped,
over. Like,
their comment stopped right there. That was it. And if that's the case, then the only thing that tells you that this is a defensive patch is one sentence. One fucking sentence.
You
That's it.
can't be
And
serious
you went
right now.
off. It's not one sentence. It's more than that. This is what they're saying. Look at the whole picture. You look at a part of the picture, and that's all you see.
Defense, lateral movement, ease of defending.
And you deserve to be disappointed.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you this
Look
straight up, right? Let me ask you this straight up. Let's take these points, right? Let's take ease of defending. Do you think it got easier to defend in season 2?
when you are on the
Simple
ground, right?
question.
When you're on the
Extremely
ground, you
simple
didn't
question.
take. Yes. If you
Yeah,
just want a yes or
yes.
no, then the answer is yes.
What the? What was
So
it?
okay, wait, hold on.
But she
If
only
it got-
wants a yes or no, so I can't.
Wait, if
explain
it
any
got
further.
easier to defend and there was no issue because we wanted defense, and if it got easier to defend, why did they come out and say Japanese developers said sorry? That's not a normal thing. What do you think they were apologizing for?
What they said is that their vision didn't match the community's vision. If I recall the way it was, they placed it. They're like, "Look, we're sorry we didn't meet what you guys were expecting on this thing." So they had a vision. They did their vision. When it got shown, the community was like, "The fuck is this?" And they're like, so you're not going to accept our vision?" And they're like, "No, fuck it."
But reborn. But they didn't know what the fuck they wanted.
No, I tell
Remember,
you
No,
what,
the community didn't know what the fuck they
no,
wanted. They still,
because as a Tekken player, like I said, side walking while crouching, that's literally groundbreaking. If you're a Tekken player, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
No, I know
a lot
do
of
you a lot
shit,
of work.
a lot of shit that you had to take, you can now step. Literally, you had to take it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of shit
I
is
know.
like put you in crouch on hit,
Mm.
and the rise move would hit you automatically. You had
What
it was nothing you could do about it. You had a parry or block if you had a parry.
But my
Mike,
thing
I
on this
sent
whole,
you,
maybe like the defensive patch, they say the defensive patch, like, oh, yo, they said it was a defensive patch, right? And when I went to go look at it, because I want them to say, hey, we're just doing a defensive patch. But then they explain what their philosophy is. And then the whole tech community just says, fuck that. We're not going to pay attention to that. We're going to go with this one part and say defensive patch. It's going to be exactly when we like it to be. And then what happens? It isn't.
I
And
mean,
now they lied to. How they lied to?
I explained it to you. You're just
You're making shit up. It ain't even
words.
in the fucking. You
What did I
making
make?
up
Okay,
any
whoa.
shit.
What did I make up? What did I make up?
So you're telling me? So
What
first,
did I make up?
that this is a defensive patch. I'll give you
I
that.
told you what they said. I told you they said it is. Are you? I'm gonna
What?
I'm gonna ignore you now. Like, what do you mean?
I know it's hard, man. I know it's hard. All you gotta do,
Reborn. In their words were, "We're gonna focus on defense."
and then they continue to speak on that subject. They didn't just
No,
stop.
then they continued to talk about grounded shit, which is not lateral movement. They never even go into that again.
They said lateral movement, side to side, right? That's the being able to sidestep.
Yeah,
on
and
crowd.
then what did they implement? Bro, homing
Sidestep
mids
on crowd.
plus on block. Are you dumb?
That is another part. Look, they had those moves coming already. I don't think they had. I don't think they had the defense shit. What do you mean? So you want like you
Why
don't know
would
the moves
I
they already
care
had.
if they had the moves already? What I care is
They were
what they
already
tell
coming.
me and what ends up. What do you? But what is that
They
argument? I
added
don't
defense
understand.
that they weren't already thinking about. And
They
you know
added
they weren't thinking about it
defense?
because they didn't talk about it when the season 2 trailer came out.
Mike,
they did say new moves, right? They did say
my
new
guy.
moves. But they didn't say shit about defense.
Can you, Mike? Can you zoom in because the wording what Reborn said? Can you zoom in? I hope we can somehow because it's pixelated. I don't know why. To top left. So that's the emergency patch from my video. So that's a quote they did. The quote is so mentally ill in the emergency patch that I have to read this out loud for people. Again, the last 2 patches are good. Season 2 overall. Over the months, they reduced the power level, but I just want to really underline this, how mentally ill their own phrasing is in these emergency patch notes. So this is the emergency patch. The overall game balance has shifted too heavily towards offense. Okay, even though they wanted to focus on the ease of defending, don't know how that happened, but we sincerely apologize that the actual balance changes, now really, listen up. We sincerely apologize that the actual balance changes did not align with the development intentions and policy previously communicated place. Like, how does that even happen? We sincerely apologize that we fucked up. Okay, so you made a mistake. So Reborn, I don't know why are you trying. Reborn,
What was the mistake?
I don't know why you are trying to defend them when they apologize and said, yeah, we fucked up and we regret not being able to address the improvements and adjustment that the community had actually hoped for. So they're telling you, yeah, we did some shit no one wanted. We should have actually done this. They are literally, do I have to highlight this? And then moving forward, so after we fucked up, which Reborn thinks is not actually a fuck up, what we are now gonna do is we are focusing on issues or distinguish issues that can be addressed quickly and issues that require more time and community feedback. Cut. We are blocking Mrs. Play stuff, and this shit gets more ridiculous. This is doesn't matter. It's in my video. I read patch notes actually. I read patch notes. I'm not too old or too old school in the game to read patch notes. I do that actually, and this shit is insane.
Yeah, I mean
that's why people were pissed.
It literally says here the game balance has shifted too heavily towards offense. Like there's clearly a disconnect. They came out and apologized for it.
Yeah, but so Mike, I don't know. Reborn tells me they buff defense. It is easier to Reborn literally tells me it's easier to defend. When the developers even tell me, it has shifted way too heavily towards offense. Bro, you have to be trolling, or you are not intellectually. I'm sorry, you're not equipped to have this conversation.
The devs said that they are going to add more focus on defense, right? That's what they did. And then they told you what they were going to do. Now, it turns out that when you add that little bit and you have a bunch of new fucking moves coming in at the same fucking time, it's not going to work out the way you think it is. And that's what they realized. They're like, shit, I have 4,000 new moves to put in this game. They're going in the game. They're already made. We're not putting these in the fucking game. And then they're like, but people want defense. They're like, fuck, what do we do? Well, we can do this and we can do this and we can do this. Cool. That'll make them happy, we think. They put it out there. It doesn't make them happy. So, yeah, is it a fuck up? Is it a mistake on that right? Yes. But they gave us what they said they were going to give us, right? It just didn't meet our expectations.
I can't engage with you anymore. I'm sorry. Nothing you say makes sense. I can't engage with you anymore. I'm sorry.
I don't see how it doesn't make sense, man. It's like, hey, look, I'm trying to bake you a fucking cake.
You're being like very dismissive of the very blatant issue that's occurred here. If you are developing a new season and the calls from the community are to make it more defensive, and then the moves that you add into the game have tracking issues and homing issues, but we're complaining about being able to move around and defend, people that have been working on the game for 20 plus years should be able to put one and one together. What happened is they've told us some bullshit on that Evo talk. They put the game out. They probably didn't expect that blowback. And then they had to say sorry because they fucked the game up almost beyond repair. That's what happened here. They didn't make a defensive patch. They lied to our faces. And then they did it again in season 3. They dropped a bunch of buzzwords. They said back to basics. It was anything but. And then they had to put out patches and apologize. Like there's a pattern of events here.
I don't see. I'm when I look at the first one, I see what they did in I see them treating season 2 the way they did. Was it season 3 in Tekken 7 when they added all the new moves and the wall shit or whatever? They wanted to dump all that shit in. They dumped all them fucking moves in. They didn't put enough defense to make people happy, that's for sure. But I don't think that the defense that they were talking about, I don't think the lateral sidestep, I don't think any of that shit was planned. I think all the moves were fucking planned. I don't think the other shit was planned. I think that was their Band-Aid attempt, and it failed. It did break. But that's what they were trying to do. And I appreciate them shits. Like, if you know how to use it, managing your heat better, it made shit a lot easier. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do a lot. There weren't a lot of changes in season 2 overall, from my understanding, right? We had a couple of patches, and then that was season 2 for most of the year, right? These emergency patches that came through, and then that was it.
Not really, but I mean, you should know that.
I know that we ain't had no new shit for a minute, and things mellowed out.
I don't want to keep going in circles on this because we're not making any headway here. What I want to ask Reborn is, a lot of people have been saying the reason that the fault falls squarely on the shoulders of the community for losing their 3 main leaders, right? In Shimbori, Nakatsu, and Harada. What is your opinion on this? Like, who do you think is at fault for Tekken 8 being in the state that it's in?
Tekken, or like where the developers are.
Tekken 8. The situation with Tekken 8 right now, a lot of people are pointing fingers and saying that it's the community that did this. The community. I'm sure you saw the post on Twitter. People were saying
so
it.
the community losing its like main stars, right?
Yeah. Do you think the community pushed them out?
No, but I think they didn't give them a reason to stay.
There you go.
What reason would we have given them to stay?
I don't know. Not what we were, what we've
You
been.
do realize that. Sorry.
I mean, you're unhappy. I get it. You're unhappy. You're allowed to be fucking unhappy.
I am actually
not you.
unhappy.
Not you. Just the people in general that were discontented. Like I said, this ain't personal.
I tell you what. Look, I tell you why I am actually mega chill. I'm mega chill. I just want to know from when people blame my community for shit, I get really angry. I tell you why I'm mega chill. I'm mega chill because I can play Tekken 6 all day if I want, which is my favorite Tekken game. I hopefully get a rollback edition. Tekken 8, the last patches were kind of sick, were kind of good. If that continues, nice. It took a long fucking time, but nice. And you know what makes me even more happier? To know that what probably happened is that SNK bonked on Harada's door, said, bro, we pay you 3 times the amount that this dog shit Bandai company pays you. You get full authority and you can make a 3D fighting game under your complete, with your vision completely, which is mad sick. Like, I get another 3D fighting game. How fucking sick is that? So, probably a 3D fighting game, I guess. Why would you otherwise, take Harada, I guess? But, I'm chill. I'm chill. But when people tell me, oh, yo, your community, when Michael Murray has the gall to even imply something like this, I'm just angry. So sorry, and maybe I let it out on you, but because I obviously can't get my hands on Murray. But yeah, I don't know.
In Minecraft.
In Japan.
No, that's even worse.
Oh.
He's trying to save you, man. He's sitting there playing out.
He does Muay Thai, bro. He would probably actually fuck me up. I mean, I think he actually would, I guess.
I don't know.
Never mind. Let's not get into that.
Have you not seen him awkwardly with his gloves? I was intimidated as fuck, bro.
We're gonna let that go.
He was driving this tuk-tuk in Thailand. I was like, bro, who is this gangster? Where do you get who is this man?
I wanted to say quickly that we're gonna have people come on soon, but the point of this podcast is to change my mind. So if you just agree with me and Finn, if you're gonna agree with me and Finn, then please don't, because we want people to come on that have disagreements. If you have disagreements with me and Finn, then obviously we want to get you on. But if it's just to say that you don't like Tekken, you're not happy with it, and
that's old, Mike.
Huh?
They ain't the news no more. No one's saying that no more. But I do want to ask that: how much Tekken 8 do you and Mike Hollows, FinnT and Mike, how much Tekken 8 you guys play? I think Reborn plays Tekken a lot, right?
Yeah.
Reborn.
How much
you play Tekken a lot, right?
I play almost daily, if not.
Okay, so that's why you and FinnT and Mike can't connect. I think because they don't really play the game. So when you're answering their questions.
Wait, did you say I don't play the game?
No, as much as he does.
Who?
But why does it matter if you play as much?
Mike, it matters. Like when you guys talk about that defense shit, I'm just listening to y'all because
we won. What's your playtime?
Because
although you're a modder, it doesn't count.
No.
I do play the game though. Wait, hold on. This is false. Okay, let me set some things straight. I don't play the game day and night. That's true, but I do play the game. I hit God 2, so I had to have played the game this season if I'm God 2. I'm not that far off God 3, so I had to have played the game. I don't know what we're talking about here.
My rank is. I think everybody know that that rank, you could get that rank in your sleep. You could take a shit and get that rank.
Okay, now you're skirting around it because I do the streams, I do the Shambolic Showdowns. We did them for about 4 hours. I don't play ranked on stream, which means I also have to be playing it in my free time. And I was doing some content for Yujiro, so I would have had to have been playing it as well because some of it I needed for some videos. So this whole thing where people are like, you don't play the game, that's a load of nonsense. The proof is on my channel.
You don't play the game enough to understand what's going on. You playing same way, putting your shoulder in people and thinking they can
Jimbe,
size
do
up
you
the shoulder.
think that
Jimbe, you
what
are
is
a
even your argument, right?
premium.
Where do
You are a premium button masher, bro.
Put that down. Put that down. Put that down.
Hell no. No, you ain't on duty.
Put that
You
down.
ain't on duty no more.
Yo, FinnT, what you were saying?
Go on, Finn.
Nah, I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood. I don't know why I'm pissy today. Like I don't want to actually. I'm pissy. I don't want to.
Finn, speak your mind.
No, I don't. Okay, but where do you want to where do you want to go with this? Like, do you okay, Shimble, do you have the impression, honest to God, do you have the impression that I don't know Tekken?
Hell no. I think you know a little bit too much, and I think you read into like people's statements too hard. I already said I think you're really smart, but I think when y'all be like, why did the developers apologize? They apologize because the community was toxic as fuck, and they don't know how to deal with this shit. They had to apologize.
Okay, but then you are telling me
like sorry, like they didn't apologize because they actually made a mistake on the game. Because like I said, I play. I like, huh?
I follow
they
you on this.
apologized because the community was being way too ruthless.
Okay, let's do a mind read then. So when we are at this point where we're doing this, right? Okay, let's speculate. Let's say you're right. Let's say I follow you on this adventure, yeah? Then that would mean crashing out and aggressively saying, bro, this shit is not okay, will give you what you want. Which it kind of should, right? I mean, that's why you voice your opinion. So
no,
where's the...
not necessarily.
Okay.
Because you got to think, they're new to this shit. Relatively new.
Where? No, they're not.
What do you mean? I've been in Tekken forever, and this is the first time with Tekken 8 and Tekken 7 where we're online and social.
Were you around?
I said the same thing Reborn said. Remember, I said the same thing Reborn said. Like, this is the first time it's been like this. It was way too many people. Way too many people on their ass.
Okay, but we are all in agreement that Launch Leroy was not a nice time. They got a lot of... I don't know if they even maybe got more shit.
Listen, if you talk about Leroy as past history...
Launch Leroy, people, they really gave them shit for this as well. Okay, I take it back. Obviously not as much as Season 2 or Tekken 8, right? Obviously not. But they gave him damn shit. And Fakum Ram, right? Even to a certain extent, Launch Lydia. The Hellsweep team. Like if people being toxic is enough to get you out of the door, you would mean that specifically in Michael Murray's case or with other people, it's like you would think that the homing Hellsweep fiasco would have been enough to get him out.
Both Murray and I both said that it, like I said before, it didn't cause it, but it didn't help. That's the answer. That's what he was saying.
I mean, it obviously, but like it didn't help. What does that?
You know what I mean? Wait. Like there's no reason. Like I've been in communities where like you're playing Tekken, right? And the game sucks. And I think I've heard this I've had this discussion with people online where I'm like, you hate the game, right? They fucking hate the game. They're yelling about it, whatever. I'm like, well, why do you go to events? Why do you do that shit? And they're like, well, I like my people, right? I like the people that I go and hang out with. And that's why I go. And they play Tekken. And so, yes, I'm playing Tekken, but I'm not there because of Tekken. I'm there because of my people. Now, if the people start to be assholes and shit, then they don't help. You know what I mean? You would leave Tekken if not for the people.
They do help. Even if I'm an asshole, if what I'm speaking is valuable and to a certain extent true, it is your job. It is your job as a good developer, game designer who wants feedback, who needs feedback. They have done this already with Tekken 4 back in the day, where they kind of doesn't matter. It's its own story. They're talking about. My point is, it is their job to filter out what feedback is valuable, what not. It's their job to look behind, oh, the guy is an asshole, and to see if he has anything to add to the conversation. That is their job.
Their job is not to listen to us. They
ask us for feedback. Okay, guys, oh God, is this the stream? Is this really the stream where I'm getting like, I mean,
they asked. What do you mean? They did. They asked. They said, we are willing to listen to you guys. Not that we
a big mistake.
Will follow you. It doesn't mean we're going to do what you say.
That was a mistake? How was that a mistake?
Hell yeah, it was a mistake because you open the doors for anyone.
Okay, I had this fear.
Individuals. But to open the floodgates completely, was a mistake, FinnT. You know that's a mistake.
I made a video about this, bro. I had this fear that this is gonna happen, yeah? Because what are these brain dead fucking idiots gonna write into the feedback portal? And they write dumb shit in the character discussion, right? But what now ended up happening in the patch? Everyone is like, yeah, shit's good.
But we also
like, so obviously they fucking listened. What do you mean?
No, wait.
I'm so confused here.
Those changes.
Someone has to take over. Mike, do this. Mike,
I'm so confused.
Hold on, wait.
Chimblade. Are you is Tekken the only product in the world where the people making the game don't listen to their customers?
What you mean?
When you make a product and your customer base is pissed off, you're supposed to listen to the customer. But who are they selling the game to? Are they selling it to themselves?
But most of them people that were saying season 2 trash didn't even play Tekken, Mike. They ain't know. Remember, hold on, Mike. Listen, remember we schooled you on this shit. Those people didn't know what the fuck 2 changed. They were just in the comments and your game trash, die. Your game trash, fuck this game. That's all they were saying.
Yes.
And then listen, and everybody you brought on your cast, we asked them, what do you want to change? They couldn't answer the question. FinnT can answer the question.
You are right. You are right.
They could not answer the question.
Wait, you are right about this, but that's what I mean. That's what I mean. If you are Adam Keats, what you would do is you would ignore these motherfuckers and would treat them like the nothings that they are. But you wouldn't ignore Duelist, Ty, Jasandi, Kane.
Who are they? Who the fuck are they? They are Tekken fucking players. To Namco? To Bang? Like, what are they? What are they?
Bro,
do they give them money? Do they do anything? No. They ain't shit to the company.
Reborn. If you come out and say that, that's fine. Who are they? We don't want to listen to you. Okay, that's not what they did. They wanted feedback.
Yeah, they did. They said, hey, if you want to give it to us, we'll consider looking at it. We don't have to look at it.
Now, FinnT trying to say, hold on,
okay.
I got real quick. FinnT, real quick. Reborn. I believe he's saying since they asked for it, they need to look for notable players, which he's trying to get to. Like,
no, I don't even say that. They don't need to only look for notable players. They need to look for people who they have the impression that they actually know their game environment well to formulate anything that's worth listening to. So it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be notable players, but it would probably help if it would probably help. But look, I don't even know what the argument is anymore. They did ask for feedback. Michael Murray personally put his Google eye emojis under the feedback of Gossain to signalize, we are reading this, guys. Yes, we are reading that. We are reading it. And now we are giving you the dev portal and shit like this. We really want to listen to you. And look, it seems until now, it seems that it has a bit of an effect, at least in the recent.
How much of what Gossain posted was put into effect?
How much?
Yeah.
I mean, quite some. Like the general, like for example, what was it like? Wait, I can find it. I can find the exact wording. Yeah, one moment.
Wasn't the initial emoji eyes? Didn't they do the opposite of what Gossain was saying initially?
Initially, yes, but now obviously they are toning the power down, and obviously that's the main.
You think that's because of his post?
Do you we can do like, do you think it is? Do I think it's not? I don't think it's specifically because his individual post. It's because he laid a stone in the wall of posts that then started happening of people like Kane and shit that then actually even made them say, okay, you know what? It's so many of them. We should concentrate this. Give them the dev portal. Is it also possible that they wanted to divert some of the criticism from Twitter to the dev portal? Yes, it is. But people are still posting clown posts on Tekken 8 to this day. So that doesn't really work out that well. All I'm saying is, do you think I am that stupid that I post to a singular feedback tweet and say, see? No, I'm saying that if they say we want feedback, they get it. People put a lot of effort in it. Yeah? Kane, I don't know if you know who Kane is or Rip, they put a lot of effort in. And cool. This all builds a wall that they at some point, like that wall signalizes something to them. They cannot ignore this wall, which they asked for. Do you agree with me or do you disagree on this?
I think a company is smart to ask for feedback, but at no point is the customer's feedback obligatory. Now, when it makes sense to affect their bottom line, then of course they'll listen. They'll be like, that's a good idea. We see this happen a lot. We're going to take a look at it. But just because a lot of people say something doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to affect their bottom line. So they don't, I mean, it's a company. Like, what are you talking about? Like, these are not just people. It's a fucking company. Why would they just do shit? Because, no, I'm saying feedback. They asked for it, and they opened the door and said, hey, you can give it to us. They don't have to ever look at it. There's customer comment boxes in restaurants and businesses all over the place.
So
do you think that those businesses have to look at those? It would be nice
if you ask for feedback. I assume that you're gonna look at this. Yes, I mean, otherwise we are in territory. Yes.
Okay, I lived in Germany, so no, you're in Germany. You fucking absolutely fucking right. You guys do what the fuck you mean all the fucking time. Like I love it about that.
Are the Japanese
in America,
liars?
that is absolutely not the case.
Yeah, that's a Japanese company, though. Are they liars?
Well, no, Michael Murray is American. Or whatever.
But the company spoke that out loud. Like like multiple people. Like
look, I don't know. You know what? You can ask the Japanese. If the Japanese, I'm not Japanese, so I can't speak for them. But I know in America, putting out a comment box or whatever, a feedback place, it does not obligate the company or to put it out to listen to it.
Okay, you can have your opinion on that. Fine. Doesn't make any sense to me, but it's fine.
It doesn't. Sometimes it just looks good, though.
Change your mind, fam.
Guys, okay, guys, wait. Okay, riddle me this one then. Okay, give me your insane conspiracy shit here. So if they ask on Twitter, give me feedback, and then they decide to like kind of just ignore it, right? That would speak to your version, right? But then they say, let's make the dev portal so people actually have verifiable proof, because it says specifically in the outline of the dev portal that as soon as if it gets posted in the main channel, it will be relayed to developers who will look at this. So then you couldn't even get away with anymore, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. You wouldn't even have that OS anymore. Why would they do that if they don't care about my feedback?
Like, they can look at it all fucking day. Doesn't mean they're going to do anything.
Bro, yeah, it could be that Murray is the best fucking Devigen on this planet. Could be. What do you mean?
All I'm saying is like the portal though makes things a lot more organized. The portal has made things a lot easier for them to weed out. It also allows the community to judge the other community and be like, bruh, oh, you think down 4-2 should be -25? Like, they'd be like, bruh, downvote. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? So they can now look at some of the comments and be like, oh, even the community thinks it's stupid. The dev portal allows them to gather data way better than Twitter ever did.
Okay, look, do I know with 100% metaphysical certainty that the dev portal or the Twitter feedback is responsible for the last 2 patches? No, but I really don't give a shit what it is. If it was the insults, I don't think that was it. Was it the aggressive feedback that had nothing to do with? I don't think that was it. So what could it be? Could it be like? I mean, it had to, like, what was it then? Okay, then you tell me why. Why did we get the last 2 patches if they didn't? I mean, Reborn, you were of the opinion that they didn't lie to us.
They already told you.
Excuse me?
They went back to basics. They said, we're going to take a slow look at this shit and be very particular on what we choose to implement.
They should give you guys a job at Bandai Namco.
Bro, I'm just reading the text, man. I'm not reading it.
They're doing a good job, Mike. They're doing a good job, Mike.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Did at any point Michael Murray like retweet a mod of yours and you think you have to be like grateful to him or something like that?
Is that supposed to be condescending?
Yes.
Oh. I haven't released the mod. If he did, that'd be kind of cool. But
I mean,
no.
Wait, hold on. Do you not think that the back to basics thing was out of pocket? What they did? You think that was okay? That marketing that they went for?
Yeah, I do. I personally do. I think it was smart, to be honest. Because if the community going to be stupid and hype themselves the fuck up and put money in my pocket, I mean,
we did that, yeah. I hype. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm just saying.
I hype myself up, yes? Not the trailer that they did. I
all
hyped
said
myself
was one phrase,
up.
back to basics.
Excuse me.
All they said was back to basics.
No. That's all I said. No. They didn't say just back to basics. They said, per my recollection.
Oh, all right.
They said
no recollection.
Wait. They said back to basics, a more conventional more
intentional. I think that was it.
deliberate.
I think you need to go back and look at it. I don't want you to quote yourself wrong. We don't want to have.
Bro, did you watch the trailer even, bro? Okay, get him out of here. I honestly, I'm done.
Wait, hold on, Finn.
No.
Okay, you take over. I mute myself. I mute myself until you get my.
No, you don't mute yourself.
I gotta go get my own receipts.
Wait, hold on, Reborn.
Man, fuck the
Listen, wait, hold on. That like either you weren't playing Tekken 8 in season 2, or you're trolling FinnT.
I did play Tekken.
At the end of season 2, everybody was calling for the game to be brought down. Maybe not Shinblade, but everybody else was saying. Everybody, even Shinblade was saying it. Tone the game.
Not like y'all though. Y'all was being mean.
No problem. I was being nice about it. They were saying tone the game down. They were saying bring it down. So if everybody in the community is saying bring it down, and we're thinking to ourselves, oh, they're going to bring it down because we think that they're listening to their core community. And then they drop a trailer that says back to basics. How could you turn around to people and say that's your fault for helping yourself?
Bro, as soon as that shit dropped, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? As soon as it dropped, I was like,
wait, hold on. You
didn't
listen to what I just said. If you're running a company and your customer base, I'm talking to you specifically now, your customer base is saying, we don't like the direction this is going in. We want it to go this way. And you hear that. You know where their sentiments are. Let's please not be silly about this.
Okay.
You know where their sentiments are. You know that they're thinking to themselves, because historically, Tekken's been quite a defensive game. It's been very neutral and footsie based. You're thinking to yourself, oh, they want us to bring the temperature down. We've been calling these characters Super Saiyans. They've brought the power level 2 up. And then you release something that basically tells them, okay, we're going back to basics. And then you turn around to your customer base and go, that's your fault for assuming. You should be fired on the spot. You should be removed from your position.
But if you look at the back to basics, right? They pretty much said, hey, we're gonna refine or refine shit, right? So they're not switching anything too crazy because they're refining it, right? And then they're gonna take their time, I guess. It was like 3 different words they used, right? But basically they're gonna take more time to make more pointed decisions that fit their goals better, right? And they're going to be intentional. That's what they said they were going to do with back to basics. That was their goal. Now,
no, you're not. Okay. Wait, what did the initial trailer say?
It said was back to basics, and then those 3 words.
It said more focused, more deliberate, back to basics.
Yeah. Okay.
More focused, more deliberate, back to basics, and this is coming off the back of the community saying, tone everything down. Like, why are we politicking around this?
Bro,
I can't believe this right now.
This shit dropped. I don't know if I posted it or I said something to someone. I was like, yo, y'all need to figure out what the fuck they mean before you start off on your tangents.
No, it's not about figuring out what they mean. You're not listening. Am I speaking Swahili here? If I tell you, that the temperature is too high in the community, right? Everybody wants it to go down. It doesn't matter what follows. If the marketing says back to basics, what they did was they used very particular language to make people think it was going to go one way, which is obviously where people are going to lean if everybody's saying bring the characters down. I don't know why we're skirting around their dirty and shady business practices to get money from people.
But like Shinblade said, we still in season 3. They didn't say back to basics for the initial thing.
I believe once Jujiro come out and that patch, season 3 gonna be extremely good.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not. Season 3 is probably gonna get better. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's gonna hit the basics. That's how I want it to be. Look, think about it, right? You wanted it toned down. They hit up Heat twice, right? Tweet has been smacked twice, right? It's still aggressive. You can still use Heat, but they definitely toned it down. And that was you were saying. On the backs of people wanting it toned down, they did. They also said, we ain't going to do it quickly. All right, so just in case y'all asking, we ain't fitting to do it quickly. And they are doing exactly what they said.
Do you know what, Shinblade and everyone? You guys should go. If you're ever struggling for money, go to the Bandai Namco head office. They will love you guys.
You know who wasn't disappointed?
You two
are fucking plant. You are industry plants. There's no way you believe what you're saying right now.
Mike, you love me though.
I do. I wish the best for you, Shinbei. But
Yeah, so that means sometimes you gotta listen to us though. You gotta listen sometimes, Mike.
Sometimes when you love somebody, you gotta let them know when they're being a jabroni.
No,
Oh my goodness! I thought you wanted feedback. I'm trying to give you feedback. To help
what?
you.
I can't believe what I'm hearing right now. I actually can't believe what I'm
Listen to
hearing
me.
right now.
Season 3 ain't it? All right. What about this? Like this conspiracy theory shit, right? So I see the first 2 seasons as the beta period.
Yes.
I don't. Right. And right now we in season 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up because when Tekken 8 came out, you guys were saying the first season was going to be the beta period.
Oh no, 2 years.
No. I always say the first 2 years. 2 years.
Well, that's also a problem because this is a home release. This is not an arcade
we got
release.
welcomed in. I watched it happen. And I had to watch people for 2 years play the game. That shit sucks.
Mike. Stop making excuses for this company.
It's not an excuse.
It's not an excuse.
Yes,
it is. You needed that much time because the game is so fucking deep. This game has so many.
They always needed that much time, Mike. They always needed that much time for every tick. We always had to watch them play it for 2 years.
We don't live in the arcade era anymore. If you're gonna
things are figured out, it still exists.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
If you're going to release things in the modern age on console, then fucking do it properly. We don't live in the arcade era anymore. You guys are gonna be saying this in 2040 when Tekken 10 has come out. Give him 2 years. Give him 2 years to get that ball right. Then charge me a fraction of the price. And when you finish the game, I'll give you the whole thing. How about that?
We're gonna tell you it's 2 years and you can wait 2 years to buy a finished game.
No, that's some nonsense, man. You guys are bootlickers. Bootlickers. I can't believe this. I'm so sorry. I can't believe this. This is insane.
Let
me tell you guys something. The gaming industry is in the state it's in because of you guys. They release unfinished games, and you guys are like, give it a year, give it 2 years, and by 2 years we got a new.
Mike, I don't
look at what it is.
Mike, I don't even
name on it. People would love it.
I don't even express my feelings this much like that, so I'm not doing nothing but watching y'all talk shit. Now, once this military shit over with, I'm making a lot of videos, but right now I'm just watching y'all talk shit you don't know about. But you happy about Yujiro, right? And Yujiro, ain't you happy?
Yes,
Smile, motherfucker.
I'm happy about Yujiro.
Yes,
we're not talking about Yujiro right now. We're
talking about Tekken. You a god too? Fame weight player right now. What the hell you over here mad about? What y'all doing? FinnT, I'm mute your mic. I'm on your ass too. Y'all love this damn game.
What? Because I'm good too. I shouldn't complain.
That means you've been playing enough to be, you know what I'm saying, loving it.
He loves Tekken. When he plays Tekken, me and Mike had our best moments on Tekken. Me and Mike had our best moments on Tekken. So what we talking about? Mike bring it up every time. Mike loved that ass whooping I gave him. You
didn't give me an ass whooping, Shinbei.
You love it.
Okay, first of all, I beat you 2-1. And then secondly, you beat me 5-4 and you won by 1 round. Best Steve player in North America, by the way. Guy that doesn't play that much. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, but Tekken isn't your job though, right, Mike?
But but he's so fucking good at the game just by magically, right? So you just good at Tekken because you're just a good player?
No, I've been playing since Tekken 1. So
don't mean you can fuck with me though.
Yeah, but I mean, like, were you any good at Tekken 1? Was you good at Tekken 1 or you just hitting buttons?
No, I was a kid. I was like, Tekken 1 came out when I was like 7 years old or 6 years old or something like that.
So we gotta bring FinnT back though.
If FinnT will come back in a minute. C4's coming on in a bit.
He's waiting. He's drying his eyes.
I can't. You know, I'm gonna read some of the super chats. So I need to take a break from you.
I want to ask the question real quick. Because I was listening to y'all. I was too close to the range to ask the question with too many gunshots going off. But this Michael Murray shit, can y'all give me a quick summary on it? Because I don't know what that's really about.
Basically, Michael Murray came on, I guess randomly under somebody else's post and was like, "Hey, the Harada and Nakatsu have been fighting corporate for 20 years, but the toxic Tekken 8 community didn't help or made it easy with regard to like their decision to leave."
Okay, right there. Hold on, wait. Okay, so right there.
And he was another post too.
Yeah, he also said that our behavior has consequences.
Yeah.
Okay, but think about it though. Like that's coming from the inside. That's coming from somebody who was directly next to Harada and Koski, right? So why did people take that comment as like bad?
Personal, because it
I
doesn't
don't
make
know,
him look
fuck
good.
Murray, Reborn.
Hey, Carol.
Did you say I go and? Did you say I went and I'm
Pretty shit.
drying my eyes?
Yeah, because you weren't here. I said you had puffy eyes.
Ooh, FinnT, we ready,
Okay.
boy.
Can I ask you a very quick question?
I'm just fucking with you.
No, let me. Okay. Now let me fuck with you.
Oh,
I want to ask you a very quick question. Just
me.
be ready to answer a Tekken-related question. Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm gonna fail.
Let me ask you this. Just
I'm old. I got
it's very
amnesia.
simple.
Dementia.
About what specific moves are the reason to go leftwards Kazuya specifically? Why that is important?
All the ones that don't track that way. That's why you gotta go left.
The ones that don't. Okay, the specific moves I asked you.
Yeah, the specific moves that track left. Those are the ones that you don't. You know what I'm saying?
You really didn't know. That is insane. How long do you play?
Huh? You think I'm gonna fucking answer you, bro?
For how long did you play? For how long do you?
I mean, you already said it. You already said like how, right?
What you said? I've been playing too long to lap.
Yeah.
Let's not make this a humiliation ritual. Come on.
You could try. It ain't gonna matter.
I mean,
it's not I got a little baby God 3 panda. Okay, woo! Like the fuck, I give a fuck what you say.
Let's not do the whole humiliation thing.
I said
take a plan there.
It's okay.
I mean, I'm
look,
right. I'm right.
My skin is still thick as fuck. You know what I mean?
I mean, every Tekken player I have spoken to that actually plays the game knew exactly why Michael Murray's Hellstream tweet was that dumb. He didn't even realize that. For 6 years, you were under the impression. That is amazing.
Oh. I mean, I know you feel smart, but
suck Murray's balls a bit more, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Wait, did you just say you suck his balls?
Damn.
Guys, come on, don't start fighting.
Bruh.
Let's see for say.
Bro, this guy's crazy.
Mike, did you read out my super chat? I didn't
because these guys haven't stopped. I haven't been able to get to the super chat.
Mike, try to get that spit out his ass, man.
You can ignore my super chat. I was looking for receipts, and it's on Sophie's screen, and I can't find it.
Sophie said Blackheart was a liar and toxic. She got flamed for both allegations, but now we admit he is toxic. Blackheart isn't a liar, but sure is toxic. Sure, but toxic. I don't think that Blackheart is toxic. I think that particular thing that he did on Twitter was out of pocket. Like, well, not out of pocket, but I think typing in all caps is obviously going to piss people off.
Okay. Guys, I said in the chat, I'm pissy today. If any of you feel like, what is wrong with FinnT today? If you want to know that, rewatch this stream until this point in real time.
Oh, you was having a bad day? I didn't know, man. I wasn't here when I asked how you was doing.
No, my day was fantastic until some dog shit bear player shat into my head.
I love this shit. Yo, that was perfect, bro.
I
know you had a bad day, bro. I'm sorry.
The only reason I did the super chat is because you said that, Blackheart's toxic, and Blackheart agreed. So that's the only reason I said it. And that was like an hour and a half ago.
No, I said, would you agree that's toxic? I don't think Blackheart is toxic as a whole. I think he has moments. I think we've all probably had moments where we've been toxic. But I would say, with regards to Sophie's thing, she called him a liar. Blackheart didn't lie in that tweet. I think he was a little bit. I wouldn't appreciate having someone caps lock me. So I think
I don't think he's a liar. I don't think he's a liar either.
Like, do you like really though? Like when people use caps, do you really take it as like offense to it?
Yeah, the way I see, so like, a lot of people see social media as not a real place. Like yesterday when we had Chris G on, he was saying that like it's not, people are not real online. I don't see it like that. I think that I see opposite to that. And so when you speak to me like that online, I expect that's probably how you behave in person. But then I asked Blackheart, would you caps lock him in real life, like shout in his face? And he was like, no. And I was like, so why are you doing it online then? I don't like that separation. I don't like when people do that. So yeah, it doesn't get on my nerves. Like when people are rude to me online, I'm used to it now. But I'm just like, okay, cool. When I see you in person, I expect the same energy. Otherwise,
I was of the thought like Karen's. I look at it like a wilding out Karen, like blah blah blah. So to me, it's irrelevant. You type in caps, I'm like you yelling behind a glass door. Like What are you doing?
So wait, I didn't say. Okay, wait, I didn't say that I think people act the way. I just explained it, Craig.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again because Craig. Maybe those people in chat that misunderstood.
Oh.
I know that people project online, but I know there's a real person behind that keyboard. So if you talk to me like that online, then I'm expecting you're going to talk to me like that in real life. Otherwise, when I meet you in real life, I'm going to talk to you the way you spoke to me online. I'm not one of those people that's going to be like, oh, it was just Twitter. No, behave yourself on Twitter and behave yourself in real life, or be a crash out on Twitter and be a crash out in real life. I'm not separating the two, because then people just get away with acting like idiots online. I don't think that. That's why I said to Blackheart, would you shout in Michael Murray's face? He said no. And I said, then why are you caps locking? Imagine walking up to Michael Murray and screaming in his face, you lied about season 2, you lied about like, that's not realistic. So don't do it online.
I did get offended by that retard whisperer statement, but it was a real offense.
Wait,
Who's the retard whisperer?
Realize that if you are the retard whisperer and you are speaking for the retards, in that context, it was.
Oh, that's what that means?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a low talking, like dirt to dirt.
No, it's like you are translating the retard into actual words. Like that's what a retard.
Y'all got it. Look, I told you. Look, I'm in my 40s, man. Y'all want to call me some shit? Y'all got to go back in time. You call me this new age shit, I'm just gonna be like, I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Fair enough. I'm gonna try and get to the super chats now. I've been trying for about 2 hours. Please allow. Finn, hold on. Let me read some. Do you have some super chats you want to read?
I already addressed mine.
Okay, all right. I'll read a couple and then we can get back. I won't read all of them. I'll get back to it. Just Frame, thank you for the £2. Jason Montoya is a living legend at this point.
Yeah, his playlist is legendary as well. And if he doesn't, Jason, you know what? Ultimatum, Jason. I know you hear this because you are obsessed. If you don't rewrite this comment and if I in 2 days don't see Mike Hollow's name correctly spelled, I'm gonna re-release that video. It's on you, bro.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, it's on you.
It's fine. It's fine. I like Jason Montoya already came to he came to the stream twice. He made himself look silly. If he wants to call me Mike Harlow or whatever he called me, that's fine. It's not a problem. I don't know why he said that. I don't appreciate him going into TMN's chat.
He is disrespecting an envoy of the Great Dragon.
I don't know why I know he went to Main Man's chat because obviously me and Main Man don't get along, but he went there to obviously try and start some shit, which I don't appreciate. You're a grown man. If you got something to say to me, I'm not hard to find. But if you don't change it, I'm not going to come after you. It's not a problem. Just guys, if you start calling me Mike Harlow, I'm going to crash out. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. We are going through a war currently. Old Guard FGC versus New Guard. If you don't acknowledge these groups both have good points, you can't have the conversation.
No. I don't want to address, I don't want to yap every time, but I really tried, maybe harder than anyone on this planet, to always listen to like the other side or what I perceive to be the other side. And all I hear is like shit like Anna doesn't have lows. You know, when I try to speak to those guys. So
Bro,
no.
yeah, I saw that. I saw someone say Anna doesn't have lows, and I was just like, I'm not even going to bother with that one. Not going to.
This was at the start, Lemon Tea? Okay, never mind.
Kurohige, thank you for the $10. Fans were only at fault for wanting Tekken 8 when Tekken 7 was good for 1 to 3 more seasons. Devs should have taken more time before dropping Tekken 8. Their greed clouded their judgment. Thank you, Blackbeard. Thank you. This is what I'm saying. Everybody's giving these developers an out and saying, oh, give it 2 years because Tekken was in the arcade for 2 years. Well, we're not in the arcade era anymore. We're in the console era. C4, am I tripping here? I know you're not really a Tekken head, but that's not an acceptable thing when you're charging full price for a game, surely.
What, to say, oh, the game will be fine in 2 years?
Yeah.
I would probably say it's not good, but for Tekken, I don't know.
Oh, they thought it is fine. I think that is the real significant part about this. They thought that is fine.
You got to look at the comparison, right? You got to look at the comparison.
It's not fine for any other game. Like 2XKO suffered from it, and they're trying to make a comeback.
Would you rather the the game get released on, say, like console in Japan, and we don't get it in the UK or Europe and America?
No, just release it worldwide.
No,
when
no, no.
It's ready.
It's not.
When it's
Japan
ready.
says, I don't care if it's not ready. Right?
Okay,
Japan's like,
that's a big problem.
okay, but they're good. They're like, we're good with that. Give it to us.
That's not
we'll build.
the
What if
ready
they
thing.
if they said that, right? If they said that, would you be okay sitting on the sidelines and watching them play for 2 years?
But why is that the only option? Why are we
That is
going
the
to
only
the
option.
worst
I'm just
possible
saying-
option?
I'm not saying it's the only option, but I am saying, would you be okay with that?
No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
Would
But
you
that's
want to
not-
play
that's
the
not a
unfinished
big-
game as well?
If they offer it to us in early access, the difference between an arcade release and a home release is you can go to the arcade, put £1 in, and play the game. So the effect of playing an unreleased, unfinished game is not that deep, because all I'm doing is going to the arcade and putting £1 into the arcade machine and then playing through the whole arcade mode and getting a whole feel for my character. And if there's a bunch of people waiting and I keep winning, I get to stay on. Versus if I pay for a game, it's come home now, and now I've got this game that is full price and barely working. That is some nonsense. I don't know why people that bring up the arcade argument forget.
But you can't say that it's
the
barely
financial hit to playing on the arcade was minuscule compared to playing on a console.
But you say things like barely playable. Like, so season 1, season 2, barely playable.
No, they weren't barely playable, but they weren't good enough. They weren't finished. You guys said it
When
yourself.
will it be finished? Season 6?
I don't. That's you guys are saying it's not finished. You guys were saying that they needed 2 years.
I said I'm willing to give it 2 years, and then watch and see what happens after 2 years.
We do. Sorry, I want to.
That's kind of where we're at right now. Where
the game,
things are like,
the game was pretty finished. The balance was shit. Like the direction was shit.
No,
but that's
yeah, the game itself was done.
It's about the community to then figure this out. Like, I mean, think about how actually insane it is that the only big problem that I had with the game are some properties and moves and frames, but they are so egregious and high in number that is an actual insane think about how tragic that is actually.
I think what's more tragic is the amount of shit we ignore.
Would you wait? Hold on. Would you
wait. What do you mean? What do you mean the amount of shit that we ignore?
Like, man, this game, like they were like, we need like the customization shit. It was kind of rough in the beginning, but it started to open up in the grand scheme. I know people hate the store, right? I know people hate the store. They're like, fucking store, DLC, bullshit, whatever. But in my opinion, I'm like, they never had to give us any of that extra bullshit, right? And you didn't have to buy the premium. You could get a free battle pass thingy, you know what I'm saying, for free. And people were so mad.
Okay, how much is Murray paying you?
No, I'm just saying, like, this is extra shit, right? We got an excellent practice mode. We got all kinds of different things in the practice mode. We got new stuff. Like, a lot of quality of life shit in this game is fucking fantastic. And it looks fucking beautiful. Like, there's a lot of shit. Now, in the actual gameplay, like, if you compete in this shit, there are issues. Like, I fucking hate King, right? Because I still can't stop running into his stupid fucking flex move, right? That shit annoys the fuck out of me. I hate fighting Alyssa because I feel like some of her shit is fucking broken as fuck. Law was the fucking worst, right? But over the entire pool of the game, like, these are moments within the game that caused me heartburn and shit. But overall, I'm good. And then as I learned more shit, I was good. Huh?
How long have you been playing Tekken?
Since I've been playing competitively since Tekken 5 release.
Okay.
5.0.
Playing competitive. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, with the wait for 2 years, what about after the 2 years the game's not good? You know you're not gonna get like a refund. So you'd be okay with buying the game, waiting for 2 years to see if it's what you like. If it's not what you like, go, oh well, and then move on. You'd be okay with that.
What, me?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you asking me? Yeah. Like, if I was given the option to buy the game during the period of time where I had to watch Japan and Korea play it, I would have bought it, regardless of what it. And then later found out that a new version came out, I'd have been fine. Like, as long as I kept the same game.
Okay. Sorry, Finn, real quick. I'm trying a new tactic in communication. What was my question?
You said, would you buy the game and if it wasn't good in 2 years, be okay with that?
So close. Knowing that you can't get a refund
Oh,
Would you still...
I don't expect a refund after 2 years. I cannot expect a refund. That's wild.
Okay, so you buy a product and go. The cashier is going to say, "Well, this product might not work." Or no, sorry, this product is going to be kind of, it's going to be like half-assed until 2 years. 2 years is going to be finished, but it still might not be like what you want it to be. But you can't get a refund. You're actually okay with that?
Yes, because if they said this is a game that has changes periodically, then I am accepting that fact. Now, if they gave me a game, like if they sold me Tekken 8 and there was no season passes or no nothing, and I'm expecting to get a game that's just going to stay that way, and then they gave me seasons that changed my shit, then I'd be pissed because I didn't sign up for that. I did not sign up for a game to change after I bought it. But in Tekken 8, you already know it's going to change in a season.
What game doesn't change after you bought it? Like literally every game nowadays has a patch.
All right, nowadays, man, you gotta understand. I don't come from the nowadays. All right, that's not why I originated. So
okay,
right
you
now,
live in the now, right?
I do, and I understand. If I buy a game and there's patches, like I'm good with it. Like for me, it doesn't piss me off because I know what I'm getting into. I don't know what they're going to do. I might hate the game after the change, and if that's the case, that was the risk.
Do you know what the problem here is with this discussion is that like I see you and some other people on Twitter like pushing back a lot against people being very like pushing back against this game, like giving a lot of criticism. Whenever I see you comment, I've seen you comment a few times, just don't play it or just don't worry about it and stay on over. And I'm like, I don't understand why you and other people have this very dismissive attitude of the issues in Tekken 8 and what people are talking about. And an example I can give you is like I've told these guys 100 times, Rebirth of Souls is like one of my favorite anime fighting games. But the actual game is a load of shit. Like the infrastructure is appalling and we barely have any support for the game. Now, because I love the game, I sit and play it, but I don't tell anybody any fibs about the game. But you guys, like Shinblade included, you guys tell fibs about this game. Like you make excuses for the developers. Like you say, oh, it's okay, it's okay. This is okay. We can wait 2 years. It's unacceptable for games to come out in the modern age and be glitchy and mashed up and not working as intended after 2 years. Apology after apology, yet you charge full price. I don't know why we can't just be honest about our favorite games. I don't understand why.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather they just go back to release the game and that's the game you got. Like, fuck all this, like seasons and all this bullshit. Now, I like that it came out. Because like Tekken 7 wouldn't have lasted nearly as long as it did if they didn't have seasons.
Look, I just want to let it be known, like the developers in their patch notes, they agree with us and say they fucked up and need to change shit and the game is too offensive. All I'm pissed about is why the fuck does it take that long and why the fuck are you blocking people? What is going on? That's all I'm
the blocking
asking, right?
thing,
I mean, yes,
I think that people need to separate that shit. Right. Like
okay, let's separate it. The developers agreed with us. The game is way too offensively focused, right? I mean, so like, what's the issue here? Like, literally, they see it the same way we did.
Did they?
They changed that.
They changed it. I think
they
made a business.
They are in the process of changing it.
Okay.
Well,
okay. I mean, that's something, right?
That is something. Yes, we mean, yeah, that's something. That's something.
Have the Tekken devs in the past listened to the community, or do they normally just do what they want to do with patches and stuff?
There's a long history of. They did, yes. Yes. Just really short. Otherwise, I would now have to make a PowerPoint presentation about Tekken 4, but which I don't want to do.
Tekken has always gotten away with stuff because normally, barring Tekken 4 and maybe Tekken Tag 2 did tank the franchise. Most of the time, people have been pretty content. Not always like completely happy, but it's never been like a car crash like this before, other than maybe Tekken 4, but the internet wasn't what it is today. So Tekken has kind of gotten away with like, okay, Tekken 5, there were unblockables and unblockable setups and infinites and whatever. Tekken 6 had problems, but there was enough good stuff in the game where most of the community was like, oh, we could just have fun with this. Kind of like what I do with Rebirth of Souls, right? There's a lot of bad things about that game, but the gameplay is good enough where I'm like, I can kind of look past it. I won't recommend it to people because of what's going on the outside, but I could have enough fun with it. And I feel like that's what the Tekken community was like for a long time. Tekken 8 came out and they changed a lot. Like a lot of things got introduced into this game and it it was like, you know that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where they go upside down into the water and they come out the other side. It was like that. It was like they literally tipped everything upside down, and we kind of started fresh. But there was still enough Tekken there for people to be like, I'll still play it. It's still Tekken, but it's gone a bit too far. So
Right.
this is the first time they've actually had to deal with people crashing out on them. This is actually the first time, because Tekken 4 was a disaster, but the community was way smaller back then, and the internet wasn't really popping like it is now. This is the first time where they've had to deal with real blowback.
They old school crashed out and just didn't buy the game.
What's the life cycle of a Tekken game as well? Is it
Depends.
what?
Usually it's not that long. Tekken 7 was, because most people remember Tekken 7, they think in Tekken 7 terms, and for Tekken 7 was the longest game, the longest life cycle ever. Ridiculously so. Usually it's not that long. It's like 3 years.
Yeah, it's normally quick. It's not as quick as NRS, but it's normally like 3 to 4 years max. And if that, I mean, Tekken 1 and Tekken 2 were very close together. And then Tekken 3 was a little bit more of a gap. And then I think there was a similar gap with Tekken 4 to Tekken 5. And then the gap started to get a little bit bigger. And then when Tekken 7 came out, it was a long wait because the game was so successful. So I think the gap between Tekken 9 and Tekken 8 is going to be shorter because, again, we haven't heard anything about a sales report. This game, as far as we're aware, has not sold 4 million copies yet, which would put it behind Tekken 4, which is considered, which Harada sees as his biggest failure.
Yeah, but this game has a monetized environment.
It does.
I did some math a while ago, and I don't think the numbers are going to be nearly as bad as some people might think they are. I'd have to find it, but
that's what I agree with you on, probably, honestly.
I don't know when we're going to post their stuff. Is that a normal thing that they post their stuff, or just
you mean the sales and stuff? I mean, it depends. Usually it's kind of normal to do it, but they have talking about the game in different, like they have talking about the game at investor meetings, how well it does financially, and they seem to be pretty happy with it. Which
when I was trying to do research,
how much shit they put in that you can buy in this game.
Yeah,
but okay, you know what? Before we move on, like maybe
is monetization wise, it probably is doing decent. I don't know. We're speculating, obviously, but it's all up in the air.
Before we like move on or like get back on topic, Mike, maybe just really quickly before, and no one says any shit, just the super chats because I wanted to get it over.
Yeah. Slim Whopper, thank you for the $10. Murray is not in customer service. He is a developer. If Bamco cared about your feelings, they would tell you, but they have your money already. You're mad at the manager instead of the CEO. I don't think the CEO. Wait a second. I don't think that's not. I don't think. Yeah. Why would I direct my anger at the CEO of Bandai Namco? I'm confused.
Basically, it's misplaced, is what you're saying.
But what? But who? We don't. Why would we direct our? Look, if you call through to a company, and the company's got like rules and that have been put forward, it's not the CEO that's passing those down. Usually, it's like upper management. That's the CEO delegates those tasks.
Just replace CEO with whoever's in charge of making the decisions that affect us. Like, don't take it super literal. That's who he's trying to talk to. It's whoever is making
that affect us are Harada, Nakatsu, Murray, and Shimbori.
But surely, like, to me, this has always looked like you guys are mad at the food, like how the food tastes, and Murray's the waiter. Why are you getting mad at Murray for?
He's not actually only the waiter. He is also a game designer, and he's responsible for more than people think. That's actually a bit unfair to Murray, actually. It's actually a bit unfair to Murray. I will say this. This guy probably fucks more up than you actually think. That's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, there's more to Tekken than just the balance as well. But at the end of the day, Murray is listed as a producer, and he's a game developer. And he sits on Tekken Talks, and he's public facing. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know who the faceless Bandai Namco CEO is. And I talked to the guy that comes out on stage and says, "Hey, here's Lucky Chloe." What am I supposed to do?
I thought he was a translator, mostly.
No,
he is also a translator. He also translates. So he also does that.
Way bigger responsibilities in Tekken 7. I mean, I don't know. People should actually know about this. I don't know why I'm the only one who knows what he said, but it doesn't fucking matter. I'm
gonna do players, bro. We're supposed to play the game.
Let me see. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $2. Finn, man, people disagreeing isn't rage bait. Love you.
I mean, yes,
I mean, it makes them
But
rage, though. I
no,
apologize.
it's not that you are disagreeing. It's that you are. I can't say that. So let's just move on.
I'm
Arts, thank
whispering.
you for the
Keep saying I'm
€6.
whispering.
In my opinion, most toxic things about TC, what is
Second
Tekken
community.
Tekken community, is that
Never
some
read that.
people claim that in game with such move variety, there's some true Tekken way of playing, elitism as it is. No, okay, wait, hold on.
There's
People
fundamentals,
haven't.
but
What was that?
I mean, there's fundamentals, but yeah, I don't know what true Tekken is anymore. At least
Well, yeah, it's I don't know what it is anymore either. But we've been having this argument about anime in Tekken. I think maybe just saying anime in Tekken is not translating very well to people, because some people seem to get it and some people don't. But there's clearly this change in Tekken that we've seen recently of characters like Victor coming in, and then they having a guest character like Clive and even Noctis, where those things are alien to Tekken. So like if people are saying fuck Victor all the time, they're probably saying it because they don't feel like he truly represents what Tekken historically has been about. I don't think it's elitism. I think it's they're deviating from what we know, right?
No. The people they talk about that is elitism. That is elitism. They talk about Xiaoyu and shit. And it's like, my guy, that's a legacy character. Doesn't play real Tekken. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, people are still. I'm gonna still have people on, but please only if. Again, I need to stress
you
this.
ain't never fought my bear, bro. Crazy.
Only if you have disagreements with what me and Finn are saying, not if you just want to say something and or like agree with us. Only if you have disagreements, because the point of the podcast is change my mind. So just bear that in mind when I put the link out for people to come on. Silentium, thank you for the $10. Execs don't decide gameplay mechanics or story. They hire people who make those decisions, aka directors. If the gameplay of a game is bad, that is on developers, not executives. They just handle the dollars. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why are people talking about Bandai Namco executives? I don't understand. I can get it for like them trying to force them to put monetary things in the game, but like balancing and character decisions, we had this same argument of NRS. People kept on saying that it's Warner Brothers' fault for certain things. I'm like, but NRS is the one that's handling all that stuff.
But let's think about this once. Let's think about this one scenario for a second. For example, that we all assume, we don't have official confirmation on it, but we all assume they merged the Tekken project team with a lot of Soul Calibur stuff, right? Now that's on the CEOs and executive personnel that they fucked up, like CEO on the other end. I don't know who, but doesn't matter. And that's an executive decision, and that can lead to direct consequences for the gameplay and balance of Tekken 8. That wouldn't be necessarily on Harada, or like obviously not on Harada. And I think shit like this is the reason he was so pissed that multiple times in multiple articles over years now, he shits on the executives pretty openly. That's not even a sneak diss.
Well, I mean, Murray said he's been fighting corporate for 20 years.
Yeah, but I think we also do need to point out that there were several instances where people pointed out that Murray and Harada might not have been telling the truth about things and skirting blame or making excuses. So him shitting on executives, it might be true given what people have said about Bandai Namco, but again, we don't really know. This is the same thing that they were doing with NRS. The Mortal Kombat community was making excuses for why MK1 was the way it was, but at the end of the day, I mean, we had an NRS developer on here, and he told us himself that in the studio, the people that were developing the game were making stupid decisions. It wasn't the suits. So I feel like people are trying to skirt blame off of the people that are literally making the game.
That's why you should walk away. Because if they motherfuckers walk away, it's like, yo, your game, there ain't nothing. What do they got? Nothing. That's what Hey, so they are season 3 is essentially built for the most part, right? Do you think that these guys leaving is even going to have an impact on the rest of this particular season?
No, I don't think so. That's why I'm also like, they still have people. Okay, look, like maybe I need to make this really clear, right? Like, there are certain things. Michael Murray said this in his streams. It doesn't matter, but he said like there are certain things he can't openly talk about, and there are also certain most of us here are like players that take the game seriously and have somewhat of a competitive mindset about it, right? But there are sometimes cynical decisions that are being done for profit, right? For example, take a look at Street Fighter 6. Every single competitive player will tell you the game would probably be more fun and profit in its competitiveness if you were to change throw loops, adjust them heavily, and basically remove meaty throw loops. They're not doing this for 3 years now. And they're not doing this because the game was mad financially successful and you don't change the running system, right? And I guess that Tekken, they thought the shit is gonna work out. Like the aggression, that is the way. Because guess what they did in Tekken 7? They did aggression, right? Like they did. If you think about it, what they did from Tech 2 to Tekken 7.
Yeah.
No movement reduction, rage drives, it's all like plus frames for free, power buttons, power crushes, God buttons like Claudio Back 1, power crushes, insane DLC characters. But the game was still kind of fine, right? But then in Tekken 8, they went more into that direction and said, okay, now let's remove this counter hit shit. Like the game plays way too lame. Let's remove this. And they thought we are gonna like it. They thought we're gonna like it. And honestly, could have worked out. I mean, if I describe to a Street Fighter 4 player or a Street Fighter 5 player throw loops in Street Fighter 6, you would think no one would play this shit. And yet that game, Street Fighter 6, has the highest player retention that I have ever seen on God's green earth. So sometimes, to make it really concise, sometimes developers are kind of cynical and they leave the game in a worse competitive state because, bro, it sells. Like, the mass wants it.
What's wrong with
it's
that?
Successful.
Can someone give Typhoon Does Truffles and Arts the Discord link so they can join? I'll have them join off. I'm just going to quickly read these out so we can get Chad on here, and then we can get these other guys that are disagreeing with us on here as well, because those are the people I want to talk to. Cheese, thank you for the $10. Free Shinblade. I agree, justice for Shinblade. Silentium, thank you for the $5. The people to blame for a bad game are the people who are hired to develop, manage, and decide the mechanics of a game, developers/directors. Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. I don't think pointing the fingers at faceless board members is going to get us anywhere. OJ, thank you for the $5. The long and short of it is that that's not being explained is that this boils down to them being horrible communicators. Don't know how that's not understood. That's what I was saying to Reborn. That's what Dell was saying to Reborn. Michael Murray is a terrible communicator. He doesn't get it. Rain, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Appreciate you. OJ, thank you for the $5. Shinblade is again explaining why Bamco are trash at communication at the base level. That's no one's fault but theirs. Yeah, I don't know if Shinblade realized that he made the point for us. Again, I want to make this perfectly clear for anyone listening. I'm not saying Michael Murray is a bad person. I don't agree with all the people that are saying nasty shit about him. I don't agree with the bullying. I just think he doesn't know how to use his social media account responsibly. I've never seen a game developer like Michael Murray before. I've never seen him behave like that. Lemon Tea, thank you for the $5. Why should I care about what old head Tekken players have to say if I genuinely enjoy the game? And they call half the players they meet scrubs. You don't have to care. I don't understand why. Yeah, you don't have to care. The same way they don't have to care about new age Tekken players. Am I missing something with this one?
No, you're not missing.
Yeah, you don't have to care. They don't care either. Like when I make my videos, I'm talking from my perspective. Obviously, because I've been playing since Tekken 1, I'm going to be talking from like an old head's perspective. So like some of the new age players are probably not going to like the things I'm saying. That's just tough. Like it's a tug of war right now. It's a tug of war, and one side's going to win. And the way Tekken 8 is going, I don't know if it's looking too tough for new age players, but we'll see if Yujiro saves you guys. KSRD, thank you for the £2. Negative side
Let
effects.
me read this. KSRD, negative side effects of lead poisoning on CDT right now.
Finn, why you love saying my name?
I don't know.
Close off.
Why are you so mean today, bro?
Bro, because I'm pissed because this. I nearly said such a bad word. Holy shit. Because Signor Murray doesn't matter.
I have not been
Okay.
I'm pissed because I like this community. I'm pissed because I am in this community, and the shit that he wants to like, the shit that he wants to now paint on this community is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, Mario was out of pocket, man. He was. He should not have tweeted that. That was such a dumb thing to tweet. Reborn, you had been condescending during this entire conversation and not accepting your example of everything wrong with online debates. I don't think he's been condescending.
Based avatar, based Reigner player, usually common Reigner player W, by the way, at this point.
I think your response, Finn, is extremely biased.
I don't think so.
No, come on. Reborn's not been condescending. He's not been he's been wrong. I will say that he's been very wrong. He's not been condescending.
Not in agreement. I wouldn't say I'm wrong.
I think you've been wrong.
You know what? It's subjective.
I don't think you've been condescending. I think you've been fine. OJ, thank you for the $2. Enjoying unfinished games is bad for gaming. Period.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's definitely not true.
Accepting that it's okay to release unfinished games at full price and not offer pushback is bad for gaming.
There you go.
You can enjoy something that's unfinished. I like Sonic 2006, so I can't really talk.
I think as soon as you have to pay for it, then it might become a problem. But if it's something like 2XKO, which is free, then they can fucking throw out whatever. If it's not finished, it doesn't matter because you're not paying for it.
What if they tell you it's unfinished?
And make you pay for it?
No, they're not making you do anything. You choose. They say I've got an unfinished game. If you want to play it, you can.
Okay, they're selling it then. They're selling it for a price.
But they're not lying. Like if they're not
selling it, they're selling it and saying it's unfinished, then it's on the person buying it. If they tell you it's unfinished, sure.
Yeah, no, there's a big difference. If I will never get mad at 2XKO because it's free. Like I don't like it. I've got no interest in playing it. But I did get to play it and realized I don't like it. I lost nothing, so I ain't mad at it.
But also, my question is, what makes the game finished? Like, how do I know Tekken is finished? When season 4 ends, or is there some type of like stake in the ground that you guys are looking at to say, okay, the game is finished and now it's just getting enhanced, or now we're just adding?
I'm not on this. I'm not on the finished stuff. For me, that's not.
Well, so Finn, you wouldn't be able to tell if a game is or is not finished.
I don't even know what this means. For me, it's just about. For me, I don't care. This game could have launched without a story mode. I don't give a fuck. I only give a fuck about the gameplay or the fighting, like the round-to-round gameplay, right? But
that's fair.
I for me, it's a balance. For me, it's literally the numbers and properties on moves and things like heat. Like that for me that's my problem. Like it's my problem.
No, that makes sense. So, but for Mike, like, so what is it? What?
I don't know, because I don't agree. I don't agree with the sentiment either. Like everyone keeps on saying that this game needs 2 more years to be finished, and the only reason I'm pushing back on that is because I think that's a horrendous argument. I personally think Tekken 8 came out finished, and that is why I was so pissed at it. The Tekken 8 product that we got on day one is not some arcade release. That is Tekken 8. It's just not what we wanted. But everybody was making the excuses saying, give it 2 years. And I was saying from day one, we're not in the arcades anymore. What they released is the finished product, and that is why it's such a big problem.
But the arcade release was a finished game. Then they re-released it for console with changes.
No, it wasn't. The arcade release wasn't a finished game. The arcade release got tweaked like tons of times before like we got to the final version of it.
With the different patches?
Yeah, but like it wasn't like patches that we received in the console versions. I remember when the arcade release came out, the game looked almost completely different. Even the color scheme looked different.
Weren't arcade releases lock tests, or location tests?
Only near the end of the arcade era. Like Tekken 5 was still, arcades were still running fine, right? But
yeah, but when they did that, when the game came out in arcade, same with like Street Fighter 4, when it came into the arcade, it was a lock test. Then when they did the console version, that was the version they updated the arcade to, so everyone was playing on the same version. That's my understanding with Street Fighter. I don't know if that's the same with Tekken.
I think that's similar. You'd have to ask someone who's more experienced.
I thought you was the old head.
I am an old head, but not every old head did everything. Man, I found like
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll come back to the super chats. We got Chad the Great with us.
Wait, there
right
was
now.
a question for me.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to
All right, I'll jump out now. Chad's here. I don't want to clog up the place, but yeah, Safer, let me jump on.
Wait, C4, one question though.
Okay.
You had I come in peace in your tag. Is that because like did you do this because you said like, oh guys, I come in peace, but I'm gonna be contrarian? Was that the thing?
I was gonna bring up the back to basics thing, but I can't be bothered anymore.
Motherfucker.
I can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. You guys are already going through it. I don't want to, stick the finger in the wound.
Merciful.
I'll just see. I've learned. I've grown up from our bullying discourse. See.
Namaste.
I'm a nice person unless your name's Christy. All right. Peace.
In a bit, bro. Yes, Chad.
First off, fuck your bitch and the clique you claim. What happened to this conversation, man? I thought we were talking about like whether or not the community is trash. I thought that was the topic.
No, the topic that it was. Me and Finn are of the opinion that Tekken 8 is in the state that it's in, or has been in for a long time, because it's gotten a bit better recently, because of the devs, and the devs have left through their own fault and their own mess ups. Because a lot of people on Twitter were saying, no, it's the community. When I put up the community post on my page to advertise the stream, they were saying, no, it's the community's fault. They push the developers out. There were the Jason Montoya types commenting on Mainman's page saying, oh, yeah, it's people like Mike and Finn, blah, blah, blah. So me and Finn are of the opinion the developers made their beds, they continued to dig it, and then shit hit the fan and they left. But
that makes sense.
Disagree. So
that makes sense. That to me seems like two separate questions, though, right? Like it seems like, okay, whose fault is it the game's in the state that it's in? Obviously, the developers. We don't have any access to the code. Like that's clearly it. But then the second question was, okay, why did they leave? And I imagine it's a combination of like fucking executives being pieces of shit and putting lots of undue pressure on them to push the game in a direction that they maybe don't want. And then also the people that they're serving are a bunch of assholes. Like I think Michael Murray probably paid lip service to that second half. And a lot of people got in their feelings about it. Because like, how dare you blame us for them leaving as if they didn't shit the bed? It's like, no, they totally shit the bed. But I remember the initial comments, the one I think is the most important, where it's like the fans made it easy to leave. And I'm like, are we really, genuine question, not a trick question, not a gotcha. Are we genuinely denying that the Tekken fans made it easy to leave?
Yeah.
Yes.
They are.
Yeah, I'm denying it. The reason that would
get beat as a result.
No, the reason I've already explained it. The reason we're denying it is because these developers, Harada and Murray specifically, and Nakatsu never really said anything online. I can't remember him ever interacting with the community too much. Whenever I would watch them or whenever their tweets were blowing up, they were responding to the most mundane, stupid tweets that I've ever seen. And then when they would really get angry, I'd look at the tweet and it'd be someone saying the dumbest shit ever. And then I'm looking through Harada's tweets and I'm like, okay, like there's people here that have genuine concerns. I'm looking through Murray's tweets, they have genuine concerns. But I'm always seeing them speaking to people that act foolish and not addressing like real problems. Because Harada did speak to people like that, asked him normal questions, but they were like nothing questions. Like, when's Waffle House getting here? Like, cool, Waffle House gets in the game, that's great, but we got much bigger problems right now. Stop talking about Waffle House. Talk about this problem that we have. Sure. And those tweets like got sensationalized because everyone liked watching Harada dunk on people. And that sort of like sentiment got sort of trickled down to content creators, where it was like these content creators are pushing these people to go and do bad things and go and say bad things. And I think that the developers have a very skewed image of the community. I'm not saying that the Tekken community is not toxic. I think all gaming communities have become very like vitriolic. But Tekken, I don't think is any different in that regard. I think the developers really focus on the negative, kind of like the same when we sometimes we speak about some content creators or players like Perfect Legend, where we're like, he's done so many great things, but maybe he focuses too much on this thing and it's drawing more attention to it. That's what I think the developers did.
So you feel that, okay, we can't know, right? Because, so you feel that the Tekken community is like an enjoyable community to like serve then? Like, oh, it's fun. Like, it's a fun community to like use. Yeah, because obviously, if you're making games as a service, you serve the community. I'll give you an analogy.
No community is a super enjoy. Like, obviously, everyone you will always have bitches. You will. That's not true.
It's not true. I can't speak for video games. I'm not worked for video game companies, but I worked on multiple different TV shows, right? So you have different fan bases.
Video games. But we talk about games though, and I was in different companies. Sorry, not in companies. I was in very different communities, and they were all bitching about the game, obviously.
Sure,
but I mean,
sure.
if Michael Murray.
But hold on, let me learn. Yeah, there's always a toxic element in video games, but I don't think that this community, for example, I don't know. I played a lot of MMOs, right? So even if we just look at different MMOs, the feel of different MMOs have different vibes. Like, so the feel of the, let's say, World of Warcraft community is very different to the world of Final Fantasy 14, even though they're actually very exact same franchise, right? Like, they have different things. And the community of Guilty Gear, for example, feels very different to the community of Tekken, right? It doesn't mean that one is healthy and one is unhealthy, but they feel very different. And so it seems a little bit disingenuous isn't the right word, but like, it seems crazy to be like, no, all video games are like equally shitty to serve. I'm like, I don't think that's true. And in fact, I also think that I don't know because I've not been on their end of the stream, but I can also imagine that being a developer for Tekken 7 was probably a lot more fun than being a developer for Tekken 8, for a variety of reasons. So if I can track differences within games, track difference within genres, or even within the same game, like Tekken 7, Tekken 8, how is it unreasonable to say that actually no, being getting it on both ends, basically being treated by shit because Bandai Namco are trying to extract all the money from the developers, from the dev team. That's not your fault. That's not our fault. Nothing to do with that. But then also the community sentiment, again, not necessarily unreasonably, but like the community sentiment is really negative, and I'm constantly being bombarded with just like some of the most unhinged shit. Like, it's still unreasonable to say.
The unhinged shit, yeah, bro. Cry me a river, bro. The game, if people don't like it, what are they supposed to do? There's a path out of this. Yep, they didn't. I mean, wait, are you under the impression that Harada was like crying and that is why he left, or are you under the impression that Harada got either a knock on the door by SNK, hey bro, we'd pay you 3 times as much, make your game, or that he searched SNK? I want to like. I'm
under the impression, if you want me to answer the question, my impression is actually what I said long before this conversation started, where it's like, why did we think, I remember we had this conversation when Harad left, why did we think he left? And I was under the impression that like, he's been doing this for X amount of years, your contract comes to an end, and you think to yourself, do I want to keep doing that? And there's a period where you're going to go, yes, I want to keep doing this, yes, I want to keep doing this, but then something happens where a part of it's you getting older, you know, your colleagues
he wants
dying,
to clearly
blah, blah,
keep
blah.
doing it, he wants to develop fighting games, but no longer for Bandai Namco.
Yeah, right. Sure. Totally, right? And so, but my point is, there's a bunch of things that go into the decision as to whether you keep pulling the trigger or not. And what Michael Murray said initially was that, yeah, the fan base made it easy to leave. And I'm like, I don't understand why that part's super controversial. I'm like, I can totally see
that's okay. I tell you why. Did you see? Okay, I guess Mike. I guess we have to. Yeah, because that's actually the main reason why I'm like super skeptical. It's in the. I mean, I guess this is important actually because many people probably don't know this. The executive statements, because that to me is like, if you have statements like this, it's kind of fucked up to suggest, because I never have seen him speak like that about the community.
Let me pull it up.
Yeah, executive remark. So this is the first one, right? Like that is 2023, even before the game came out.
Give me the context. Who is this? Is this Harada
IGN
speaking?
interview. Yeah, it's Harada.
Okay.
So Harada, he blah blah blah. Harada, he gets asked shit, and then he says like, he gets asked about like throwing someone in the volcano and shit, and he obviously says that the first people that come to mind who he wants to throw in the volcano are perhaps certain executives at our company.
I'll buy that.
They change quite frequently, and some of them are only interested in obtaining the highest profits possible to further their careers, and they have no regard for development schedules or brand timelines. So,
I'll buy that.
You wouldn't. I mean, Chad, you work in like writing. You probably have to do with some people. Like interviews are like heavily sanitized. Like you can tell them like what to leave in, and sometimes when you interview people, you leave things out that could even sound weird to an audience.
Sure,
so you have to be really picky about this. And he left this in, where he makes a joke about this. I have not heard him say this about fans. And then
I hear that. I want to make it clear. My argument isn't that like the fans are 50% or 51% or the majority of the reason. and I don't think they have to be for what Michael Murray said to be true. I've been in situations where the job sucks, but the people I work with are awesome, so I stay, right? The people suck, the executive suck or whatever, but there's enough good things going. Or the job sucks, but the energy of the fans is worthwhile. I end up staying. And my point is, I just think that he's at the point where it's like, okay, not only does the board suck because they've always sucked, but also the fan base is soured in a way that we've actually all talked about.
I understand this.
Months.
I just want to. All I want from Michael Murray is to like kind of like communicate this to me, because when I look into what I believe the Tekken community is, I don't see this, and I have literally quoted or named 50 people who are members of the community, who do content, who do all of this shit, who partake in the community. No one of them did this. When I looked at every 500, I actually did this, through the 500 replies that Nakatsu got, because I specifically took him, because I assumed people are in general a little bit more favorable towards Harada and a little bit more disfavorable towards Nakatsu. And even under his tweet, it's only like, thank you for your work, good sir, I love you, I love you. Like only, if they, and yeah, some people could say, like, what do you mean? Now you leave, fix the game, motherfucker. But the overwhelming majority of people didn't. And then but then what I have is, for example, statements like this from Harada. So I'm like, where's my disconnect? Like, trolls on Twitter, not even trolls, like very rude, disgusting, low IQ human beings on Twitter. They do exist, obviously, right? We all agree. Like, yes, and we are filtering negatively, right? If I see someone insulting me, that will stick, right? I will remember this. But when I look at this realistically, maybe 5% of the Tekken community is like real assholes. And I would chat, I think the Tekken community, let me know if you agree with this. I think the Tekken community is the most toxic. Sorry, I speak like a fucking retard. The Tekken community is the most toxic towards its own members, its own players. Like classic character elitism, like what people write on their profiles, right?
Okay, yeah, where it's sure. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Someone told me I should hang myself. I played Noctis immediately. First comment, first day, hang yourself.
Damn.
No, should I now go to Twitter and say, like, no, it's like, yeah, Tekken communities are the biggest assholes to the Tekken players are the biggest assholes to each other.
Yeah.
I
hear it, and I totally understand where you're coming from. And I can't even really speak to this. I'll hands up to ignorance. I don't use Twitter for this reason, because it just seems like a cesspool, right? So maybe I have an overinflated sense of how much bullshit he gets, how much hate he gets. I mean, I see it everywhere. I see it on YouTube, I see it on Reddit, and see it on Twitter. And when I do look at Twitter, so there's a lot of it. But maybe it's, as you said, it's only 5%, and 95% of the comments he's get are perfectly lovely and supportive. Maybe, right? But like, as someone who is, you and I are both part of the community, we've talked about this before. I have seen what I consider to be the degradation of this community in the 10 years I've been here. Like, I've seen it. And I'm not in the office. So I can imagine if I've seen it from my tiny island as a small content creator, I imagine they've probably seen it happen too on their end. So it doesn't say, my point is, like, we can't know, right? We're all speculating. I don't know what's in the hearts of these men.
But I have some circumstantial evidence. Murray is just fucking yapping out of his asshole.
Yeah, but the thing is like, you're asking me, how do I put this? Why should I believe your interpretation of what happened?
Because I show you shit.
No, you show me evidence which is circumstantial, and you've not met these men. This person has worked with them for 10 years. And that doesn't mean that we should all...
Yeah, but we are talking about...
It doesn't mean that we should believe him just because he knows them. But it's like, okay, you're painting a theory of the case, and he's painting a different theory of the case.
But you know that Murray really fucking... Like, Murray, I think he really despises the Tekken community. And he enjoys, like, telling them what's up. He enjoys, like, telling them you are actually the problem. Because, I can't spoil this, but a certain someone... actually 10 years ago even tried to get this through to Murray. It's not going to spoil, it's a spoiler for the video, it doesn't matter, but like he is like this for so long, and he takes negative comments so personal, like so personal.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's crazy. And then obviously he kind of in his mind, because we are all selectively we are selecting negatively in our memory.
Yes.
His perspective, like the negativity he gets, he kind of projects this then on the entire Tekken community, and I think that's like what's going on there. The thing is,
we're not disagreeing. I understand what you mean. the reason I only want to get on, and I'm not going to be on for that long, I intend to step up, but it just seems crazy to me because it seems, and if I'm wrong, correct me now, but it seems that you're being like, the community's fine. It's just Murray and everything you said about, how do I put this? You're basically saying that the community and their treatment of them, not just displeasure with the game, which is fine and legitimate, but also just like the toxicity of the community had nothing to do with making it easier for Nakatsu and Harada to walk away. And I'm like, I don't know how you can make that claim with such confidence and dismiss. Well, I'm not saying that you should take Murray's claim 100%, but I don't know how you can dismiss it 100%. That's
because to me, logically speaking, right? Logically speaking,
let's
say logically speaking, let's say you really believe this, or like, you know, the community is just responsible for this because you are like mean bullies, right?
Not 100%. Not 100%.
Now, if that is the case, what you still shouldn't do in his position is let the community know this with like a lol at the end of the sentence, some smileys at the end of the sentence, because again, I say this again, as a business, it is always detrimental to like disrespect or insult your customers. Even you know this, even if the customer is the biggest piece of shit, you are saying, yes, good sir, yes, good sir.
You are right. You are right.
And that leads me,
yes, that's right.
Exactly, and that leads me to believe he's full of shit, bro. This guy is not normal. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. This is not normal behavior.
Yeah, I hear it, but I think
can I just say something real quick? Like, obviously, the Tekken community has, like we said, there's been a serious collapse in decent behavior for a while now. It's observable. Like, it's gotten really bad. But what we're saying, or what even when we had Del on here, and he was saying that Michael Murray's conduct as somebody that is one of the like. What we perceive as it's terrible, and I think he, over the years, and again, this is going back many years, and this is before Tekken 8. Michael Murray has been stepping on the toes of the community and saying really snide and disrespectful things, and he takes things very personally. And a lot of the time, like, you see, that will make criticisms of the game and criticisms that are deserved. The developers won't even necessarily be tagged in those criticisms. It's just people talking about the game. But I think Michael Murray, and to a lesser extent Harada, I think that they poisoned the well a little bit, because I think they kept on quote retweeting really insane people. And then when they saw like us guys making videos saying, oh, this isn't good, we all got lumped in with those insane people because of Michael Murray and Harada's influence. So where people are saying it's the community to blame, and a lot of the time people use this argument against us all the time, especially on this podcast. They say don't influence those kinds of, or don't what's the word? Don't host those kinds of people. Don't host those kinds of viewpoints. But all they did was quote retweet people that say mad things and then make everyone else that is criticizing the game also look mad. Sure. So when we're talking about who helped who push out, who helped them leave Tekken, I think that it was more their fault that they experienced this than it was the community. It's not me saying the community is good, because all the fighting game community as a whole has degraded over time. Like, it's gotten worse and worse across the board. Some are worse off than others. Agreed. But they 100% focused on really stupid people. And then Murray said, yeah, well, actions have consequences. And I'm like, yeah, they do have consequences, Murray. All the things you've been saying for the last 10 years have finally gotten to the point where you even breathe now and the Tekken community gets annoyed. Sure. That's where my mind is at. The Tekken community is not they're not angels by any stretch of the imagination. We have our own problems with people in this community as well. And we're probably going to have problems after this live stream as well. But in terms of the developers and their conduct, they did this to themselves.
Again, nothing you've just said, I disagree with. I think Michael Murray's conduct, he treats his personal Twitter like it's personal Twitter. And he gets emotional when you're going to have, of course, if you have an open one-to-many interaction, you're going to get tons of sociopaths. And if you start reacting to the sociopaths, you get more sociopaths. And like, if the game's in a poor state, some people are going to respect their criticisms legitimately, and some people are going to be unhinged. I totally agree with that. He should have gotten off Twitter a long time ago, get a community manager. We discussed this, we already know. I'm not litigating that. All I'm interested in I can't prove this. None of us can, because we don't know the hearts of men. All I'm saying is that when I read that comment of him being like, yeah, the community made it easy to leave. I've not worked in game development, but I've worked in entertainment. I can be like, yeah, no, it's working in entertainment is really stressful, but there are communities that it's easier to handle, like the weight of the world, like the Atlas sort of situation. There are certain communities it's easier to do that for than others. And I think I can totally see over the past couple of years it's been hellish for them. And again, I'm not being like pull out the violin, sad times. Like a lot of it is their own fault. They back to basics, defensive patch. I'm not saying that like the negative will towards them is unjustified, but like I can totally see how just being the faces of this company once upon a time was a enjoyable experience, and interacting with people was an enjoyable experience, and then that same thing that used to give you joy becomes a fucking dread. And you're like, this is a nightmare. We're going to do it. Once upon a time, doing the lives was an exciting thing to do. And then it became one of the most terrifying things you had to do until you had to do it. One time's like, okay, you got some negative, unhinged people, but they were met by the enthusiasm of people, and now it's most negative. I can totally see how you being like, oh, and now it's fucking, my alarm goes off at 8 o'clock in the morning and I have to get up and do it again to see my executive giving me all kinds of horseshit, even though the game has sold 3 million, it's not enough, so I got to do all this kind of horseshit. The fan, we're asking for this amount of money, we're not going to get this, so I have to deal with the executive. And then I turn on Twitter and like a large number, again, we can debate the percentage, a large number of these people are just fucking unhinged assholes. I'm like, this sucks.
But are a large number of them unhinged, or a large number of them upset with the product?
No, I think a large number of them are upset, but like there are enough unhinged, even if it's a smaller percentage, it just gets you like, I just don't want to do that.
That's
like,
fair. That's fair enough. But I would say my only pushback to that would be the flip side of that would be they're looking at it as that we made it easy for them to leave. But the flip side is that didn't you produce a bad game and then not listen, and then you got pushback for that, and then you started to feel uncomfortable, and that's why you left. Like I think his remark is very layer one. It's like, okay, cool, we made it easy for you to leave, but why did we react that way? Do you have anything to do with it whatsoever?
But again, his response was not he was not writing these are all the reasons why Harada left. He was having a single interaction with a singular person, being like, yeah, this made it easy to leave. Like, so you're right. You're being like, oh, but what about these other factors? The other factors. I don't think, at no point did he say that this was the only reason he left. The words were, it made it easy to leave. And I just don't know how that is like this controversial thing. I'm like, I can totally see myself in that situation being like, yeah, actually, the current fan base probably would make it easy to leave. I just don't know why that's sort of ridiculous. How can you possibly say that's clearly not true?
The reason that
I'm like, what? It just seems wild to me.
The reason that it set people off is because if there are loads of factors and you've got a Twitter account, you know people are going to be paying attention to what you have to say. But you know that if you boil it down to the lowest possible denominator and you give no nuance in the discussion, and you go, yeah, the Tekken community made it easy to leave. Okay, yeah, cool. But you've left out a whole bunch of points, and you've focused on us. And in that regard, I think he didn't deserve the death threats. He didn't deserve to get insulted, the harassment. That's all nonsense. But to be criticized for that, he deserved that.
Yeah, no,
he deserved to get criticized for that tweet. That's like a juvenile layer one tweet. Like,
yeah, no, I agree with you. He shouldn't. Let's make that clear. He shouldn't have tweeted that. But there's a lot of things he shouldn't have tweeted. Like, he should have kept this to himself. But I'm literally just saying that like the things that he's saying don't seem unreasonable to me. And after listening to you for the past couple of hours, because I've been streaming for a bit, but listening in the background, like everyone's being like, everything that came out of this man's mouth is like super unreasonable. It's completely like, what is he talking about? And I'm like, no, it makes a lot of sense. It's probably it's inappropriate for him to say that in a corporate thing. People are understandably upset because like, how dare you say that my hero Harada and potentially Nakatsu left because of me, blah, blah, blah. People are reading all this stuff. But when I just look at the actual interactions of what he actually said, he's like, no, man, the way the community acted made it easier to leave. He didn't say it's the reason I left, not even the main reason. Made it a lot easier. And again, if you've ever had a shitty job, like a job where you're like, I really don't like this, I really don't like this, oftentimes there's a few things that make it worth getting up in the morning, worth answering that alarm clock, right? And like, I can totally see a situation where it's like, you know what? Once upon a time, putting up with these board of executives was okay because the fan base and the community was such that it was like, it was worth doing that effort. And I could see that being like, you know what, actually, and also he's getting older and he has a co-worker. And
you know, could also be that he just by accident blocked misplaced stuff. Could all be, yeah. He could mean that, he could mean this, yeah.
I think my main issue of what you're saying, Chad, is that the Tekken community is it's been on fire for some time now. And like any little thing sets people off because everyone's annoyed at everything. And I would imagine, like, if it was you in charge of the Tekken community and you knew that the temperature in the room was sky high, I don't think you would drop even if it is a mini.
I wouldn't tweet. I don't have Twitter. I wouldn't tweet.
Yeah, but my thing is that what you're saying is it's not what he said is unreasonable. But it is unfair and it is inaccurate as well. It doesn't paint the whole picture. And because of the temperature in the room, it's also it's completely reasonable to understand why people would go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Mm-hmm. I hear it. I think my only, I'm done. I've said my piece, and like again, we're all just speculating about the hearts of men. So it's like whatever. Like, but I just, like I said, I've been listening for a while, and I've not seen any sort of there seems to be no, the community's fine, everything's the devs, and like if I even heard like 10% of like, yeah, you know, our community actually has been shit, and it probably has made it easier to walk away, but blah, 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 then I'm with you. But I haven't been hearing that, but blah, blah, blah. All I've been hearing is just like, how dare he say this? Like as if the community is fine. I'm like, no, it totally makes sense why like serving this community has probably been.
I told you why the community is mostly fine. I told you.
No, I've heard you say why. I've heard why you think the community is mostly fine, and I believe that you believe that.
Okay, tell me why. Tell me concretely why you think the community is not fine, and who exactly is it? Like, because if we're really again back at like some Twitter bots, we can go to every we can go to some McDonald's ad and you see people down there like kill yourself. Like it's like, what are we doing?
For me, I don't know all these people, these Twitter bots, so I can't. If you're looking for like IP addresses, I can't give them to you, Finn. But what I have been doing is I have been a content creator for a long time now. I've seen sort of the nature of the comments, and I've seen the nature of the content that kind of gets floated up to the top of my algorithm, the things that make news, the way people.
Okay, concretely, what type of content? Because I listed 50 content creators that have only produced just actually very reasonable feedback. I want to see it.
I get it, but I can't. If you give me like a week to try and come up with this, and sure. But the thing is, I'm just talking about sentiment. When you talk about sentiment, it is vague. It is vague. Like you know what I mean? When I saw a negative comment, I didn't think to myself, oh, let me write this down. So when Finn asked me in a week's time, blah, blah, blah. I don't have that. I don't have it.
I mean, there are moments where like everyone is actually destroying something, right? Like that. Like that happens sometimes, right? Where like you have gaming communities that will destroy your game with extremest vitriol, and even like every content creator jumps on. But what I have seen in the Tekken community is, you have people on Twitter. Again, it's not this the absolute majority, but you have people on Twitter being frustrated with season 2, right? Yes, some of them obviously completely went over the line and said like, bro, like shit that's actually unstable, right? Not even threats or something. Shit that just reads very unstable. Like, okay, you take the game actually a bit like even more serious than me, right? We can all agree this happened. But what I then actually see the stand-up pillars, basically the actual community members do, like Joker, all these guys, Duelist, right? They don't do some hate videos. They say, okay, let's sit down. What can we do? How do we hear some ideas? I think that's my problem. Mary they asked for feedback. I think this is my problem. I make a tweet well formulated, like Kane, like Gosain, like Tetsu, like so many other. Like that is that not the community? Why are we suddenly acting like? Why are we suddenly acting like that? Twitter, who doesn't even like. Twitter doesn't filter if you have the game. You remember the guy from the beginning who said, fuck you, Harada, actually a threat. And then he said, I don't even care about Tekken like that. But with YouTube, I know, okay, this guy makes Tekken content. That's a Tekken guy. This guy streams. That's a Tekken guy, right? Like, isn't that the community? I think this is so unfair to even...
No, that is. But like, again, I hear what you're saying, and I am not saying no. I don't think he is saying that everyone, or even the vast majority of Tekken community, are all a bunch of pieces of shit.
Yeah, but he said
Yeah, you can have a community that is mostly good, but has enough people in it that it sucks to interact with the community as a whole. That can happen.
But can you and me still agree? Like, even if we just literally have to disagree here, could we probably are still in agreement that in his role, you shouldn't fuck like. Why are you saying this? We're not
debating that. We're not debating that. He shouldn't be tweeting. He should have stopped tweeting years ago. He should have been in Tekken 7. We have agreed on this. I think he is too emotionally sensitive to be tweeting in this regard. He should make a burner account like fucking Kevin Durant and just tweet anonymously and just not represent the brand. He absolutely should. I agree. We've agreed on that. And even this, even if his observation about the community is accurate, he has no business posting this. It's dumb for him to post this because it's going to release this backlash. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I just think it's interesting as a part of the community that we're going to look at us and be like, how dare he call us How dare he say that our community has become toxic? How dare he say that? And how dare he lay that as even 10% reason as to why it was easier for our heroes to leave? And I'm like, as someone who's been part of the community, I'm like, I see it. Don't you see it? Have we not discussed that same dynamic happening ourselves? Like, it just that's the only thing I'm saying. That, and again, we're debating hearts of men, but I just think it's I think
I
it's
don't know,
crazy.
maybe I'm just not okay. Look, maybe it's literally that I'm just not that soft because I grew up like if the first Counter-Strike server I joined when I was 12 or 13, they immediately told me to kill myself in Minecraft.
Sure,
not in Minecraft. So I don't know.
But you also have
Maybe I just see online
pressure.
discourse like for what it is. Like if someone just blurbs something
I hear
into
it,
Twitter,
I hear it.
like
But-
literally some unhinged shit.
I hear it.
I mean, I don't know. Like
you have way less pressure. You have way less pressure than these men. I think you receive a fraction of the number of messages that they receive, and you can walk away anytime. You can play another game if you want to. It's
no
the
one
same.
forced. Look, no one. Street Fighter 5 went through some heavy shit, right? Street Fighter 5. I don't look when you choose to be on Twitter. Like you're not like they can't be that dumb. They know how degenerate some people are. Yes, a minority in the online space. Like people are fucking unhinged or not even unhinged. They just type shit because they think it's funny or they don't think about it, right? It's not even that they are bad humans. And I mean, you know this. Like these guys are. I think Harada or Murray's Twitter account is like from 2010 or something. Like should you not know this?
No,
so
you should.
maybe
You should know this.
if you
No,
don't want to be subjected to this, that everyone knows to be true about the internet, then don't expose yourself to this. It's not that hard, bro. Like, it's not that hard. If I go on Twitter and I get shit, you would say, Chet, you would say, Finn, yeah, don't go on Twitter. Like, are you dumb?
Sure. I totally get that. And I can't vouch for this. I don't want to speculate even more, but I think they've been on Twitter for, I don't even know how long Twitter's been around, but like when I imagine Tekken Tag, they probably got a lot of love. I imagine Tekken 7, they got a lot of love. And Tekken 8, they have really been under the cosh, in part because the game has been in a shit state, which we all agree. I'm not defending the state of the game. And so you're saying like, oh, they should know any better. I'm like, actually, I think the reality probably hit them in the face.
In Tekken 7, where they got a lot of love, Murray just casually proceeded to basically call the Tekken community roaches. I mean, to me, it's just crazy. Like honestly, this is why I hate it so much. This is why I'm actually annoyed by Murray. I'm so annoyed by this that you produce, like you provoke, you fan the flames, and then you complain about the fire. That to me is so dishonest about it. The Hellstream tweet. Just say you fucked up. Like, just say, okay, my bad, guys, dumb. With Mrs. Play stuff, just say, my bad, guys, I unblock her. It was a mistake, right? What did he do with the Hellstream tweet? With the Hellstream tweet, he made under the tweet, he said, here's my roach hotel. Where now you guys, the Tekken players, that's number one. Number two, what he did after Mrs. Play stuff is when people called him out on it and said, yo, a couple of months ago, you blocked these content creators like Mrs. Play stuff, for example, who didn't do anything. She even left a disclaimer in there that you shouldn't harass devs. You know what he said? He said, no, you are lying. You should go to college. I only block people who are liars. Casually insults like okay, fine. And then now he says like, oh yeah, the community. I mean, guys, the community is so toxic to me, like so toxic in general. Like, what can you expect if I behave like this? Isn't that so unfair to almost produce this actually for real and then complain about it? That is insane to me. Tell me where I'm crazy. Chat,
I wasn't sure if you were asking. So you're saying that like the way he conducted himself.
I want you to check my sanity on this. Am I completely out of pocket here?
You are not about to hear me defend Michael Murray and his conduct online. You're not about to hear me say that. Like his conduct online is trash, and he's going to get a lot of feedback.
Does my timeline make sense?
Totally makes sense. But like. Right. I'm not challenging you. I'm not challenging you there at all. What I'm challenging you on is that he turned around, having a one-on-one conversation, being like, you know what? Yeah, it sucks that that Harada and Nakatu left, but let me tell you, the fan base, low-key made it easier for him to leave. It was an observation about the nature of. Well, was it no one-on-one? Did someone respond to him? I mean, no. Sorry, I know what you mean because it's on public Discord. Yeah, sorry, he's interacting with one person, but you're right. But let me not act like it's private DMs. But he says this thing and being like, yeah, no, the community like. The community probably made it easier for them to leave than it otherwise might have. I heard that. I'm like, yeah, that totally tracks to me. And what's really funny to me is just everyone else being like, how could he say that? I'm like, actually, two different things. One, he shouldn't say that, and I agree with you. He shouldn't say that. But then the idea of like that this concept that he just put out into the air is like ridiculous. I'm like, it just doesn't seem ridiculous.
No. The concept in itself that is possible in some like scenario, whatever,
Sure.
that this is theoretically possible. Yes, it is theoretically possible.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like so rich that, I mean, for me it's obvious. Like the toxicity he gets,
a lot of it is a lot of it
he
is
takes
a lot of it
extremely
is,
personal.
Yeah. He's like,
And-
and it encourages the most toxic aspects of it too. Because obviously, if you took it in your stride, the people wouldn't do it. But because they know it gets to him, because they know it gets under his skin, then they do more and more of it. It's like we were talking about
think
it.
about-
With the bullying thing we're talking about, like, of course, I'm with you. He is terrible online. Like, I agree.
I think, honestly, I'm so honest with you. If he had a moment where he's like, okay, you know what? I want to be the guy on Twitter. I want to be the guy, like, I kind of talk to the community. I kind of do this. I kind of gauge the community also a little bit, because that were some of his responsibilities as a producer actually involved this, as he said. And I'm like, how based would it be if you just come out and say, guys?
If you had a comment to Jesus moment, like,
If you literally like think about this, if you literally come out like if you want to be that transparent, right?
Sure.
How about, like, no one stops you from, okay, I do a YouTube video, why not? And I'm like, I'm talking to you guys, and or like I posted on Twitter, like a video, right? And I'm like, okay, guys, you know, let's talk about this. We had a hard, like, you know, we had some moments together, yada yada yada. But yeah, I fucked up at some points. Like, sorry, the Hellsweep tweet. Oh God, yeah. I mean, yeah, that was dumb. Sorry, Mrs. Play stuff. I take it like, sorry, I blocked her. I unblocked her. Yeah, guys, what can I say? Sometimes I take it. Like, think about how. Do you think anyone here would say, Michael Murray, you piece of shit? No, like, no. We would all say, hey, you know what? Like, kind of seems like a cool, like, such like a good guy.
First of all, I don't know about all. I know you would be like, sure, you want to strike a line on this? We will. I know I will. I know Mike will. A lot of people probably wouldn't. But I see your point. It would be great for him to just draw a line and be like, look, you know what? I've looked at the way I've conducted myself online. It's been pretty shitty. I've got to step up. I've got a bunch of, and he just goes on that tweet longer of apologies. Like, everything he did wrong. This was a shit tweet. This unblocking was bad. I'm blocking everyone. No, but let's say he did. Let's say he really did it. Like, to show it, and he goes all the way deep. I'm unblocking everyone. Of course, I reserve the right to block you again if you're abusive, but I've handled it poorly. If he did this, right, you're right. A lot of people would just be like, you know what? If you're starting again, I'm starting again. We've lost Harada, we've lost Takatsu. Let's make it work. A lot of people will still give him shit. That would be great. I just don't think he has it in him to do that. I don't think he has the emotional intelligence to do this. Again, I think he doesn't have the character for Twitter. I just some people just aren't built for Twitter.
I
think he has that in him.
I mean, you can look. There are two options. Like, either you could have had a moment like this, like a come together with the community, and we're like, okay, guys, you know how I am, like, blah, blah. We could even play with the stereotype a bit. Like, there are charismatic outs to this, but he seems not aware of that. Or
he's devoid of it. Yeah, he doesn't have it. Yeah, I agree.
Or if you want to be the guy, who's like, no, I'm blocking you, motherfucker, yada yada. I'm telling you to go to college and all that shit. Okay, if you want to be the guy, fine. That's okay. Respect it. But then don't be the pussy who then complains about it, like who complains about the fires that he has, how do you say this? He fanned.
But this wasn't a complaint. This was a response of like, no, but someone asked him why they left. But
bro, but the chat, don't. People asked him many things on Twitter. And he chooses to respond. Someone asked him, and he was just, like, bro, I asked him probably.
That tweet, she never asked. She just made it, or he made a tweet.
True.
And Murray decided to leave that comment. He wasn't prompted to. He wasn't tagged. He wasn't even. It wasn't. They were talking about Tekken, obviously, so you couldn't say in essence it's about him. But he wasn't prompted. That he didn't know that. I don't think he follows this person.
Right.
So it was completely
all the messages of all the things he could have responded to. He saw one person saying this thing, and he just got this snide, smug.
Like he just had to get out.
Totally, exactly. I see what you mean. Yeah, and it's super inappropriate of him to have done that. I just don't think what he said was wrong. That's the thing. Like, it was unprofessional. I don't think what he said was wrong, and that's the only thing I'm here to debate. I'm like, I think the community has been kind of shitty, and I could see it making it easier for devs to walk away. That's all I wanted to discuss.
Just one question, because someone mentioned it in chat, and it's very true. It's so true. Why the fuck did we even have community managers? We had Markman actually that was his role. He held that position once, community manager, and then no one of you remembers this, right? 4 years ago or 5 years ago, Romanova was hired to be a new community manager. Does anyone remember that? Romanova? Anyone? Do you remember this?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. What is, like, why do we even have fucking community managers, bro? It's so fucking mentally ill.
You know, it seems to me, again, I don't want to project and cover people. It seems to me like the board is weird. I know it's easy to be like, oh, we'll just blame the people we can't see, but you're right. That, because think of it this way, we're having these discussions. Fuck us. The board should be telling Michael Murray, get off Twitter. Right?
And honestly, yeah.
Right? So it's clear that even the board are incompetent, because the board should have been saying that, hey, I don't want to make an alt account. Do not tweet with this name. Like, either you have this job or you tweet. But the fact that they're not leads me to go, that probably has something to do with why the other community managers they hired and they got rid of them or whatever. I don't know why. The board are clearly incompetent in that sense. Again, this doesn't get Murray off the hook, but it's like, okay, but clearly, fuck us saying this. The board should be saying, I don't want to see. You have not tweeted nothing you have tweeted has helped improve sales or sentiment in the community about this brand at all. You're doing damage to the brand. Shut the fuck up. Like, other game companies smaller than Brandon Namco would have done this. The fact that they haven't done this yet is, I don't know why. I don't know why they haven't, right? So yeah, but it makes me, to answer your question about what about this community, man, is my money says the board is something. There's something incompetent about them, because they should be forcing this. And should be like, okay, you are the one tweeting, Michael Murray, I don't ever want to see you tweet about this thing. I will fire you. I will fire you.
You would fire him, I would fire him, but the only explanation for this that I have is either, which I mean, bro, okay, let's entertain the possibility. Maybe he's just that good at his job, but I think there's also the possibility that
he knows what the board is about.
It's a Japanese company. Like, are they so fully aware of because let's be real, the people who have that sentiment towards Murray the most is the English-speaking realm. Mm-hmm. Now, it's a hard Japanese company. I don't know if the board, if they are so aware of what's going on. Know what I mean?
I can't imagine that they're not aware of what's going on.
I can't imagine
I don't know. I've never.
I'm surprised. They probably would have earned a lot of goodwill if they just fired him. So I'm curious to know why they haven't fired him too. Because I actually think it's again, it might sound like I'm flip flopping now. I think his conduct online has been a fireable offense, or at the very least, a warning offense. Like, hey, stop posting. Like, so the fact that it hasn't happened, you're right, Finn. I think there's something up, and I don't know what's up.
I mean, to me,
I don't know what the story is though.
He can post. Like, I think it's cool, but be fair about it. If you want the fire and you go on Twitter, you know what you're in for. Everyone would look at me dumb if I go on Twitter and I post my videos and then I cry to Mike, like, in a serious way. Like, they're mean to me, like, Mike. Mike.
Just leave.
If you want to play the game, play the game. I respect it.
I hear it. I think I'm actually planning to have a podcast tomorrow talking about this, because, like, I'm fascinated about this for Virtua Fighter's future, right? So Virtua Fighter community,
they might show Virtua Fighter tomorrow.
I'm assuming they will. I'll be disappointed if they don't. But the reason why I'm thinking about this is that Virtua Fighter is a really small community, and there are some chuds on the Reddit, but for the most part, the Virtua Fighter community is really cool, especially in the content creator space. But, like, let's say Virtua Fighter comes out and it's as cool as it looks. Okay. There's going to be a lot of noobs coming in, right? And I'm worried. Sure. And I'm worried that you're going to bring your Tekken toxic stink to the community that I love. So my question is, okay, what can the existing Virtua Fighter community do to basically gatekeep? Not based on skill, but just on conduct. Because I don't want to see the VF community become like the Tekken community. But, like, what can you do? And the thing is, the time to have the conversation is now, before it happens, not when all the moves are here.
You can't. It's a very simple thing. I don't think the VF community is going to have to deal with this, because I've never seen leaders in the community do what the Tekken team has done. We don't see this across the board in fighting games at all. In gaming in general, this is a unique situation to Tekken. So I think, because I play loads of different fighting games, so I'm part of different fighting game communities. This has never happened in Soul Calibur. Even in Bleach, where we were pretty annoyed with how the developers treated us, we just got on with things. But the Tekken team, they did something that was really noble and admirable, and that was talk to the base. I thought that was really cool, that they're communicating with us. I thought that was super cool. But then it's how they started communicating that kind of made it go off the rails. But I don't think VF will have to deal with that, because I don't think Sega and those guys are going to do the same thing.
I don't know that that's true. I think you might be right. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I just think that fighting games, because fighting games typically demand a lot of discipline, they also bring a lot of ego. And competitive games that demand a lot of skill bring a lot of ego. And if they blow up and a lot of noobs come in and they all think that they all think they're godlike, even though they're not. And I can easily see, because the Tekken community hasn't always been like this. This is the thing. Like when Tekken community was niche, there was definitely toxic elements. Make no mistake, I'm not talking about like there was this land of like milk and honey, right? It was always toxic. But the thing is, just like I feel that the ratio shifted in a way that caught me off guard and a lot of people off guard. And my point is, I could see that happening to VF because VF doesn't gatekeep because there's only 6 people playing the fucking game.
But how does
I don't know how you do. I don't know that you can. I'm not saying that I have an answer. I'm saying it's
I mean,
discussion worth having.
But where did anything what was it? Get you off guard? Because as long as I play this game, if you play, because I played almost every character in Tekken 7, right? If you play certain characters, my guy, you will get comments on your profile page.
Sure. But you still do. I'm not talking about. I'm not even commenting the unhinged people who gave me comments when I was playing Leo. Like,
yeah, but I mean that's the toxic stuff that I experience.
No, but again, but I'm not asking for zero toxicity. I'm saying there's levels, right? I'm talking about. This is the thing. Like, there's always been a certain amount of it, but it could be a lot worse. This is what I'm trying to say. And the VF community is really small right now and really cool and really tight knit, and everyone knows. Everyone knows. Exactly. Every content creator who plays VF knows everyone, literally everyone. So it's like, it's really small, really tight knit. And like, there's like, and that forces a certain amount of honesty. You can't really afford to be an asshole in my chat because you'd be surprised. You'd be kicked out of every VF player's chat, all 6 of us. Right. So it's like, and this has a really cool effect. But if the game blows up mainstream and gets really big, we can end up importing a lot of assholes. And I'm like, okay, so we will. Right. And my point, we will. But my point is, every culture, whether it's a virtual culture or a physical culture, the rules can be set by the biggest names in it. Like, for example, it's not unreasonable to say that the main man has a disproportionate effect on Tekken's culture than most other content creators, right? For good or ill, right? So that happens. So my point is, I think that it's worth the VF community talking now and thinking, okay, what, if anything, are we going to do? Or maybe we just going to fuck it. It is what it is. But I think
that you like, let's say Virtua Fighter actually like, I mean, there is a shot that maybe, hey, it's gonna stay like now, right? It's just your game. It's your. There's a chance, right? The chance is pretty small, to be honest, because just by the way the game seems to look like that game will get players at least in the beginning.
It's about to explode,
and that's the thing. So at that point, it's gonna be, honestly, if you're right now a hardcore VF guy and you're in the community, it could get really sucky. Like, in the sense that even like people might take it over, right? Because bigger content creators go in, and it could get honestly, I feel you. It could get really shit. I'm just going to warn you about it.
No, 100%. But this is why I'm saying that, okay, so the BF community needs to having the conversation now. That's what I'm saying. So like, okay, what are we? Maybe the answer is there's nothing you can do, but it's worth having the conversation. I'm not willing to say that there's nothing we can do. I don't know what the answer is, but it's worth thinking about it.
There is something you can do, definitely, Chad. Like, you've been playing VF, like, you would be considered like one of the leaders in the scene now.
No. You go too far.
No, you would, because even you have to remember, VF is a small scene. So even if you got the tricky Eileens and is it Shishiden or something like that, like one of the top players. Like you're still one of the guys. So I think you've got to steer the ship. Like, I think you doing the podcast and having that discussion is
I hear you, and that's my point. That's why I want to do. I want to get filthy on filthy. I want to get tricky, and I want to get Shidosha, and I want to get I want to get all the content creators together and be like, okay, literally a VF town hall, and be like, okay, like so tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I need to try and get people on and be like, okay, what are we going to do? Because I want to
know what Eileen thinks about the tech community.
She knows the community trash. But then again, she's not a fan of the real VF community.
I saw the crazy part is I saw a person on Twitter today say, in her experience, the Tekken community is the best community she has ever been part of. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, it is.
The Tekken community has great pockets. Like the Twitter Tekken community is a bit of an inferno. But if you come onto YouTube or you go onto Twitch, you got some really cool streamers and very chilled streamers. So I think there's a bit of a distorted view of Tekken because the game's not in a great state right now, and Twitter is such a big place that when someone says something mad and it gets a lot of views, it makes everyone look crazy. But when I come onto YouTube or when I go onto Twitch and I'm scrolling through people playing Tekken, most of them are cool. Like you do scroll past some psychos every now and then that are saying mad shit, but for the most part, the streaming side of it and their chats are okay. I think people again like focus too much on psychos on Twitter because there are a lot of decent people. Like when Yujiro dropped, for example, when the trailer dropped, most of the discourse was really positive. There were some people obviously that were bringing up, oh, he's a rapist, this, that, and the other, and the discourse got dragged into the mud again. But for the most part, it was fun. Like when Yujiro got announced. I know you weren't too favorable with it, but the spirits were quite high.
Yeah, I wasn't against it.
Yeah, but if you look on Twitter, for all of your information, yeah, the Tekken community looks like a fucking dumpster fire. But I don't think the VF community should not do anything. I think you and the other people that are like bigger in the scene and know the game more, I think you should get together because you are going to get new people. And
I'm going to get bum rushed, 100%.
Yeah, they're going to jump in. So I don't know what you do really because people can do whatever they want. At the end of the day, because people have tried to say, what do we do with the new people in Tekken? What can you do?
But there are a couple examples that I think about. So, for example, like I'm not some woke person or an anti-woke person, but like I don't really care about pronouns and stuff like that. But I'm always amazed by how like the Guilty Gear community, obviously very trans friendly, and it's just like they have imbibed culturally that like trans acceptance and use of pronouns and stuff. That's part of the community. They just built that in. Like they just built that in. And I'm fascinated by that. Most other fighting games community haven't done that. How have they done this? How has this been enforced? And it's to the point that if I play Virtua Fighter, if I play Guilty Gear, I know that I should probably have my pronouns in the bio, right? Like it just seems that like different gaming cultures can set the terms for themselves. And I'm just curious to know how that happens. And then it's worth having a conversation about, okay, so VF, what do we want it to be? That's the thing. It's almost like a science thing. I'm fascinated by, like almost on a humanities level. Like how do gaming communities police themselves and sort themselves? And I think I don't want VF to just let it happen naturally. So I think when communities form, quote unquote, naturally, very quickly devolve into a cesspool. Whereas if the initial heads are like, no, this is the code of conduct, and like the 6 or largest content creators all enforce it, very quickly you'll find that becomes kind of the code of conduct for like everyone. And so it's like it's worth. I'm not worthy to have that conversation or define it, but I'm curious to know, what the community want to be. Because we're gonna get bummed. A lot of people
what you gotta do is say to them, "Do you know 10 Shaw Brothers films?" They can't answer the question.
Get the fuck out.
If they can't answer the question, you ain't coaching. Get out. Go back to Tekken. Where you can name 10 animes. Over here, you need to 10 Shaw Brothers films. You can't name 10, you can't play.
Get the fuck out. No, it'll be interesting. And I don't know. Yeah, I'm happy for VF, but I'm also worried for VF because I think this is going to be the first VF that's come out, a new VF that's come out in the age of social media. Hasn't been one. There hasn't been one. Like VF is a remake. And it's going to do things, and it's going to open a lot of people's eyes. What happened to me with VF is going to happen to a lot of people, where they're going to be like, "Oh, I fucking love VF," and it turns out that if someone had just explained it to me, or if I'd given it a chance, I would have fallen in love with it. It's going to happen to a lot of people, and I'm happy for that. But then, the community is going to go crazy, and I just don't want us to become a fucking toxic.
What you're gonna get is, because VF is another 3D fighting game, you're gonna get some people that are gonna migrate from Tekken. And it's everyone's
gonna try it. Yeah, they're gonna try it.
But it's gonna be like, why does this do this? And you're gonna be like, it's not Tekken, dummy. But they're not gonna accept that. Sure. And I think that's gonna be the first fight that some of the veteran VF players. Because when I go in there, like I told you, I played VF4 to death, but VF5 I stopped at Final Showdown. So I'm going in there in the mindset of, I'm not gonna say I'm a tourist because like I've played Virtua Fighter all my life, but I've never been.
You know you're doing something different though. Yeah.
I'm coming in and I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen and just see what people are saying. Do streams playing the game, but I know that I don't have the credentials or the knowledge to be making content, being like, this is wrong and this is wrong. So for the first year or 2 years, I'm just gonna sit there, play the game, do some cover some stuff that are like relevant to the game. But like Bleach or like Tekken or like Ninja Storm, when I was playing it, I know I can talk about those games. This one, I think people that are coming in new, they should speak to people like you and learn, because I know playing VF, sometimes you might look about it's a 3D fighter, but it's not Tekken. And you're gonna get fucked up in VF really quickly.
Yeah. which is great. 45-second rounds, and then everybody get the timeout. I love it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. But it's something I'm nervous about, and I've not seen any of the other content creators talk about it. So I want to hear the big names, because there are just content creators that you guys will never have heard of, but they're super cool people and they're super chill. And I'm like, wow, I don't think you can survive Tekken. And there's this one guy called Chanchai. He's just like 40 something, I think approaching 50. This Asian dude, super soft spoken. He has the most patience in the world. He's legit just like a fucking Buddhist monk master, right? Super cool dude. And I'm like, man, when these fucking Gen Z Tekken players bum rush your stream, it's going to be a mad. Because his energy is so chill. If you've ever watched his streams, you know his energy is so chill. I'm like, oh, they're going to fuck this shit up. But we have to defend our boy. And I think it's going to be a mess.
Do you know what I'd say? I know you're going to do the stream tomorrow. I'm going to be doing the Summer Games Fest. But if you do ever get these guys...
I won't do it tomorrow. No, I'll probably do Games Fest too. I'll do it at some point. I want to bring you on. Because it doesn't just have to be VF people. It has to be people who know communities too. So 100%. I'll try and host a roundtable.
I think that would be a lot of fun. I'd love to be a part of it.
And Finn. Like, I disagree with Finn a lot, but like, you know, every community needs a Punisher. Like, I want to hear his side of it. I'll disagree with him on a lot of things, but what he wants is noble. So it's like, I want to hear that side too. I'll see what I can do.
Does VF need a Punisher though?
Now, no, because there's 6 of us. But this is my point, Carol. You're gonna be like, it doesn't need a Punisher. There's 8 of you. We police ourselves, right? It's so much easier to police a small community. So much easier. But when it gets larger, it's like, well, what are you gonna do, right? So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it won't be tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow because, like you said, Summer Games Fest, and I'll be watching because I'm looking for VF stuff. But at some point, I need to coordinate with the Warriors, and I promise you, I'll get you in on that because it's important. But yes, what's happening? But I need to go now because I only want to be in for a bit. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, take it easy, guys. Take it easy, Finn, if you're still there, and take it easy, chat. Peace.
Take it easy, bro, man. See you in a bit. All right, I'm gonna start bringing people on now. 5 hours in. Jesus, didn't even know we're here that long. I'll start bringing people
wants to bring me on.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, VF is going to be a ton of fun. Like I was telling Chad that I've played VF all my life, but I stopped playing after Final Showdown. And, well, not all my life, sorry. I played VF after I had gotten into Alpha 3. So it must have been, I think I started playing VF in like maybe year 2000, maybe just before. But I'm going to go in like a novice, like I'm a white belt. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna watch what the pros are doing and learn from them. Do some fun streams, maybe cover shit going on in the community, and then over time, obviously, we'll learn and give our takes and stuff.
You know, to me, it's like I wouldn't even that much worry about it because Tekken players, they don't vibe with certain shit. So many Tekken players are just Tekken players. They just want to play Tekken. As soon as they see unbreakable throws, they will already say, "Not my game. It's fine." Like I know so many Tekken players that if I ask them like, "Why do you not play 2D games?" They tell me like, just not being able to break throws feels bad for me in a way that I don't like, and I prefer to get sweeped. You know what I mean? It's just it's about the bullshit you like, and Tekken players just don't like certain things. Because of you know what is like the feel of Tekken, yada yada. I play like, you know what the most wholesome community is I ever peeked into? Since recently I play Grand Blue. That is a wholesome fucking community. I really have to say.
You know what? Like the smaller the community, the more wholesome it is. Because Soul Calibur was great. Like I remember like coming up in the Soul Calibur scene, specifically Soul Calibur 5. And that was, to this day, probably the best online and offline scene, like in its entirety. Barely anyone had any fights. I think I had one issue with one guy the entire time I was playing, and it wasn't even that deep. But yeah, when there's, obviously as it gets bigger, you get more people coming in, you get people that are playing for a little bit, they're not really in the culture like that, and then it turns into a fucking mess.
Yeah.
Which is what we're dealing with now. All right, I'm going to start bringing people on. Now, like I said, there's only 2 people actually that are coming on right now because the other ones left. I guess they got tired of waiting. But if you have disagreements with me and Finn, not if you're agreeing. If you have disagreements, then jump on. I'll put the thing back on screen. But yeah, let me just catch up on these super chats and I'll bring in Jay Wukong first. Mr. Master. Huh?
The one you had was the one that was directed at me.
Which? Oh, sorry. Arts. Thank you for the €2. Question to FinnT: how much did you lab Lei Wulong?
I make it really short. I lapped him in Tekken 7. The funny part about this is everyone will know it. The character was so rare that you forget the knowledge because you cannot apply it. So I forgot a lot, but the most fucked up shit that I did with this character just when I like played ranked with him was, yeah, obvious, right? 1-1, like 10 frame punish was 1-1, right? Into Snake, and then the new move they gave him, Snake down 4-1 into Tiger, and then I just mixed people because that's fucking cheap. And I watched the video about Tekken 6 Lei from Level Up Your Game, which I'm actually still in the process of watching. So yeah, I have lapped him a lot. Like I have made a whole document. I usually make documents when I lap characters, but yeah.
Mr. Mars, thank you for the $5. At least Reborn is willing to come on here, unlike the anime profile pics on Twitter. Yeah, no, shouts to Reborn. Yeah, I know he left. I get on with Reborn. I think he's a nice guy. I don't agree with anything he says, but I think he's a nice guy. Grey Mongo Art, thank you for the $5. Personally, I just like the way caps look, and sometimes I forget it's on. I never really thought about it.
Yesterday there was one guy who, I think it was yesterday, there were one or two guys. There's one guy in your chat. Yeah, Shark. Guys, what is he called? Guys. Yesterday, Shark.
Oh, Shark.
Shark.
Yeah,
something.
But I think he's.
Are you mentally what? Okay, you like. Did you have your caps lock like just glued down? He is only writing in caps lock. That to me. Okay, I tell you from maybe it's German culture, right? In German culture, if you write in caps lock, on a serious note, you can't be taken seriously. Like especially if you write like if that's your default, we don't take you seriously. You're a dumb human being. We don't engage with you.
Shark always talks in caps. I don't know why. He always comes into the chat and the first thing he says is, "Thank you, Mike, for giving me my medicine today." And I'm always looking like, bro, what like fucking ward in Arkham Asylum did you escape from? I just keep it moving. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $5. It's an issue with modern gaming in general. Most games come out with bugs, glitches, missing features, and people still defend it, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know how we've gotten to this point where people think it's acceptable to release full price games. Do you know, a glitch or a bug, obviously, like, that's fine, but not when it's like the game is riddled with it and the game is broken and the game's not working as intended and we've got to do emergency patches. That's kind of stupid. That's why I stopped buying games. I haven't bought a full price game. I don't, what was the last one I got was Invincible. Fighting games are the only ones where like I'll be like, okay, I'll get it because we can stream them. But single player games, I've stopped. But still haven't bought Resident Evil yet. I just don't trust games anymore. I'll wait until they're half price, or if I can get it from someone second hand, it's a joke.
I mean, I personally, I bought Resident Evil 9 just because 4 was like hella optimized, and on that IP, I trust Capcom, even though they fucked me over with Dragon's Dogma 2. What a piece of shit optimization. But I buy so many fighting games, bro. I bought Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. Didn't play it once. I just want to support like fighting games. Like we need more fighting games. Like I play fighting games. I'm mainly Tekken guy, but I play fighting games.
Yeah, I mean, I say that I'm being hypocritical. I'm definitely gonna buy Onimusha on day one. I can't resist. That's one of my favorite series. So I am a hypocrite in that regard, I guess, because I will make exceptions for certain games. But I used to buy like loads of games on day one. And then I'd play and I'd be like, what is this shit? Like Cyberpunk fucking scarred me because I really thought that was going to be like the second coming of GTA. And it was so much dog shit when it came out. I know they fixed it now, but I never forgave them for that. Rin, thank you for the $5. Good discourse today. Unlike the last couple, Finn, I'm looking into a Bane mask for you.
Yeah, I seriously looked up what like replicas cost, and a good one isn't like a really sick one is actually not that cheap. But yeah.
Drew Canalo, thank you for the $2. Check out Harada's new tweet. Shots fired. I saw it.
You mean the departure? Get ready for another departure.
Yeah, get ready for the next departure.
Yeah, tell me, Mike. Doesn't that sound like someone who is pretty happy that? I mean, that sounds to me, not with all the context that we have, like that he's happy that he left the Tekken community behind, who always was hyped when he was there at every single offline event. That more sounds to me like someone who is finally rid of the curse of these executives. And honestly, I mean, from all we know, Bandai is a pretty Rip. Shoutouts to Rip. He made me aware of this. in his farewell tweet, did you notice something? He was saying, thank you for being like, I don't know, 30 years I was part of, or goodbye, or I owe a lot to Namco. He specifically left Bandai out. And as far as I know, Bandai, that's the part of the company that's kind of always, like, kind of getting blamed for a lot of the extremely greedy, ultra-capitalistic decisions on shit.
Yeah, I did notice a big difference when they merged. When it was just Namco, there was a different vibe. It's like when Square, it was Square and then Enix or whatever it was called. Or no, it was Squaresoft. Was it Squaresoft? It's been so long now. I think it was
Activision Blizzard,
Squaresoft.
I guess, also a good example.
Yeah, like these things merge and they kind of lose their spirit a little bit. But yeah, no, I noticed that. I noticed like Harada. It definitely seems like it was Bandai Namco that was doing his nutting and not.
They
the
say
community.
show the tweet on stream, Mike. They didn't.
They want to see the tweet. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
Yeah, guys, in chat, do you think me and Rip are tweaking? Because Rip was noting this. Rip said, note that he didn't say Bandai. He only said Namco. And to me, it's like, it's another puzzle. It's another piece that suggests to me, bro, fuck your community shit, Murray. Shut the fuck up. Harada always told people to shut the fuck up if he doesn't like you, if you talk crazy. He was always based as fuck. And now look at this.
Yeah, it's,
if it's
very clear. It's super clear what's going. Like, he is obviously pissed at that company.
Yeah, and obviously, even like, look, if Murray goes to SNK, I'm not even fucking like, oh, Murray, now the game is gonna get shit. Now I would be like, okay, yeah, now Murray is there. I mean, it's like good old. I hope you don't block too many people, and that the SNK boss like is a little bit more. I don't know, but it's fine.
Yeah, no,
just
I think
don't shit me, right? Don't shit me, Murray. Just don't do it. Just, God, can the guy be a bit more based? Like, just a bit more based. Like, just don't. I don't know.
Waffle House. Hey,
yeah,
you know
he
what?
bought the menu.
He's gonna put Waffle House in his new fighting game. I guarantee it's gonna be the ultimate shots fired at Bandai Namco. How much do you want to bet, Finn? Waffle House is gonna be in the next Harada fighting game.
It would be a very good promotion. Even you could have Waffle House. You could even have a dish in Waffle House for the fighting game, like a waffle with that name. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah, 100%. I think that would be the the funniest thing for Harada. I could see him doing it. I could see Harada being super petty and doing that. But yeah, that's 100%. Get ready for the next departure is 100% firing shots. That's some WWE, WCW shit. Finn Charles, thank you for the $5. Would the SNK community be better enough to make leaving worth it? Well, yeah, they've got Saudi money, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the main point, right? Like, you better believe that they. I mean, I recently checked the Fatal Fury story again. It's insane. The Crown Prince, like with the public investment fund, bro, they have so much. It's almost satirical how much money they have and how much they don't care about it. And I bet you they just said, "Give me a fucking sick fighting game. Yeah, buy this guy. What if he wants 5 times what he earns now? Yeah, then we pay it. Who the fuck gives a shit?"
Yeah, like they've given Harada his own studio. Like, Harada tweeted that picture out of like all the. Here it is, actually. Let me put it on screen so you guys can see what they gave Harada just before we bring people on. Because as somebody that, you know, Harada's an artist, right? And he's been given artistic freedom. So this is the office space that they've given this guy to bring people in. Look at this. I want to work there.
I want to. Yeah.
And it's 20 minutes down the road from Bandai Namco, so it's not like his friends have got to travel far. They're only going to be down the road.
I mean, look, guys, and if I can be cynical about this, yeah, nice. If I can be cynical about this, right? Saudi, blah blah blah. Yeah. But I mean, hey, if there's something good coming out of all of this, the Saudi takeover, it might be this. It might be this. Like, one shot, Harada gets all the budget he wants for his vision of a fighting game, uninterrupted, no excuses, take any time you need. Hey. I mean, note, Mike, none of the Tekken fans is mad about this. No one of us views this as like a betrayal or something. We are all hyped for Harada, and we want to see like what he's doing. There's no bad energy, nothing. But it won't be Tekken. Yeah, who gives a shit, bro? I want another. Who gives a shit? I'm a fighting game player, my guy. Tekken is give me another 3D fighting game from Harada's, like, from his pen.
He says applications literally flooded in before we had even officially started our recruiting process, and as a result, nearly all of this year's hiring slots have already been reserved. Like, I don't think he showed off this office space because he was super happy. Like, I think he was super happy. I think he showed off this office space so that the people at Bandai Namco can look and be like, look what I've got going on over here. This is what you should have given me. I think everything Harada's done is to let those people know you should have treated me with a bit more respect, a little bit more grace. I think Harada's going to cook up a storm, and I'm very happy for him. I'm very happy that he has been given this.
Same.
I just hope that all the money they're giving him, because the thing is, it's SNK, right? I don't know if they're going to be like, use our engines or something, or if they're going to let him just build something brand new, because I don't want it to come out feeling like a standard SNK game. You know, like every company, their games have like a certain feel.
I mean,
like Injustice kind of feels like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want that.
Yeah. I mean, look, if I were Saudi in this case, I would say, bro, let this guy go ham. Like, isn't that the sickest thing? If, like, we get a truly new, like, innovative fighting game universe as well? Like, that's sick.
Yeah, I think it'll be sick, and it would. I think if they were going to do anything like, you know, typical to Fatal Fury or King of Fighters, I would say, look at that. He's got the Waffle House menu. Yeah,
he bought it for $5.
He's definitely firing shots. I would say, listen, make your own fighting game, original characters, but get Rugal or Geese as your guest. Get Rugal, like levy some of that. Just levy some of the popular SNK characters into your game. I think that would be so sick. Imagine having Rugal as the first guest in the Harada fight.
Yeah, I mean, bro, the SNK characters are among, if not the best fighting game design of all of them.
Yeah.
Like,
what the fuck is this?
Are you wait, that's Mike Hollow's side profile for $1.99. Are you proud of your future AI self?
I think I know who this is. I think it's my girlfriend's sister.
Okay, so you have an insider, huh?
Yeah, I think I know who it is.
Skynet 1, take a good look at yourself, at yourself, future self.
Great.
Okay, which would be a better sixth ranger, Harada or Ed Woon? What's a sixth ranger?
The Power Rangers, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, Harada. Speaking of the Rangers, I went to a convention the other day, and this donut goes, "Oh, we're selling 2 Kamen Rider figurines for £5." So me and my girl heard, and we were like, "Oh, let's run over and get them." And I get there, and one of them is Kamen Rider. The other one is Shao Kahn, and I'm looking at the guy. It's for charity as well. So I'm standing in front of all these people now, and I didn't want to crash out and be like, that's not a fucking Kamen Rider villain, bro. That's Shao Kahn. And I took it from him, and he was like, do you watch Kamen Rider? And I said to him, yes. Do you watch Kamen Rider? And he went, yeah. These are the figurines I collected. I was like, are you for fucking... I'll show you on stream next time. I was so pissed. And it was MK1 Shao Kahn. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, let's get the first people on. We've only got 3 people. Only 3 disagreements. Crazy. All right. Jay Wukong, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was getting stuff set up. I wanted to put my camera. I didn't want my girlfriend to get caught in it though. Last time I came on, and I came on from the perspective of a developer, because Dell said something, right? He said, "What, like if you have a Twitter as a developer, it's public facing, right, for your company." That's largely why I didn't post anything for years. So I never really considered myself a part of the FGC. But one thing that confused me was last time I came on, I made some good points about why I like Tekken, right? I thought Tekken was a good game. But when I left, Finn said that I think Tekken King is high level Tekken, right? That's not the case. When I hit Tekken King was in March of 2024. So I'm not saying, I said everybody else on the podcast was a high level Tekken player, right? But I'm sending you
You muted yourself, bro.
Oh, I didn't try to. I sent you some stuff. This is regarding Harada for the topic. Back in 2020, when I was first getting into development stuff, I used to look at Harada's Twitter a lot for like stuff he would post and people he would argue with. He would constantly argue with people about development stuff. So this is him explaining how hitboxes in Tekken works.
Mhm.
And then everybody in the Twitter replies, because of whatever state with whatever game, Tekken 7, whatever, they're constantly telling him he's lying. It's the same thing when he in the other screenshot. It's a post from 6 years ago with somebody talking about how Harada was defending rollback netcode. Every
Do
time
you have
Harada,
the link to it?
But what exactly?
yeah, I could give you the link.
It'd be good if we could see the actual conversation.
Yeah, this is just a Reddit comment because I can't.
Okay, yeah, but these people are just wrong, right? Because people don't know this. Even Tech 2 had rollback.
But that's the point I'm making, right, Finn? Harada is constantly talking about development stuff with Tekken players on his Twitter, and nonstop he's getting into arguments over stuff that's just factual.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it would probably annoy him, but the people are not like insulting him or like rage
No,
baiting
but
him.
they are. I would have to go back and get the exact Twitter comments, but it was a lot of insults over rollback netcode in a game that had it. If I'm a developer,
but there he just true, but I mean, yeah, they're idiots. Like I never denied that they are idiots, but I mean, people.
Do we have a
explain
link to
this.
the tweet though?
I don't have a link to the tweet now. I'd have to go back and get it. I just got this prepared. I got home an hour ago.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay,
Yeah,
so for people
I
who
need
don't
to
know-
see the tweet to see what the ratio of like hate to not haters.
But he's right. For people who don't know this, there was this this famous thing like Tekken is free. Listen up. Like, you know what, this tweet, he worded it relatively weirdly, but the tweet was like Tekken is free. Listen. People didn't understand it, didn't know it, and they just the netcode in Tekken 7 was very iffy. It's excellent if you play with someone like literally in your country. Like literally in your country, in your city, it's excellent in Tekken 7. But
Yeah, but that's why I
there were
linked
certain
I linked my two things, right? I linked them Harada showing the hitboxes for Tekken, and then I linked them Street Fighter. Because with a 3D and a 2D game, it's fundamentally different. Like the way you have to design hitboxes in 3D is very difficult. There's something called a frame packet. You have to go back and check. It's been for a long time. When you're dealing with a 2D game like Street Fighter, it's very easy to make sure everything works as it should. And back in season 1 of Tekken 8, people were having tracking issues where people were getting messed up whenever you go to do a hell sweep or something. Sometimes people would end up on completely different sides of the map, right? It was like a big problem that people were complaining about. They kept sending it to Harada. Harada's arguing in the Twitter comments that, hey, we're working on this. This is an issue. We're trying. It's complex. And he's just nonstop getting shot on.
Where's
Do you have the
tweet?
I don't have the tweet because this is happening back in like 2020, 2021, right? Like,
Yeah, but
Where did you get the image from, Jay?
The image? Oh, that image? I just started searching stuff because I remember the tweets because I used to be at the gym late night looking at Twitter. But I just started searching. I could see which link I pulled it from.
I just think like for the sake of the podcast, because I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I can't.
I got that.
Yeah.
Right. This is kind of last minute. I got home. I got to figure out what I'm going to be talking about, right? But specifically, I remember all the hate Harada got because I used to look at his Twitter because from a development standpoint, if you like Tekken and you are a developer, it's very interesting. But when you see people arguing with them about shit that's just false, like as a developer, this is how it works. And then you see people who just played the game arguing with them, and you're like, oh, he's not gonna win that argument. And that for him, that's probably more more irritating than somebody arguing about frame data in the game. Like if you want to change frame data, if you want to do that, that's whatever. If you want to talk about balance, that's fine. But when Harada is talking on his Twitter, a lot of the time he's not even talking about the balance of the game. He's talking about stuff he finds interesting about development. And then he's getting Tekken people yapping at him about Tekken because they don't like the state of the game. And then at some point, it's like, the reason I brought up the rank in the first place is how good do you have to be at a game to feel like it's a good game? Like if I'm God of Destruction season 1, am I able to say, hey, in season 2, I tried it, I think the game's okay? If I'm only running first to 10s with people, am I able to be like, hey, for For the game, I think it's a good product because I'm playing first to tens with Evo challengers who are playing Nina, whatever characters you're playing against that you understand the matchup. I'm just doing first to 10 sets throughout my week after my 9 to 5, and then I'm having a great time with the game. If you
I don't
say
think
that,
anyone can tell you that you like the game. I think you can look at things like objectively and be like, the package might be lacking in certain areas. It might be missing modes or whatever. But I can't tell you that you're wrong for liking the game, but we can argue over like certain things in the game and if it's been done right or done poorly or if it's been well received by the public.
Guys, don't want to interrupt. Mike, you should probably, could you put the newest Harada post on screen?
Yeah.
But to your point, Mike,
this would be
as well.
a really, really important read right now.
Okay. To your point also, though, Mike, like I think one thing that happened earlier when Finn was talking to, I think it was CDDT, right? I understand why you would sidestep Kazuya left, right? But when you bring that up, Finn, you also played Counter-Strike. I played Counter-Strike. He could be playing and get whatever rank in the game or play against 2 Kazuyas a week, right? Maybe not because people play Kazuya a little bit more frequently. But the point is, you could be decent at the game and never know that information. Especially if you're playing a character who in Tekken 8 is cheap. Everybody complains about the game because it's fairly cheap.
That's pretty like with you could, but if you are like, if you comment on that change and you like, people are outraged, right? Like the timeline is different. Like people are outraged about the hell sweep.
Correct. Yeah.
Then like you should try to understand this and not act like Pikachu face. What are these motherfuckers talking about? Just block it. Like that's the problem, right? If he just said I don't know why people are outraged. That's fine, right? But
I'm not defending Murray, by the way. I'm talking specifically from Reborn's perspective.
But that's not the approach that he took, and I tried to explain this to Reborn, and from there on it just got worse because he just wasn't willing to, like, I don't know, understand it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in that particular instance, because that particular thing was very like as a concentrated situation, I think for that particular thing to take Murray's side, you would need to really understand what's being argued. I don't think you need to know all the frame data and everything that's plus and minus to be good at Tekken because it's such a big game that I've known players like Ozzy the Lion O is a really well-known law player in the UK. He's sick at the game. He don't know jack shit about frame data. And he said that openly. Yeah, he's gone to tournaments and won. But for that particular argument, for that particular Kazuya situation, I think you do need to know. Otherwise, you can't chime in the argument.
I understand what you're saying. The thing that gets me is I've spoken with a lot of developers. I talk with developers. I play Tekken with game developers. They have a game in the Xbox showcase. There's things that certain people don't understand. Like, say Murray says, and I'm trying not to defend Murray because I don't agree with a lot of this stuff. Even though I had an issue with Finn, I typically tend to agree with a lot of the stuff you say, Finn. When I came back to play Reyna, I looked at your video.
Bro, I'm sorry I was such an asshole to you. I don't know what was.
It's fine. It's fine. It's easy when it's just a profile picture, right? But the thing developers don't get sometimes, because I was helping balance a game called Gigantic a long time ago. There was a frog character in the game who could go Super Saiyan for his ultimate.
Okay.
It had a 10-second duration, but it refreshed if you got a hit. The developers thought that was fine until we played an internal test together, and they saw me stay in the mode for 2 minutes straight. Then they're like, oh, this has to go. But every development discussion up to that point, with 30 people talking in these discussions, was always, that's fine. But as soon as they see the one egregious moment, they're like, oh, that's got to go. It was the person who was making the game was the old Guild Wars 2 lead, James Finney. And he saw that because he was playing in the playtest, and he said, oh, this got to go immediately. Like, it was changed in the next patch, like 2 days later.
I mean, like, in principle, I completely agree with you on that principle, right? Definitely, 100%. In Murray's case, though, it's like, first of all, he is a Mishima player. Second of all, he at that point, he was there for 20 years. And then the problem is not that he didn't know. The problem is that he was acting that high and mighty. And like, basically, we're telling people, like, you are all dumb. Like, just block it, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the attitude.
That's why I'm trying not to defend Murray. I was just trying to show why I think Harada may have felt a little bit easier going to a new game where, let's say he does want to make an aggressive game. Maybe he could do it and not have to deal with people in Tekken, having the Tekken legacy. and arguing with him over stupid stuff like, does the game have rollback or do the hitboxes? It's
Yeah,
all
bro, that
dumb.
shit was dumb. Like, but you can't, bro. People to this day don't know what rollback is. Like, to this day, people don't.
But
like, yeah.
So I think when people bring up Mike's name, I'm a little confused. Finn, I can understand you just because you and me had a disagreement, right? And the way I saw you with Reborn, right? Reborn could very honestly just not know how to deal with Kazuya, but be very good against the majority of the cast in Tekken. It just, when you get that into the weeds, I get why you do it, because I used to do it and people used to get pissed off at me. But it's I think that's why they look at you as the bad guy.
You are reasonable because you are like, okay, guys, but in general, this principle is like true. Like the developer maybe not seeing, but then he needs to, you know what I mean? Like there comes a certain point, he needs to be shown the severity in that moment, and then he's like, okay, yeah, that needs to go.
Yeah,
like you are right. You are completely right in principle. What Reborn did though is focus on this one thing, which was, well, I mean, blocking would be the optimal if you actually, for real, 100% know it's coming. Like and that is so, like, bro, come on.
Yeah,
You're already smiling. You're already smiling.
different.
It's so, come on, bro.
Let me take a different perspective. Say they turn the Hell Sweep into a Snake Edge. It was like after the wave dash, it was 28 frame startup.
Okay.
Then it's like the block is, if they framed it that way, the argument, if Murray had the ability to frame it that way, he gets no hate, right?
The problem is that he A, missed the point, B, didn't try to ask a question before missing the point, and then after having missed the point, he's putting the Roach Hotel tweet up. Like, get that. That's a combo, bro. Like, that's a string. Bro,
that's why I said I'm really trying not to defend Murray. It was just Harada, because I share a birthday.
Yeah,
with
definitely.
Harada.
Yeah.
I'm June 10th for my birthday. So I always thought, I looked at Harada's development stuff. Yeah. And I always thought it was really cool to get his perspective on game development.
Yeah, so, I think it's super cool. I always liked reading Harada's posts when he's talking about games, because I don't know the ins and outs of the coding. I just like have ideas in my head, but obviously I don't know how to implement them. So I always thought it was super cool. But
then you look at the replies and then you see Harada argue it for like 2-3 messages down. It's just nonstop him arguing with people talking about the netcode's bad. And
yeah,
then
but like sometimes he responds to like some really stupid comments, and I'm like, Harada, why are you talking to this guy? Because now you've quote retweeted this, and all the other fan game communities are going, look at these Tekken players, they're so stupid, and we're like, we don't claim this donut. I don't know why Harada's talking to him.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's tough because I had a conversation with the Gigantic guys about this a long time ago, before I was ever doing anything development, when I was just a player, and from their perspective, if you see, like, say you put out a video or a trailer for something, right? You tend to look at the comments, right? And developers aren't trying to be YouTubers or anything. They're just looking through the comments to see what the public thinks about the game, and they constantly see people like talking bad about them. They're gonna feel the need to reply to a few of them, and then you reply to them, you just get into a war, and at some point you're like,
I have that. Like, you know, I'm still like, I'm so small that I can still read every single one of my comments, right? But guess who I respond to? The stupid cunt that makes me angry.
Yeah,
that's like, obviously, right? Doing. And then I get the impression, sometimes I'm like, bro, the YouTube comments are so dumb. But the reality is, if I look at the comments for real, 80% of them are not crétins or retards. Yeah. They are just normal, you know, even like things that I didn't even think about, like interesting comments, right? And I should respond to them. I should respond to them. Like, I get it, right? But at the end of the day, we can still, like, I am real about it and say, you know what? Yeah, 80%, 90% of my comment section is fucking insanely nice, and 10% is obviously most brain dead. Yeah, guess what? IQ is a bell curve. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, of course, you will have some really dumb people. And I think Murray just focuses a little bit more, like a little bit too much on them.
Yeah, but I think that's also where Murray's comment about Harada came from, right? Let's say Murray and Harada are out drinking, talking about something or whatever, right? And they're talking about the game development, whatever. Maybe a topic comes up about something they were arguing with somebody about, whatever, right? Harada has to then he's arguing with people who are supposed to be his fans on Twitter, but it's not a single player game; it's a competitive game, so balance matters. Single player games, a lot of the time, people just love them, whatever. The fan base for Resident Evil probably never complains about the game, right? But Harada's arguing with these people who care about the balance of the game, and then he has to also go deal with the people at Bandai Namco who are forcing him to do stuff he already doesn't want to do. So then the people he was arguing about, trying to say why he's championing them, he's then letting them down a week later. That's probably a huge mental toll on Harada. Because you go from arguing with people you're supposed to be in like you both enjoy, like the fan enjoys what Harada puts out. Harada enjoys the fan like liking his work, right? You're supposed to be in that type of relationship. You go from that being iffy to then you have to deal with your corporate people who want you to do stuff you know you don't want to do. You feel like you let them down in 2 instances.
Yeah, I know it can be like a rock and a hard place. But that's why, like, even though like I've been very disappointed with Tekken 8, I've at least when I talk to Harada or like quote retweet him and try to get his attention, try to do it on a respectful standpoint, because I know it's not easy what he's dealing with. I think in just this particular instance, when it comes to like who's really at fault here, and when we're talking about Murray, I know you were saying that you're really trying to not defend Murray.
Yeah.
And I get it, because it's not just you. I spoke to you, spoke to Del, I spoke to a friend. I've spoken to a friend that worked at Square Enix. I've spoken to a friend that was working on a small indie game. I've spoken to developers, and all of them are like, yeah, Murray's Twitter account it wouldn't fly in my company. That's the same sentiment. I spoke to a guy that works on the Yakuza team, and he was saying to me, yeah, no, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I've been a developer for 6 years, and for both game development, web development, every type of software. And I look at Murray's comments, and I'm just like, I can never do that working at a company.
I think we should, Mike. I think you should read.
Yeah, I was going to bring up Harada's tweet when Jay was finished.
Oh yeah, that's it. Sorry, I didn't.
No, you can stay. Stay,
cool,
Jay.
cool.
Stay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you want to read it out, Finn? I'll put it on screen.
I got like a infant son and my girl. At some point I might turn my camera off if she's out here with him. I'm just letting y'all know.
Yeah, that's all good, man. That's all good.
Like, I think this is. Did you see the Jay? Did you see the from 10 minutes ago the tweet?
Nah, I try to stay up to it for the
I'm
most
going to do my
part.
German reading voice. Just a small clarification regarding the facts. The work behind the latest update had actually been in progress since last year, and what is currently being delivered is the result of that long-running effort. Anyone who has worked in game development will probably understand this timeline. It's not just about debugging and QA, there are also first-party certifications and approval processes involved. About a year ago, I made this post, which was... it was challenging, and we returned to the members of all, and Nakatsu got your back. Like that's what he said.
Yeah, it wasn't a long tweet.
And yes, the direction of this patch update was naturally led by Nakatsu. At the same time, the other director you mentioned, Yasuki Nakabayashi, was also deeply involved in directing it. Mishima Star as well. The reality is that they spent the past year working towards this release, and this update became the final work they delivered before leaving the company. Also, this should go without saying, but not only for this update, these results are the product of many project members working incredibly hard, even if their names are not widely known. Because of that, I hope people will evaluate these achievements as the work of a team rather than focusing on individual names. Personally, I don't think there is much value in studying the credits and trying to attribute everything to specific individuals. I also see a variety of speculations and analysis from the community. Unfortunately, most of it is not accurate, and I don't mean just this particular topic. In fact, the directors whose names you mentioned, including Yasuki, have already left the project and begun new journeys of their own. There are also a small number of people who explain things based on their supposed knowledge of the game industry. Unfortunately, most of these explanations are not accurate either. This is simply a factual clarification and nothing more, nothing beyond that. That will be all on this topic now. Now then, since we are here, a quick personal update. I recently considered changing my X account name, but then X team advised me against it. They warned me that the current name could quickly be claimed by someone else and potentially used in a misleading way. Even the old trick of changing the name and immediately reclaiming it with another account apparently doesn't work very well these days. Because bots monitor these changes and can grab the name almost instantly. They did say X might lock the name, but there are no guarantees. My heart remains with this community. It always has, and it always will. Well, I do get angry from time to time, but I deliberately do that because I believe people expect honesty from me. Lol. So I've been thinking that perhaps I should leave this account here as a piece of history and simply create a new one. But there's no rush. I have plenty of time to think about it. For now, let's keep talking here. It turns out there's quite a bit of demand from the younger generations for stories about the game industry in the 90s and the early days of the 21st century. Who would have thought that? Anyway, today is guaranteed to be another incredibly fun day at Versus goddamn studio. There's a shared environment, atmosphere, vision, and team here that genuinely feels like stepping back into the 90s and early 2000s. Get ready for the next creation.
Now that, Michael Murray, is a banger tweet. That's how you tweet, and you put rumors to bed. You shut people up, myself included, and you instill a little bit of hope in people as well for your next project. That's how you tweet, Michael Murray.
So I guess it's fair to say Harada here protects his good old Tekken community and says, my heart will be with you guys always. I don't know.
That was a good tweet. That was a very insightful tweet. Well, now we know that guy that everyone was naming on Twitter is not the guy. So, okay, wait, hold on. I've just deeped it. If he's not the guy, then is Murray actually the guy?
Wait, are you talking about the guy for Tekken, like going forward?
Oh, you mean
they said that Yasuke guy was like meant to be taken over in some capacity, but he's gone.
It's probably someone no one even realizes. It's probably just someone who's, because even I remember a similar situation happened with the Gigantic team, right? And I don't want to put his name out there because I don't know if he wants it. But there was a developer, I'll just call him by his moniker at the time. It was Mo Retrat. He took over, but he wasn't first, second, third, fourth, or fifth in line. I think he was just he was a new, like a recent hire compared to some of the people there, but he understood the balance the best. So he became the new lead, I believe, battle designer. So it'll probably be something similar.
Where guys in chat, are you actually telling me it was Moonsault again? Bro, people came immediately, guys, nah. People, no, it can't be. No, it can't be Moonsault. The tweet is from Dengojin. I know that Dengojin is a player. Maybe Moonsault picked up a wrong leak again, because people today, when we started the stream, came into my chat and said, guys, I know who is now the lead of Tekken, the balance lead. I was like, who? And they said like, yeah, Yasuki Nakabayashi. And I'm like, okay.
It wasn't me, so I checked his account. It was.
Del said it earlier, right? Like when people leave, a lot of the time, I mean, something similar is happening at my company right now. A lot of the time, when somebody leaves, a bunch of people go with them. So there's a whole structural change, especially for game development companies. That happened when FinnT left back in like 2015, 16. Half the people who were there left at the same time. So like that was a big issue with Gigantic. That game died almost immediately after that.
Mm-hmm.
But like it really depends on who still believes in the project and who's willing to stay. It's not like you can just guess it type of thing.
And from your perspective, because you worked in the industry, do you think that Bandai Namco, because we were talking to Del Walker and he was saying that Tekken 9 will probably be closer to Tekken 8 because they'll take what they know and try to apply it to the next game?
I think he's absolutely correct. Unfortunately, because that's what I said last time, right? A big thing with Tekken 7 to 8 was the assets from 7 could never be used in 8. Because I think 7 was Unreal 3 and 8 was Unreal 5. But the assets, the way they approached them isn't even the same. That's why ArcSys games look so good, because they approach everything a specific way. So like for Tekken 8 to 9, the assets for the existing characters are very easy to translate. But when you talk about the experience on how to do the combat design, if everybody's leaving, then that's going to be something they might just want to keep as close as possible to how it is now.
But it could also be a reset, right?
What do you mean a reset?
Like basically, if the old guard leaves, like maybe they are also thinking like, okay, how about we like try to approach like a fresh start, actually even getting the crust out, you know?
I think Del might be able to agree with this because we've seen it happen a lot of times. But if you look at Devil May Cry when DMC came out, nobody liked that game. It was
that is true.
So like, I don't know if Bandai, with how expensive games are now, I don't know if they'd be willing to even take that chance.
Street Fighter took that chance, right? When Ono left, they brought in a brand new team.
Well,
were those guys working on 5 already and they get promoted, or were they brand new guys?
No, they came halfway into 5. And then that's why a lot of people consider 6 to be like an extension of 5. Because a lot of the way 5 was at the end is how 6 was at the start, with just a more refined system.
Oh, okay.
So
I don't know, man. That's it's a worrying time for Tekken. And
It's
that
a
whole
worrying
tweet was really nice until I read that part. I was like, yeah, Yasuke's also gone. I was like, oh my god, who's left?
Yeah, it's a worrying time if you don't like the current Tekken. If if you like it, I mean, you get more of the same.
I mean, it could be the maddest. I mean, think about if Murray takes over and just turns this shit around now. Like, think about that glow up arc. Like, just imagine it. Like, just imagine it.
What does Murray actually do? Because
I mean,
producers don't always actually do much of any game design.
He was a game designer as well. Like, he moved. He said in Tekken 7 when he moved to producer, he said, "I don't design the game anymore." But he was still like in charge of a lot of shit.
Well, when you say in charge of stuff, a lot of
Yeah,
the time, what that means is they just give the sign off on the okay for it. They don't like, they just set the timeline and make sure the project's managed.
He even said he would sometimes like, "Oh, the balance team, I want an update," and I can give you his quotes. I got a transcript from when he was talking about it.
Yeah, if Murray's playing the game and he sees certain things, he can go talk to the balance team and be like, "Hey, I think we should change this."
Yeah.
But if he's not actively doing it, then it's just going to be somebody completely new.
Yeah, I reckon. I don't think if that is the case, it'll just be a brand new, some young guns that come in, and maybe I don't know.
It could be a good thing. It might be a Street Fighter 5 thing where like there's some new guys, they understand how the game is currently, and they want to make. So it's not to say that the game is completely doomed, but I don't think it would be wildly different from how it is now. It'd probably just be a more refined version of how it is now, which might be a good thing.
Which is what realistic people hope. Which is what I hoped for at the end of season 1. You know, I hoped for an actual refined. I don't have a problem with a more aggressive Tekken game, bro. If I want to Magic 4 you all day, I can play Tekken 7. All right. So, you know, I don't have a problem with that. But it just went so far down the deep end. But hey, the last patches are good. The only problem is, actually, yeah, people wanted to tell me, nah, Nakatsu had nothing to do with that. I mean, I was under the impression, okay, I was right by chance. Obviously, I didn't know, right? I was right by chance that this patch is actually the work of Nakatsu and the old, or like the 3 people or like, that were name dropped, and they are gone now. This means,
I don't know why
guys,
people assume that.
I don't know why. Do you mean that it was not Nakatsu's work? Why they
Yeah,
assumed
because
that? I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's planned out like a year ahead of time, and they'll have an idea what they want to do like 6 months to a year ahead of time. They might have thought, hey, we want to make heat changes. We're going to wait till halfway through season 3. That's already in the timeline. They'll focus on one thing, and then when they're done with that, the next thing is what they already had planned.
But why would they announce back to basics and then like kind of do a 180 on that when it comes out and then do a 180 on the 180? Like that's the only part of Harada's thing where I'm a bit confused because when season 3 came out, it was not like it's nothing like what we're getting now. So when he says that it was planned a year in advance, I'm like, so what, you planned to drop season 3 in a state that was going to piss everyone off and then fix it? Like, I don't really understand.
The issue is when you have to add something. So like when you have a game, because they use Unreal 5, right? And like for their game, when you have a game that has to have new stuff, whether any type of new content, so like a new character or new moves if they're completely new are new animations. So they'll probably have a content team and then like a battle design team and then QA, right? The battle design
game,
team,
unfortunately, not new animations.
Yeah. Because the content team will work on new animations, but Bandai likes to reuse stuff. I think Pokken animations had Tekken stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
So like the entire package is planned out a year ahead, and they'll focus on stuff, but it won't go out until they QA it, right? So like maybe they didn't have the time to make sure everything was completely set for the launch of season 3. And maybe some of the stuff that went into the launch of season 3, if there's like a minor buff here and there, was intended to go with the other changes. It just depends on when stuff was ready and what they were comfortable putting out. But I don't think the battle design team would have been the ones to determine the marketing for Back to Basics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever happens to Tekken now, at least I got you, Jura. That's the only saving grace. If this is the last Tekken for a long time, or if we never get another good Tekken game, at least I got you, Jura.
But the problem with this is, the problem now is, I was actually really positively, I mean, look, I couldn't, in reality, I mean, obviously, I couldn't give less of a fuck, right? I can play other fighting games, I can play Tekken 6 all day, fine. but I really had this positive like aura now, right? Because I was like, okay, the first when season 3 came out, we were all like, okay, that's it, that's done. The game is now okay. That's now Clown World. We are now entering Clown World. There's nothing to save anymore. That's it. And then the miracle update happens, right? The miracle update, and wow! And then the second update, and I had this positive vibe, and now it's a guess again, right? I'm not saying it's going to be shit, but now I have to guess again on the next updates. You know what I mean? If it's going to continue, because the guys are gone who had the lead on that. So
we keep saying the guys are gone, right? But if you look, Harada said, look at it as the result of a team working together, right?
Yeah.
Nakatsu's not going through, because whenever you make these changes, there are a bunch of things that got to get tweaked within the game, right? So Nakatsu's not the one going through tweaking everything. So he's telling a team how stuff should be. And if they get that input from him, maybe they can understand, like, hey, this is what changes we made here. Everybody liked it. Let's go forward doing stuff like that. It's not necessarily, it's better that he had inputs in this one and it turned out to be a good patch that received good feedback, because now going forward, the team will probably move in that direction.
I mean, think about how tragic it is when they say they plan shit that long in advance, right? Like that long. It would be, bro, they need to say this. Like Nakatsu needs to, I don't know if he can blow the whistle on this, because because remember, Harada said after the season 2 crash out, right? He said from now on, Nakatsu will approve every single detail personally. And now, what if these 2 last patches is really like that's him approving everything personal, and everything before that, where it still was kind of iffy, was maybe even pre-planned or whatever, not improvised, but you know, like it could be, if that's his true vision, like, okay, that is Tekken 8 when I approve everything by myself, like we are only doing nerfs, bro. This guy should have, I don't know what happened that he couldn't oversee everything from the beginning. I mean, Harada said, yeah, it's kind of, there's not even a good explanation for this, if you remember the tweet, right? He just said, yeah, he was the general manager, so he couldn't really approve everything. Now he is. And bro, if that's how patches actually look like, if he is approving everything, like the last 2, bro, I hope they have a good alternative for him. Because
in my experience, it's never, even when that's said, right? Because I've been in situations where something's been a bad patch for whatever reason, right? Even when they say they're gonna personally have somebody do all that, there's still people that they trust that they'll tell to do something specific, right? And that'll be their way of personally overseeing it. They'll just make sure at the very end the changes that they suggested to that person were the ones that went in.
What if that was the other guy who left, bro?
I mean, it's usually like, 20, 30 people working on a project like that at once, right? Yeah. So if there's like 3 or 4 that are able to continue that going forward, then you're probably in a good spot. If not, then I don't know.
Jay, did you want to stay on while I bring these other people on?
I don't know if I really got much input.
You can improvise, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want
to. If there's something I can put inputs on, sure. Yeah, as long as that's not interrupting any of your guys' stuff.
No, it's fine. There's only 3 people, so
okay.
I don't know who this is. I appreciate your donations, but come on, man.
Donate
Mike
to me.
Hollow's side profile.
Yeah, I'm also live. Visit me, Mike Hollow's side profile. I'm also live. I could take the $4. I lost some brain cells today. I want to rebuy them.
Oh god. All right, let's get
Evening, gentlemen.
Maru, how you doing, bro?
You read my name every time like you don't know me.
I know you, but I just forget how to pronounce it.
That's all right. You can just go by Kuro. That's fine.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, man.
That's good. It's definitely a cognito hazard that we had to endure during a part of the previous debate. So let's not dwell on that. So I'm going to disagree on the minutia in order to agree on the larger point. Mm-hmm. The tweet that was brought up by Michael Murray, actually a great example of him not really being able to speak eloquently or effectively. The tweet about speed kicks. Having reread it, it looks like a compliment. Well, it's not a direct compliment to speed kicks, but it looked like an attack on people attacking speed kicks in his opinions, because it reads as the new approach to speed kicks. When you don't agree with his tweet is, aren't you supposed to be smart or something? So he's poking fun at people not really having a good faith criticism of speed kicks as opposed to attacking speed kicks. But at first glance, it does come off as completely the opposite.
The only reason why I won't agree with that is because of the follow-up, where Speed Kick seemed quite irritated and basically saying, "I wish you'd just focus on like listening to us because we want you to fix the game." Because I guess Tekken 7 was in a turbulent state towards the end.
But maybe I am. Am I missing something?
Let me find the link. Let's put it up on.
I can get the picture up again.
Well, if you need the link, I put it in the private chat.
Oh, have you got the link to the actual tweet?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Let me grab that. Okay.
I believe this is the tweet that we were originally discussing.
Yeah, this is Finn. This is the tweet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, no shade on Speed Kicks. He is actually smart, judging from my interactions with him.
Again, likely incorrect use of parentheses as opposed to highlighting something. You know,
it sounds very snarky.
It is very snarky.
And then also the smile at the end. You know what happens when I do the smile at the end? I'm either that's a mix-up. Like I'm either shitting on you or Jay. What's your take?
I don't understand the quotes.
I'm gonna apply Hamlin's razor. I'm going to assume incompetence before malice, and it seems that Murray has that passive aggressive tone as his default go-to, and he's literally just putting his own foot in his mouth every time he speaks.
The thing is the follow-up. Mike, do you still have it?
Yeah, also the comments are kind of alluding to the fact that there might have been some altercation between these two.
Okay, maybe I'm lacking larger context in that case.
I don't, because I tried to find I was there when people shared it the first time, but I couldn't remember anymore. But I found because people were also assuming this on Reddit, and someone actually found the Speed Kicks clarification where he was actually like not liking this. Like, maybe you can show this. Maybe we didn't show it long enough.
What are you talking about? The screenshot you sent me?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I'll bring it up. Yeah, that reads to me like Michael Murray. I don't know. Jay, what do you think?
If I'm typing something out and saying somebody's smart, I'm not adding quotes to it, and I don't get the other part where he says the approach to responding to Speed Kicks when somebody says, "Aren't you supposed to be smart?" or something. It just seems unnecessary from somebody in his position.
Yeah, like Red Gunner.
Well, yeah, like everything that Murray tweets, essentially.
Like, Mike, you're such a good YouTuber. Like, I would immediately take that as, okay, you're taking the piss.
It sounds backhanded.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Speed Kicks responded with this. He doesn't seem happy to me, especially this part here.
Oh, he's definitely not happy.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this made it even worse.
So you mean? Also, I know what you mean. So you mean he has mixed up Speed Kicks?
Pretty much, yes. He's applied the mix-up correctly.
But wait. If Michael Murray is smart,
that's a stretch before you reach, Finn.
I would have, because he never replied to this again. So that's what I mean. It's no. I disagree on the I'm not saying you are wrong in this specific instance. I'm saying, when I think about it, the pattern makes it unlikely, because in Mrs. Playstuff's case, hey, maybe he just blocked her accidentally, right?
Why isn't she unblocked then?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key question. He seems like the person who will just throw a grenade into a room and then just leave, which is a separate discussion, I guess, as to him apparently either lacking training in tone of voice or not applying it.
So he's not a great communicator.
Yeah,
he's not there. One thing, thank you, Lasmi, for the 10 BAM. I don't know what that currency is, but it has the coolest name. I've started playing Tekken 8 again after the last 2 patches. This new news from Arada is worrying me a bit. Back to dooming, I guess. By the way, Finn, have you tried Tekken Revolution 2.0? The Harada stuff is a mix-up. Like, Jay, we don't know. Everything could be actually kind of fine. Because the message has sunk in. I don't think we get more plus frames. I think the message has finally been received, guys.
Is Mishima Star still on the team? I didn't quite... No, he also left.
No. Tekken Revolution 2.0, I have not played it yet because I have it. I supported the guy on Patreon. I gave him my Patreon membership with the money that you sent me in the super chats. I gave it to him I make some memberships to people who support the community of Tekken with your money. And I haven't tried it yet. Guys, do you know someone released a Tekken Revolution rollback version?
I've seen it. I saw King J covering it. It looks really good. I was asking, is Jim Patchy in it? I think someone told me he is, so I will definitely try it out.
He is. The only thing I didn't play it yet because someone in chat who played the game told me the game is mad, dumb, and fucked up. Dragunov's Down Forward 2 legitimately launches crouchers and is safe. And I'm like, nah, I'm not playing that.
From what I remember, Revolution was a little bit raw. It had a lot of early elements that then migrated into Tekken 7. Like it had what was effectively iframes. Then
that's
things
out. That's all out in his version. But so this crazy stuff is out. He modded this out. But bro, if in the actual frame data of the game, if Down Forward 2 from Drag launches crouchers and is safe, yeah, I don't want to play that shit game. What are we talking about?
It's a long day. So it's a very long day. Kura, did you have any other?
No, that's the only point on topic. I'm not going to bloviate and wander off.
But then let me ask your take. Then your take about Michael Murray and whatever you else want to mention. Onisa.
About Michael Murray in general.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
I think he's off his fucking leash and he's insufferable. It is a wonder how he's not gotten a call up to this point from anyone who he is supposed to be reporting to, asking him to please stop shitting the bed. Because he is a forward-facing publishing employee. He has his job title in his bio. It is assumed that he is expressing the position of the development team. At that point, you need to rein your fragile fucking ego in and stay on message. And get some tone of voice training while you're at it.
Based and true.
I mean, I don't really have an investment in this. It's just, this is standard practice in like big boy companies, and it's hard to call Bandai Namco a small, scruffy indie developer. Harada can do whatever the hell he wants because he's a middle-aged Japanese man in a position of authority. Nobody could tell him to stop doing anything. Murray is not in the same position.
Yeah, but Bandai might also not care about what Murray tweets if it's not causing a huge stir, and he's also meeting like his timelines.
Or they're not directly connecting the stir. They're not tracking the stir that he's causing. It's probably just outside of his wheelhouse that's actually being measured. It's more likely that they're more receptive of, for example, the absolute blowout they received on Steam after Season 3 dropped.
Yeah, because that's affecting their money.
Yes.
If it's Murray tweeting and people still purchase the game,
they're likely not tracking the changes in sentiment, for example, from Murray's poor communication with top players and content creators, because they don't directly associate that with moving more copies or selling more seasons.
Well, I also think
it's probably an oversight. Sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. It's your time anyway. I think we're overvaluing Murray's opinion, maybe, and I'm trying not to be disrespectful, but like if Harada said the stuff Murray was saying,
it's a little difficult to value it even less.
If Harada said the stuff Murray was saying, and Harada was blocking people like that, and there was all this uproar, right? I think that would affect the game a lot more, so Bandai would care more. If Murray does it, they probably don't look at him as the face of the game, even though he's the producer.
Again, it is a question of what's the internal policy? Do they even track that? Do they even have some kind of intangible tracking metric for Twitter interactions? Which they likely don't, because Japanese companies process-wise lag behind American ones by like a good 15 years. So in 15 years, probably he will get something to the effect of some kind of punitive action of please stop doing that, Michael. Look at the screen.
Based and true.
Yeah,
Very
but
true
that's
indeed.
all I had. Other than that, if you don't know that the counterplay to Mishima's is sidestep left, then maybe you should
Oh boy, never gonna let that go.
measure your opinions on most things relating to
Bro, I'm
gameplay.
telling you, if he had handled that tweet with the right amount of, like, in that moment, shame and humility, I think he would have gotten away with it. But the
Oh yeah,
way he
absolutely.
handled the tweet,
No, that's obnoxious. That's water under the bridge. I wasn't even talking about Murray.
He was talking about CDDT.
Yeah, yes.
He's
well, I
never
mean,
gonna
but
let
it
that go.
only came because Murray, and Murray will also never forget about it.
Oh, we need to make sure he never forgets about it.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to not forget about it, because
There's
Yeah.
so
he
many
does.
ways you could fix that too. There's so many
listen,
things you could say.
Listen, the best way we need to condition him that next time you have an opinion about anything in the game, you go ask an adult, you ask a subject matter expert, a gameplay expert to whom you have access in the office, you ask an adult, you vet the statement with them, and then you can go post it on your Twitter.
Yeah, he needs like a save fail like system, like, you know what I mean, a control system.
He's
like
like a
check.
dedicated approver, a Murray Wrangler.
All right, Kuro, I appreciate you being on, bro.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You'll have a great night.
Take care, man.
Goodbye, Onisan.
All right, we've got two more people. Let's get Marvin in here. Marvin, can you hear us?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Are you guys getting reverb by any chance?
No, everything is super fine.
All right, perfect. So on the track of Murray saying that action have consequences, what do you guys think that means exactly?
I think he
It's
was
like
basically
vague
saying.
post.
Sorry, go on, Finn.
No, you continue.
I think he was saying that your behavior online is the consequences that you're facing now is that you lost the main Tekken team. In relation to that particular tweet with how the community was behaving and his initial tweet, I think the only thing to point to is that he's basically saying we're at fault for them leaving.
How true do you guys think that is?
I don't think it's true at all, but I think Murray said that trying to get a reaction out of people. I think he believed saying that would wind people up, but I don't think that is actually the case in reality.
I tell
It
you what, I
sounded like
hope
the
it means.
Rufelmonger thing. It sounded like, you know how Rufelmonger responded to the virtual fighter thing? It seemed like the same.
Don't
Yeah,
even
I
set
know
me
what
off on that motherfucker. I swear to God. If there's one guy I can't fucking stand in the fighting game community, it's Rufelmonger.
Yeah, but you're right.
Yeah.
But you're right.
It seemed like the same type of tweet. Like, you just want to stir something up like that.
I mean, I can tell you what I hope it means. It's like a deep frustration in Murray that finally, thank God, Harada and Nakatsu just, basically like a family where you have a child that's really annoying and they're in a car and they just kick that child out in some forest and they drove away. Like, now they left him and they said, "Nah, you are." We had a great thing going, but like, nah, you're a liability, bro. You stay over there. We fuck off over here. Shut up. And I hope he's frustrated. But I guess as Japan is a culture of honor, they will probably take the motherfucker with them in a few months. And, God. But, I mean, hey, is what it is.
Do you guys think there's anything to, because he left one talking about Harada, he left one corporation to go to another. That probably gave him more creative freedom to do whatever he wanted to do, which I think is a good thing. I think Tekken needs a competitor. With Tekken getting a competitor, we might get Tekken Tag 2 with better online play, hopefully, and things like that. But I do think the fan base is toxic. I think that's pretty much. I don't think.
I really don't think Murray is in the wrong, to be honest with you. He can say whatever he wants. I don't know how that affects like their bottom line. I don't know if many people are leaving. Like the
But if you were running a
what
company,
fan
bro,
base
like
isn't toxic?
yeah, there's also
say what, Finn?
Like what fan base isn't toxic?
Oh, every fan base is going to be toxic, but I mean, they were getting death threats and stuff like that too. They were getting. I remember a couple of years ago. I think this was whenever I had Twitter. I no longer have Twitter, but there was something about Harada getting a threat about him getting hit with a hammer or something like that.
No, okay, I didn't. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But okay, I got the. Okay, yeah, I. But this is so funny. It's not your fault. It's so funny. The tweet is so funny because it was actually, it was a miss. Wait, it's so funny.
Have you got the tweet?
Is it in the? Yeah. Okay, it's funny that you bring it up. I
don't think you sent it to me.
I didn't. Okay, wait. I sent you a quick picture because you can find it.
Yeah, just send it to me on Discord. I'll put it on screen.
Because Mike will immediately know what was going on here, and there was a bit of a language barrier. Mike will immediately know.
Don't get me wrong, though. The Tekken community is like it has noticeably deteriorated over time, 100%. I just don't like how they interact with it as leaders. I think that you got to move a bit differently when you got that kind of responsibility. And like Del and Jay said, when you if you're working in the games industry,
I put it in the. So, Mike, you notice there's a bit of a Mike. Okay, you notice, right?
Yeah. Okay. The burning hammer. The burning hammer is a wrestling move.
Yes. So
he didn't literally mean he's gonna get a burning hammer. That is a wrestling move.
Yes, but Harada, he took that serious because it was a language barrier. He literally thought he's gonna get assaulted with a hammer on fire, bro.
He didn't know.
It's funny.
I do wonder if is that where the "Don't Ask Me for Shit" was born?
I don't think that's a good question. I don't know. I think there could be. Yeah, I think people memed Eddie fans for a long time, right?
No, but he had the "Don't Ask Me for Shit" way before that, because he had that like halfway through 7, right?
Yeah, he had that in like I know it's they presented the T-shirt at 2016 before Tekken 7 released at Game World Wizard something, Sacramento Wizard World.
I think he was probably just getting a lot of requests that they probably couldn't fulfill because Tekken had no budget back for Tekken 7.
Yeah, I think this is an easy thing to mistake though. Like if you don't watch wrestling or if you don't play King, you won't know what a burning hammer is. So I can forgive you for that.
To protect the Tekken community, guys, if you Google this, there is a whole Reddit thread where people say, please, Tekken, like in Tekken Reddit, right? Which is actually toxic as fuck. And they said, guys, please don't send death threats to the developers, even if they are a joke. Please don't do this. 1,100 upvotes. I mean, this shit is funny, right? Burning. I mean, okay. Look, I'm not gonna be as dishonest to say, look, see, no one tweets any shit. Bro, obviously, I got death threats. Like everyone, like, you know? So, and that's bad. It's bad. And with some people, this shit can fuck, right? Like, if you're a sensitive human being, this shit can fuck with you. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, there are pieces of shit, yeah.
So, what do you guys hammer, though? Are you guys just wanting to see Michael Murray just temper back his emotional little rants, or?
Yeah, like, I mean, listen, like, we were criticizing Harada before, but I was criticizing his replies to people. But Harada's actual like tweets, like his standalone tweets, are really insightful and they're a really good read, like the one we read earlier. But Michael Murray's he's either reposting stuff, which is fine, there's no problem with that, or he's just making silly snide remarks, and he's been doing this for like 6 to 10 years now.
Yeah, so he's telling people to go to college because we're all fucking dumb. But
I mean, I just ignore the guy. But also too, like I think the state of Tekken 8 was. What would you guys say was the best Tekken? In my opinion, I think Tekken Tag Tournament 2.
I agree, but that's the one that almost killed. It's my favorite, but obviously it almost killed the franchise as well.
And that's what I'm saying. So I feel like, because I don't think Tekken 6 made the sales it needed.
No,
So
it
then
did.
they
It
said
did.
Tekken 6 made the sales it needed.
Yeah, it sold better than you would think. It sold almost like 6 million copies.
Yeah, Tekken 6 was not, it wasn't as big as Tekken 5, I don't think, but it was still pretty good.
But then we get Tekken Tag Tournament 2, and they jam pack that full of stuff.
Yeah,
As
that's
far
the
as, like,
tragedy.
I remember not even, you know how you can buy all the items. I remember just playing online, and then past a certain number, it just said, "Hey, everything's unlocked." So
Yeah, no, bro, Tekken Tag 2 failing to me is still the weirdest thing in the franchise's history. I really think it must have been a combination of the time it came out, what was going on with the console at the time, because I think we were transitioning to PS4 around that time.
Yeah.
I think there was a concoction of fuckery that happened, and Tekken Tag 2 suffered, because when you play that game, it's an awesome game.
Yep.
There's not really any bad things to say about it.
And that's the point, right? This is where Harada had not full control. Actually, it's funny. Nakatsu, he didn't do that shit, but he said, I involved myself into Tech 2's process, and certain things were so important to him that he basically commandeered it, even though he was not in any authority position on that game. He said that the poor financial performance of the game had no impact on him in the company whatsoever, because he wasn't officially on it. But the funny part is, what was really important to him, and he said this in the, you can just Google Tech Tournament 2 interview DLC, where he talks about the free DLC. And he says, he is a fucked up idealist, bro. This guy is old school. He doesn't believe in selling integral parts of a fighting game. You don't do that. You're a piece of shit if you do this. And that's why in Tech 2, all the stages were free, and all the DLC, the extra characters, all of them were free. Because even they were not only clones, they're not only clone characters, and he believed in this. And unfortunately, this game didn't do so well. It wasn't a complete insano disaster, but it sold, I think, 200,000 copies under projection, which is already bad enough for a company like Bandai to say, well, I mean, we don't know about this franchise anymore. But yeah, I mean, that obviously led to Harada losing the authority he had, right? Obviously, because the company's like, well, we gave you everything you wanted. We made the DLC free in a world where everyone started to do microtransactions, and look what happened.
Yeah.
And then,
unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, and then even before Tekken 7 came out, there is a old post from Harada in January 2017 where he says, we will never sell classic DLC. We will never sell classic Tekken characters. But they did in Season 2. And it's because he you know what I mean? Like, because then the executives came in. The executives he always hated, they came in and said, nah, you're not doing this anymore. We are now having the authority here about certain things.
How long ago was that? The hammer thing that you just sent, Mike?
That's
Mark Harlow.
Mike Harlow. I don't know. It doesn't have a date on it.
Let me check.
I wonder if Tag 2 also kind of suffered from MVC's release.
That's what I said to someone. I thought MVC probably hurt it a lot.
I had to check the dates real quick. That was the same year.
I honestly, whenever I used to own a gaming lounge, whenever we had Tag 2, people were struggling with 2 characters. They could barely pilot one, and then they were struggling with 2 characters. So I wonder, like, this is what I wonder, if the complexity of Tag 2 made them dumb down the titles after.
That is actually fact, because Nakatsu had this article. Nakatsu had talked with, they were interviewed by Bandai, funny enough, and they were pretty transparent. And he himself said, I was asking in the company, like in the Namco offices, in the Bandai Namco, Bandai Namco offices, because he noticed less and less people were playing Tag 2 in the lunch breaks. And he asked them, why are you not playing the game that much? And he said, because they couldn't play 2 characters. So they're literally in the company. Yeah, in the company. So
yeah, I do agree. I remember,
like, you're right, the complexity was also a factor, which is kind of funny because apparently Tag 1 sold crazy good, and that game was the first Tag game. I don't know, maybe it was a novelty, or I don't really know. Like, sometimes you don't really know. I don't know.
I think the game also wasn't as bloated for Tag 1, right? One thing
Tag 1
that
wasn't as bloated, or like, yeah.
I noticed, because a lot of my friends don't primarily play fighting games. I have like 2 different groups of friends. One play fighting games and one don't. the ones who don't play fighting games a lot, it's very easy for them to pick up something like 2XKO or Street Fighter, where you only have like 20 moves, or like they want to try out different characters, right? The minute somebody
Yeah.
picks up Tekken, I notice they do something on one character. Maybe it's like a 1-1-2. Like Kunimitsu comes out, she's got a 1-1-2, right? Everybody wants to try her. They go to the next character. If that same string doesn't exist, they struggle. And they might not know how to bring up the move list and go through it. And it's like a lot for them.
I forget who described it. I think it was FinnT that described it like 2D fighters run on a system. Tekken is like every character is his own system.
Yeah.
And I think that I don't want to misquote FinnT or whoever it was. I think it was FinnT, but I wholeheartedly agree with that. That's why I love Tekken. It's just that in a way, I feel like it has to be kind of like Third Strike, where the game is better when it's unbalanced, to be honest with you. I have a lot of fun on Tekken.
And you have to kind of take that a step further, right? Because like Guilty Gear, every character is kind of their own system, right?
Exactly. That's
But
Guilty Gear is the Tekken of 2D, man.
But 20 moves. Like if I'm playing Jam, I can learn eight things real quick. I'm good to go. Tekken, some characters got like the setup you were talking about with Reina Finn. There's other stuff. She might have 4 or 5 different frame trap setups you want to learn, right? That's for that one character, and that's not even maybe the optimal way to play it. Maybe sometimes
But to be
you just
fair,
block and punish.
To be fair, our minds are already clouded by like way more knowledge, right? Because like what does someone who just want to play a character really need? Like not that much, right? Or am I underestimating this?
No, you're underestimating it. Because I was showing my boy, because he picked up Kuni, right? He used to play Reina. I was doing a set against him, and he was struggling with just a few moves he wasn't using, right? But he has Tekken experience. So for somebody who doesn't, it's a lot, even if they just want to play the game. Because experienced players, it takes them a little bit to pick up a new character, right? So
yeah, I mean, I need to, like, everyone needs to like lab.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it's intimidating, right? It's also just intimidating, right? I have had so many friends drop the game. I have tried it, guys. I have tried my real life friends. Of my real life friends, everyone who plays video games, no one plays Tekken. No, not a single one. And I tried it. I really tried it. I'm like, let's try it. Okay, the one guy crashed out on me so hard that he like literally broke a controller at my wall and said, he stood up and said, I will never play this game again. Okay, fine. But the others were just like, actually like I can see that it could be fun, but they were just they didn't want to climb the mountain because the mountain is too high, you know?
I think it's a middle ground, right? Because if you look at the very bottom, like second Dan, whatever the lowest rank is, right? I forget what Tekken 8 says it. Those dudes just hop on and mash buttons, and they have the time of their lives, because Tekken don't have the restrictions where like maybe in 2XKO you push a button at the wrong time, nothing comes out, right? Tekken, you can just spam stuff, the string will happen. So for them, they're chilling. For that middle group that starts to learn, it's like daunting, and then the high level players, they're chilling. But the middle,
that's the hard shit. Like the middle, the intermediate stuff, that's the giga hard. That's the wow. Like you need to work your ass off. Like good luck.
Actually, I've seen a graph for that, for what you just explained. It shows like the curve of like learning, and how it's like I started mashing buttons, then it got technical, and then at the end you're just like, I'm just smashing buttons.
Yeah. This is the Jedi thing, right? Where he's like a Jedi at the end, and like I don't know, a Jedi at the beginning, where he trains.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, don't let me take up more of your time. I was gonna argue guys about something, but we started talking tech. I completely forgot, to be honest with you. but yeah, let me get out of here.
I appreciate being on, Marvin. All right, let's.
I think I also talked some shit against him in chat. Like I think he wanted to argue about that, but don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. We are cool now. Don't tell him.
All right, let's get season 3 will be good in here. Can you hear us, bro?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Be right back, by the way.
Hold up. I think y'all can hear me, but for some reason I can't hear you guys. Give me one sec. I don't know why this always happens.
I think you got really quiet, unless it was me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I swear it was working just fine right before you put me in.
Hello?
I think he said he swears it was working fine. So I think something happened with his mic.
Hold up, I'm gonna refresh. I'll come literally right now.
Okay. All right. Whilst we're waiting for him to come back, Yeah, yeah. For everyone saying put Harada's tweet on screen, we already read it out. We read it out on screen, so everyone's seen it now. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I want to come and I'm not gonna completely defend Murray because I do believe he is in the wrong with, but I want to try to kind of give a little bit more perspective and advocate for him a little bit. I think the main thing I heard that I disagree with was Finn when you said that Michael Murray hates the Tekken community. So I want to kind of address that, and I'm gonna say something that sounds a little bit crazy, but just bear with me for a sec.
Real quick, I think
So,
Finn said be right back. So I don't know if you knew that because he's not.
oh snap. Okay, well, maybe when he comes back. But what I was that's fine. We can, he'll jump in when he comes back, I guess. But what I wanted to say is Michael Murray doesn't hate the Tekken community, and I don't think, to speak very accurately here, that the Tekken community hates Michael Murray. And that might sound super crazy, but let me explain. I'm gonna explain from Murray's perspective first. Michael Murray probably hates the online Tekken community, yeah, but he doesn't actually hate. Of course, that's just a portion. And a lot of the people who give Michael Murray crazy shit like death threats or whatnot, they're probably not even people who are really in the Tekken community like that. Not everybody who talks about Tekken is really, like, I guess maybe that's a little debatable, but is really like a member of the Tekken community like that. So he probably hates the online community because he gets so much shit. A lot of it rightfully deserved. Not death threats, but the rest of the criticism rightfully deserved. But as for in person, people have spoken. I forgot who it was, even said recently that they were at a tournament and Michael Murray was there and he's playing Tekken with, random people, at 1 a.m. and stuff, right? That doesn't come off as somebody who hates the Tekken community. And I also want to talk about, Rip. I caught a Rip stream recently. And he on his stream, this was maybe just like last week, said that, he spoke to Michael Murray for a couple hours. He was like, you guys would never guess who I was speaking to for a couple hours. We had a great conversation. It was Michael Murray, which is funny because Rip, if any of you guys have paid attention to him, he's been extremely critical of Tekken 8 and of Michael Murray. Again, fair enough. But that, I think Michael Murray kind of does, what you talk about all the time, Mike, with the anime profile pictures. Like when he comes online, it's a whole different person. That's the portion that he hates. But in person, more, I'm sure some people have had some bad experiences, but it seems like more often than not, people are like, he's totally different. Michael Murray is, a very nice guy.
No,
So
I've met Murray in person. I've met. He's chilled. Like that's why I always say. I've always said that, like, don't harass him, don't send him death threats, don't be nasty to him. But I did say I said your tweets are mad. Like, why are you tweeting that nonsense out? Like, I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think Michael Murray is a nasty person. I just think that he's not conducted himself in the best way. And even his presence whenever they're doing presentations, he just looks like he doesn't want to be there. And I don't think that makes you a bad person, but that does mean that I can criticize you.
Oh, no, for sure. The criticism is fair. I'm just talking about specifically, to say that he hates the Tekken community. I don't think that's fully accurate. The online Tekken community, sure, maybe. Yeah, probably. Certainly, we certainly have a lot of evidence to go off. But to say he just completely hates the community, and I mean, when you're talking about his face during the Tekken Talks, I don't know, maybe that's just his face, to be honest. Like, I ain't even trying to be
I don't know. I've seen Michael Murray laughing and smiling and stuff, and then when they came out on stage and they were showing off Fakuram, and it was like off the back of everyone, like this Fakuram was well received, but before that we had what was Lydia, and the crowd went mild and whatever, and they came out, and I think that was after a week of people just being furious online about stuff that happened. And Harada didn't seem like too upbeat, but he seemed mostly like Harada. And Michael Murray just looked like he wanted to like homeland the whole place. If he had the ability to, just laser beamed everybody in there. That's what it looked like to
Hey,
me.
maybe it was one of them days for him. I don't know. You know, I think he's probably going through a lot of shit right now too. Because to my understanding, I mean, it seems like it. Maybe it's just speculation, of course, but it seems like there was something past business between him and Harada, that they actually had a real friendship. And now during such a turbulent time, he is getting shit. Like Michael Murray was quiet, to his credit, up until this point. And I do believe, I don't really have a problem that he clapped back. It was what he said. If he said something different, then maybe we could have got a rare Michael Murray W. But his clapback wasn't very good at all. Because people were bringing up his name for no reason, saying like, oh, well, now we're just left with Murray, right? It's like, okay, yeah, that's true. But like Murray wasn't saying shit. Like we're putting him in shit that doesn't really. Yeah, go ahead.
He wasn't saying shit initially, and people were speculating, saying, "Oh, well, Murray's being left." But like, if I'm Murray, I'm like, well, we already know. It's gonna happen. You're the last person that everybody is associating with Tekken. So even if they're wrong and they don't really know, that like we know it's gonna happen. Like, is it really worth throwing a pipe bomb in the middle of a sea of sharks at this moment? And I'm not excusing people being shocked, but at the end of the day, if you are the face of something and you're in a professional sense, and you're using that very same Twitter account that you use to promote that very thing you work on, I don't know if it's the smartest thing to be like, yeah, like consequences have actions. I'm just like, come on, man.
No, that was yeah, no, I agree. That was crazy. Don't get me wrong, Michael.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's rich coming from him, that specifically. I'm not gonna lie. And I like I said, he gets a lot of fair criticism, but people were being a little bit derogatory against him. Like, yeah, he's the last one. It's not our ideal pick. I get it. Nobody really likes Michael Murray, but he again, to his defense, he was just sitting there. He was just sitting there, quiet, didn't say shit.
Well,
that's probably the best thing he could do. I mean,
I listened to everything you say. Like I heard everything. I give you that. I purposefully didn't underline this because no one corrected me on that, so I didn't. Even though, yeah, you're right. He specifically even said the online Tekken community. I know exactly what he said. The thing about this is, yeah. Like, let's say like a couple of hundred people on this planet, like they travel to tournaments, like they are the known people, right? They have the offline guys, right? Now, even when it comes to offline, Murray has made the comment, yo, pro tip, don't walk up to me at an event and say, fix Kazuya, ninja. And, okay, that's one thing. So even offline, he focuses on the one guy, on the one idiot that has no manners and walks up to him and says, fix Kazuya, N-word. The N-word I don't care about. Like, I don't give a shit that he quoted the N-word, but he focuses again on this one fucking low IQ that has no manners. Yeah, rude. But then, for example, I guess Mrs. I don't know. I don't know if people would say Mrs. Playstuff is like an online member of the Tekken community. She went to offlines, but nonetheless, right? That is a member with a face. That's a human being. She is known. Everyone is a human being, but she's also known. And there, he doesn't even have, like, I mean, how hard is it when you tweet to people online and complain? How hard is it to make one tiny tweet? Do you know how much of a win that would have been? One tweet to Mrs. Playstuff. Sorry, I unblocked you. That was a mistake. Like, one tiny tweet. How?
I think he was saying hello earlier. I think he disconnected.
Yeah,
but I also don't understand. We have so many examples of other people, other developers handling it just way better than Murray. I have like 3 I can think of off the top of my head. So I don't get why it's so difficult.
Like, you know what I mean, right? He focuses, like, for the negative shit, he has time and occasionally, or for example, where he followed up on the Mrs. Playstuff shit, where someone said, yo, you did this, and he said, no, bro, go to college, I only block people who lie. It's like, my guy.
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad.
And that's like one tweet, like one tiny tweet to Mrs. Play Stuff. Hey, yo, sorry, I like your content even. Shit is sick. Do more dance videos. Like, bro. Like, because she does the clown dance videos when, you know, or she did the clown dance videos with stupid comments in the background. Hilarious shit. Like, that would be such a PR win. And he can't bring himself to do it. And Jay, if you were his PR manager, you didn't study this, you would say, bro, make this tweet. Mike, you would say, bro, make this tweet. I would say, bro, please make this tweet, bro. Even as a friend, I would advise him this. And the fact that you can't bring yourself to do it tells me there is something wrong. This is not normal. This is not normal.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think he's very he might be egotistical or like self-centered, or maybe he's just not social media trained. He doesn't really get it. Something's not connecting there, obviously.
I don't think it needs to be social media training, right? Because like the references I'm thinking back to, even within the same company, Harada never responded like that to anybody.
But Harada might have been social. He might have been social. Like I know people that have been social media trained, and I think Murray could do with it. Like it seems like common sense sometimes, but I think someone like Murray. Do you know what? It's not just Murray. There's a lot of people online that don't know how to conduct themselves properly, but they're not in charge of a big franchise, or they're not seen as being the face of it. So I think he could probably do with some training. I mean, he's clearly not getting it, so it might help.
Yeah, Harada has once attacked the wrong guy. Like, Harada once tagged the wrong guy and shit on him. And he even made it like, hey, oh, sorry. Like, my bad. So, it's like, it's not that hard. And like, again, as a human being, from like human being me to human being Michael Murray, I know you also have to deal with bullshit, right? Of course. Like, you have to deal with fucked up people who don't give a shit about you, who don't perceive you as a human being, who are like completely Twitter-brained, right? Totally, I get that, bro. I get that. But like, one acknowledgement of like, yo, but we also have some pretty sick people. Like, think about if he would like retweet some content creators or something, like Misplay Stuff or Duelist, or, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, the most positive individual that we have, that would be such a PR win. And the fact that he doesn't do that, but he does those college tweets and shit. Go to college, you idiots. This to me is, I don't know if I'm crazy about it, but to me this seems like there's something just a bit wrong off. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
You're not crazy about it. I agree. It's just, he just happens to be one of the people who, like we said, some people, they just don't know how to behave online. I guess it's not really the anonymity thing, because we all know who he is. But it's just something about when he gets online, he's just a whole different person. I don't know. I wish he would tweet things like,
your voice cut again.
Yeah, your voice is gone.
You're very quiet. I don't know why. Something happened.
Can you hear me?
You're getting, I don't know what happened. You're getting quiet, but
I don't know, bro.
Are you outside?
It's gone again.
I am. I'm walking into my house right now, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, that's cool, man. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, I mean, I guess not. I understand what you're saying about the misplaced stuff thing.
I mean, I take the, you know what, but you get me to that. I take the hate back, because hate is that he hates, although I don't know if he, like, maybe, I mean, hate is a super strong word, right? Like, if we are for real. So maybe I should take hate back.
I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't trying to defend him, Finn, but the more I stay on, the more, because I don't pay a lot of attention to Twitter the past couple of years. But from my perspective, right? If you look at even, was it season 1 or season 2 when the stage wasn't a part of the DLC or the pass?
Season 1.
Season 1.
Yeah, I remember Harada made like a big thing about that on Twitter, and I saw it, and he was saying like how he was gonna resolve it or make it free or whatever. In a lot of companies, if you look at Xbox, back when Phil Spencer was running it, right? If Phil Spencer tweets something, Sarah Bond also tweets something, just to make sure they're both front facing on it. So when Harada is saying, "Hey, we're gonna make this free," all Murray had to do was be like, "Yeah, we're sorry about that." Blah blah blah. That's a free win.
Yeah, and that was the tweet where it's still archived, where he again dissed some executives, and that was the tweet that, if you remember, who like 2 days later was like deleted.
Yeah,
and yeah, you're right. Like, why? Like, if you two band together in that moment, right? Yeah, you're right. It would have been like a great win and like a show of, like, I don't know,
It'd
support
be
or
good
like,
faith. It'd be
That's what
yeah,
all
yeah,
other
yeah.
companies do. Every company that has two people at the head, they always do that. Even teams. When you're on a large project and you have different teams working on it, if you're presenting something or making sure everybody's on the same page, even two people from the same team will go and present the same thing. Like one person will say it, the other person will back it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know why Murray doesn't do that.
And I'm always honest, bro. If Murray comes out in the future, right, and it's like, guys, I'm learning cars here, motherfuckers. He posts, whatever happens, right? I'm like, bro, okay, and if he comes out in like 2 months, what I did with misplaced stuff, that was pretty dumb. Sorry, guys. Bro, everyone would be like, okay, bro. Not everyone, sorry, not everyone, but we would get a lot of people that say, okay, you know what? Okay, let's have a restart here. Fine. A lot, not everyone, but
Finn, sorry, one sec. Bro, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have the worst audio when I come in here. Let me mute myself. Sorry about that.
No, that's all good, man. It's all good. Did you have anything you wanted to add before we? Well, actually, you're the last caller. Was there anything you wanted to add?
I did a little bit, but to be honest, if the audio is unbearable, I understand.
No, it doesn't sound that. It's going up and down. What was it you wanted to say?
I wanted to say, as far as the second point that I was making, that the community doesn't hate him. I don't think the community hates Michael Murray the man and Michael Murray the producer. Like, we were talking about it earlier. For all we know, we don't really know exactly what he does, but for all we know, Michael Murray is fantastic at his job. It's possible maybe that's why the company kind of overlooks, the shit he does on Twitter, right? I think the community, again, just to speak a little more accurately, hates Miyukaru or whatever the fuck his Twitter handle is. That's what it is. Like, he hates the online version of the community, and we hate the online version of Michael Murray. That's what it is. I think this is just completely online bullshit, and I agree with you.
okay. I see that. Like, I see the possibility of like, oh, it's the online version of Michael Murray, and also we all have problems with certain parts of like the online Tekken community, especially like in game where bastards are fucking mad toxic, right? Which when you play offline, it doesn't happen. Everyone knows that, right? You have a clear difference between playing offline with people and playing kind of online against them. You know what I mean? It's people get more toxic, but let's assume that then still he can have such easy W's. The fact that he doesn't pick them up is
he takes all the easy L's.
Yeah, it's almost as if he doesn't. I don't know. I don't want to make any psychological profiling on people that I don't know. As a human being, I wish him all the best, but I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm not gonna. I know.
But let me say this. Let me kind of steer this into a bit more of a interesting way. Now that everybody is left, and now we're speculating Murray is the next one to leave, right? Possibly. Do you want Murray to leave?
Actually, I mean, I have not even a strong opinion on that one, because all I know is the guy did game design for Tekken 6. Even he's listed as game designer in Tekken 2. What he really did, I don't know. As a producer, he said he is responsible in Tekken 7, at least. That was from Tekken 7. He said he's responsible for like certain pricing of DLCs. When stuff drops, yes, he talks with the balancing team, but also he goes in front of executives and like clears budgets and shit like that. Overall direction of the game, he is kind of responsible. So, I don't know. No one really, like, I don't know. Jay, what do you think? Like, what do you think?
Yeah, does anybody think it's more beneficial for Tekken for Murray to leave?
It's hard to know because we don't really know what he's doing. If we had a clip, if I find out he's the one that put Lucky Chloe in Tekken 7, then he can go.
Okay,
but as far as I'm aware, I don't know what he's done. But we need to know for certain. I just know his social media conduct has not been the best.
Yeah, quick disclaimer on that. If I find out that he is the one who fought Bro Kazuya, my guy, I mean, let's give him the up forward one homing season 2 launch, because I mean, bro, if you know it's coming, just parry it, lol. If it was him that gave him that move at the launch of season 2, I am seriously going to, yeah, he needs to go.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Murray should be. It's funny you say that he's listed as a game director for Tekken 6, and that's your favorite game, right? So that's a little funny.
Game designer. Game designer,
right. I don't know, especially after the Kazuya, wide sidestep, whatever, when you can block and launch. I don't know if I'd say he should be in charge of, gameplay and balance changes and stuff like that. But
yeah, definitely not.
I am kind of leaning towards that. I don't think it's beneficial for him to leave. I think having some consistency left within the company, especially now that, we were all kind of like hopeful, like, oh, that next guy, I can't recall his name exactly, was, the next in line, right? And then it's like, oh no, boohoo, no, he's not, false alarm. Everything's just so up in air, which is crazy because it seemed like we were finally on the up and up. So I do think, I know, again, it's not ideal. Nobody really fucking likes Michael Murray, at least on Twitter. But I do think having some consistency, somebody who's at least been with the project that long is maybe more beneficial than harmful, even with the package that is Michael Murray with the tweets and whatnot, during a period of like extreme instability like this.
Yeah, am I
opinion.
audible? I think
Yeah.
my whole PC crashed.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I didn't want to cut you off. If Michael Murray's if he's the producer and he's managing the timelines, then you actually don't want him to leave. If he has no involvement with the actual balance of the game, and it's only the Twitter comment vitriol, then there's no point for him to leave, because the only thing that's going to happen is whoever comes in next has to take over how he was like managing the project, right? So that's going to create some hiccups that are unnecessary. Whereas if he stays, you just have to listen to his dumb Twitter comments.
Yeah, I mean, look, he must have seen all the things people said. So if he keeps on doing it, then that's on him. But I just want Tekken to be good. If I can take a dumb Murray tweet if Tekken is good, and to be fair, it's going in the right direction. And Yujiro is a really good way to end season 3. So I could forgive them for a lot for putting a hammer in the game, but he needs to fix up that Twitter page.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right though. Like, if Tekken is good, then we can handle Murray. Fuck it. Like, gameplay will always reign supreme over monetization or shitty social media, shitty marketing. Gameplay will always reign supreme for sure.
100%.
I think. Well, I mean, to me, it sounds like y'all are agreeing. So I almost want to say, should we even, we sometimes say like. We should be harsh towards people who post stupid shit, right? Like, whether it be about balancing, right? If somebody were to post about, Anna needs to be buffed in season 2, then like that's
blocked.
so ridiculous
There's
to the
no.
point we need to like
It works,
ridicule them, right? So when somebody posts something stupid about Michael Murray, which again, to his defense, somebody did post something stupid about Michael Murray. He kind of deserved to clap back, but the content of the clapback was where he fucked up. Should we even maybe defend him a little bit, since it's maybe in our best interest to keep him, especially now?
The thing is, it depends on what, right? For example, Duelist made an insanely good video after the season 2 press talk, right, where Murray stepped into the same trap again of maybe listening a little bit more to the hardcore players who are watching. It's a pretty funny thing, because it's just he tips into traps again and again and again. Mike, actually, the video file actually works, right? You can just play it, yeah?
Blocked. There's no.
So
opponent punishes or anything, so you're okay with that. なんか結構チャット欄がうわオーマイガードって言ってるけど、でもこれヒート強化中だからね。
あんまヒート時飲むんです。あと横にそんな強くないので。
So, obviously it is during the heat state, so people are freaking out in chat, please keep that in mind.
打つ球の数が増えます。
So this thing, yeah, that thing, he said, yo, it's only in heat, like he steps into these traps time and time again of like, bro, don't laugh and shut the fuck up, like read the room here, bro. You are literally showing us the maddest thing, and that move was a 64 damage counter hit natural wall splat.
Right.
They
Yeah,
nerfed the damage by like over 10, and the move is no longer a wall splat. The community was once again right. You nerfed this move significantly. So I'm just saying, don't make it so easy for people to clown on you, because people will not forget these meme moments, right? I'm like, yes, just read the room. Read the room in chat. People are like, ha ha ha. It's kind of the same reaction that he had when, ha ha ha, they are saying you should walk Kazuya's Hell Sweep. Guys, can you believe these idiot Tekken players? It's like, bro, read the room. It happened already once where you tipped into a trap with the Hell Sweep. Maybe if they say, yo, the move seems mega fucked up, chill a bit. Just don't say anything yet. Just chill, bro. Just chill.
No, I fully agree with you, bro. 100%. Like, he just walks into it every time.
Would it have been better if he laughed about it, but he didn't try to downplay it? Because it seemed like there was some downplay there. But like,
it seemed like a lack of understanding, because all of us, when we saw that, we were like, what the fuck is that? The immediate reaction was like, what is that? But he was just like, nah, it's in heat. And I was like, we have heat every round. So we have to deal with that shit every round. The 64 damage is significant.
Again, I'm really trying to bat for Michael Murray here a little bit. We don't know, like, if what they told him to say, you know,
but
a little bit of that was scripted, you know.
I don't think you could do that one, because that doesn't seem like a moment when you're told to say anything. And a suit wouldn't tell you to say something about balance. They wouldn't even know about the balance of the game. They just want you to make the product good. So in that case, the only people who would correct them in that situation would be the combat designer or whoever's doing the balance of the game. But they would have already changed it if they felt like it was too egregious, right? So I mean, he probably just thought it was okay, but he wasn't told to say anything, I don't think.
The real
Go ahead, Finn. I'm sorry.
Is the real bad part about this, and I think this was one of the last Tekken Talks that we ever got. The real bad thing about this whole Tekken Talk project, because in theory, this shit is like amazing, right? Like, bro, you have developers doing it's amazing. The problem is there was so much incompetence on the communication side, which is actually baffling, considering that they had a whole panel there with people whose job this is. For example, this move from Enna, if you remember, they always, for the entirety of that move showcase, had counter hit on. People didn't even realize that and even assumed it was on normal hit, which made it like even worse, right? You're like, it's even worse. And maybe even something like highlighting, guys, counter hit, like make it on normal hit so people don't even see it. Like, you need to be a bit political about this, because that was already the point where people started to get really worried. Or the homing throw stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, in general, homing throws, it's like, what's going on? And I would really like to know from we will never know. We will never know, obviously. They will never tell us who came up with that. Because even, remember, right? These are things that people will not forget. And it's kind of uneasy if you don't know who is responsible. Because if you remember that moment, the homing throw outrage, the general homing throws we were all so outraged that they, even before changing it, or before the patch release, they had to make a press statement.
Ben, I think you're talking about the chip damage, is what you mean.
No, in general, also homing, but yeah, the chip damage as well, obviously. Yeah, homing and you're right. Homing and more significantly, you're right, the chip damage on broken throws. That was so ridiculous. Sorry, you're right. That was ridiculous to people that they, even before it was implemented, I think 2 days ago, made an immediate statement. Guys, we don't know what happened. Obviously, this is gonna go. Like, that's insane. Yeah. How does this even happen? And all of this led into this feeling of utter incompetence. And then the community thinks about, hey, who is the most incompetent guy that I know? Yeah, obviously the Hell Sweep guy. So it has to be him. I get it. Like, yeah, was it him? Was it really Murray that came up with that? If he is actually the one who came up with chip damage on throws, never say it. Take that to your grave, my man. You cannot do that.
If he ever posts that online, he's gonna get cooked. I would tell him. I would DM him and say, Murray, please don't tell people you did that.
You can't say it.
It is over. There's nothing anyone can say if they find out you're the one that came up with that.
Unfortunately, I don't think he did either of those. Like, I don't think Murray had any input on a large part of the design of Tekken 8. I think they
You
were
probably
really
need-
just trying to make it more of a spectator thing, right?
Yeah.
Because as much as I like Tekken 7, it was pretty boring to watch sometimes, even if you know the ins and outs of what's going on. So
I mean,
I don't know. I loved watching Tekken 7 personally.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna
mean-
lie. I don't think Tekken 7 was boring.
let me ask another question. Do you guys watch Guilty Gear? Or like
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Finn, do you think for the like general spectator that it's more interesting to watch Guilty Gear or Tekken?
It's okay. I will give that to you because I can't lie to you. I will not lie. It's probably Guilty Gear from a general perspective. Yeah.
Right. But
as a spectator,
specifically Tekken 7, because I think it kind of
for
changes
me,
for Tekken 8.
For me, it would be for me, Tekken 7 would be more interesting to watch. But for the
Right.
general audience,
Yeah.
I would agree with you that they would probably prefer something like Guilty Gear, where air dashes, very cinematic supers. For the general audience. But that's maybe snobby of me. Like maybe I'm elitist and I'm like, oh, Tekken is for the refined taste, someone who can enjoy an opera.
From a lot, because again, among the different people I talk to, for the ones who don't play fighting games, they find it very much easier to watch like 2XKO, Guilty Gear,
really?
Street Fighter especially. When people watch Tekken, the people who understand what's going on, they'll find specific moments. Like when Knee, during the patch where it was super aggressive, I think season 2, and Knee was sidestepping stuff on Brian like crazy when he went back to Brian. That was like a moment where people who understand Tekken, they're like, yo, this is the most amazing thing in the world. For the general person watching that, they're like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. He just sidestepped and launched him. Like, it seems pretty normal.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a break in my perspective, because I know for the general audience, when it comes to fun, it's definitely Guilty Gear. But I never thought about the understanding part while watching it, because for me, Tekken feels more natural, because in Guilty Gear, bro, you don't know what he did a fucking back jump, air dash, BRC. Is that an OS for something? I don't fucking know. He was just fucking blinking, then the screen froze. What is going on? For me, that's over almost like a Marvel movie, explosion everywhere, colors everywhere. But I guess you're right. Like when it comes to fun, it's probably for the general audience. Yeah, it's probably more. I mean, hey, bro, that's why they did it in Street Fighter 6, right? Drive impact, colors everywhere. I mean, there has to be a reason. Right? Yeah,
I think it just depends on how viewers, what viewers think is fun. Like MMA the UFC kind of has a similar problem. There's parallels between how Tekken is a lot of movement. You don't quite see the results of the buttons, right? It's not like an attack, right? So you want to see that action. You want to see that, that flare from an attack landing, right? And it's kind of the same thing in UFC. People want to see they want to see strikers, right? But then there are people who really like the grappling, right? And tons of people, there's a lot of criticism because those are some of the most dominant fighters in the game right now. They're like, it's just two guys hugging each other, right? But to the trained eye, the enjoyment of watching that is the process of all the, these guys jockeying for advantageous position, right? And making certain passes and whatnot. And then, that's what a lot of, I don't want to say more, kind of more, what's the word I'm looking for? Educated watchers will also enjoy. But the average person probably isn't an educated watcher. They want to watch somebody hit somebody in the face. They want two guys to sit there in the middle of the cage and fight. That's maybe a little more like Guilty Gear. Whereas Tekken, you don't always see the direct result of those actions. I don't think that when people sit here and they talk shit about Tekken 7 saying, oh, it's just a snooze fest, it's just backdash, right? What you're really seeing is, people are interacting, but it's just more subtle because it's through movement. They're more jockeying for position, feinting with counter hits and feinting, entering into the range and exiting it, crouch mix up and then do nothing, okay, and whatnot, stuff like that. It's not explicitly visible to the average watcher, but if you know this stuff, then yes, it is very exciting. So that's just preference.
That's a good analysis, a good breakdown. Finn, do you want to get the last words, and then I'm gonna get these guys out of here because I'm starting to fade. My legs have gone numb.
I don't know. I would wish the best outcome to the story would be actually if a miracle happens and Murray has like this insane glow up arc. Because honestly, it's kind of funny with Tekken 8 guys, right? Because we always think we fought season 3 launch, shit is over. That shit is now gonna be Clown World. Then miracle patches happen. But I mean, shortly before that, Harada leaves. Now Nakatsu. Now, okay, Murray is still there. So, how are the next patches gonna be? And then at the end of the tunnel is the end boss, Yujiro Hanma. Which, like, guys, it's kind of still interesting. Like,
there's life. There's still life in Tekken 8. There's still like that's why we played these new patches. We said the game's not perfect. Still got loads of problems, but it's much better.
Way better. I will say this. Let this be my last thing, Mike, that I'm gonna say about it. The new patches. I played the game, and I will give credit where credit is due, because guys, if you play the game, you also had this experience where Horang hits you with down back 4 on heat and counted, and you're like, I'm dead. Wait, I'm not. That's thanks. Has taken you long enough, you motherfuckers. 2 years of this shit, but it's finally gone.
We got there in the end. Jay and season 3, I appreciate you guys being on.
I appreciate you having me, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the insight. And season 3, thanks for being on, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you for having me on, especially since I know it's late for you over there.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. All right, I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care.
Peace out. All right. Yeah, Finn, my legs are gone. I've streamed every day this week. We got one more stream tomorrow to do as well.
But did you have leg day?
Yeah, I did leg day, and then I went on a jog with my girl, and we jogged uphill as well. So I need to lie down.
Last thing, let me ask: do you intend to do anything about your scratch PSA card?
Oh, this one, the Sabo got a fucking 8. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
what can I do? I'm gonna try and sell it, but I'll probably get less than what we actually got it for.
Yeah,
there's not much I can really do. I could probably try and fix it, but PSA ain't gonna do anything.
I will say, I wish I had more. I don't know. I thought the idiots would show up, like the real brain deads, right? That we all can have a bit of fun and clown on them and stuff. But as always, the ultra brain deads don't show up. But guys, last thing I'm gonna say. In the coming days, I'm gonna drop a video that is called the Michael Murray Files, because I mean, I'm not going to spoil it, but there are things and certain interactions and footage that I think a lot of people have not seen, because this shit is pretty old and pretty hard to find. It's going to be very funny. It's just going to be a clown video. It's just going to be lighthearted. I'm going to make fun of you.
I'm looking forward to it. But for everyone that donated today to both me and Finn, we appreciate you as always supporting the streams. We will be doing Summer Games Fest tomorrow. Hopefully we see Virtuefire.
I'm going to be in chat.
Yeah. Finn, I appreciate you doing the podcast with me. It was still fun, even though not everyone showed up. And yeah, man, for those of you that were here at the beginning of the podcast, you probably saw the custom movie, custom intro that I made.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a custom ending as well.
Bro, wait. You had there was one, the Michael Murray special. He casts Murray's vision. That's his skill, bro. That was so funny.
Well, there's I've got a special ending for it as well, so that will conclude the thing. But yeah, appreciate all of you, appreciate Finn, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Goodbye, guys.
Peace out.
楠本さんをこれ以上苦しませたくないんだ。人を幸せにしない真実に価値なんてあるのか。
そうやって真実隠した結果が沢先生を死なせたんじゃなかったか。楠本さんのことはもう楽にしてやれ。本当はあんたも気づいてんだろ。歪んだ正義にはまた別の身勝手な正義がつけ入ってくるんだよ。 その正義に言わせりゃ自分のやってることは正しい。だからそこに出る多少の犠牲には目をつぶるしかない。
俺はそんなんじゃねえ。
そうかもな。どの正義が正しくてどの正義が間違ってるかなんて誰にもわからない。でも澤先生の犠牲を踏みつけにして真実隠して誰が幸せになれる？そんなもん誰が望むんだ？真実だけが誰にとっても公平にそこにあるものなんだよ。それを澤先生から取り上げないでくれ。楠本さん。
北方先生。
楠本さん、俺はあなたの秘密を守りきれなかった。
顔を上げてください。今日先生がネットに流した河合の死に顔、私も見ました。私が殺した憎い男の苦しむ顔を。でもそれと引き換えに私は澤さんのことも巻き込んでしまった。先生のことも見捨てて裏切った。
楠本さん、
私は怖くなったんです。いつか充も気づく時が来る。自分の母親がそんな腐った人間だと。そして先生にも私のためにこんなおぞましい秘密をずっと抱え込ませるなんてやってはならないことだと。そんな間違ったことをさせてはいけないと。だから私は警察に自首します。
ああ